Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever it is with you all. I hope you're all okay. Um, I hope that you are not going to be able to hear all the drilling, the banging, or the zzz sawing that happens outside. If you can, I'm going to have to close my windows. But it's boiling. So, but anyway, glad to see you all here. Here she is, first one in. First one in, as always, Sarah P. Pissed the bed this morning. Look at her. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining. Hit the like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell and press all. Oh, and then, yeah, that really helps me. That really helps the channel. So thank you very much. As always, Zachariah's details. Don't worry if you can't press things now. Everything in any video about Zach or any video moving forward has all the details for Zach, whether it's giving in the Give Send Go, or the I tell you what, the website that they've built, ooh, it's probably one of the best websites I've ever seen. Mass amount of information that's on there. So if you don't know the trial, or you know anyone and they're not sure about the trial, please send them that way because honestly, everything's there. Everything you want is there. The only thing that's missing is like picture of me topless. Literally everything else is I'm there. There's a picture of me on there. I was gonna wear my Zachariah top today, but there's a reason I'm not. I'll wear it tomorrow. Um, Also the petition. Now, if you have not signed the petition, please, 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 please. It literally takes 30 seconds. Whether you're from the UK, whether whatever country you're from, please, 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 please. Pretty please even sign that petition. It's really, really easy to do. And again, guess what? It's all on the website. And the merch, the Mount Zachariah merch, loads of merch. And if you look at the website, there's pictures of most people in chat actually, pictures of them wearing the merch as well. Hey, you could even be on there with the merch. Send Jen a picture of yourselves and you'll be on the website. Also, my quick plug, and I will plug it a few times because Josie's very good at dropping it in, and so is Sarah P. If you're feeling generous and if you like my content or you like me or you like the people here, please consider becoming a member. It helps me out loads. It helps the channel out loads. I tend to bloody pump everything back into the channel. It's my only living wage, but I buy shirts. I just do stupid things with money. But anyway, it does help out, but only do if you can afford it. I still put out content anyway, whether you do become a member or not. But it does help out. Um, Claudia, hello. Good luck, Dylan, and thanks for your time. Pleasure, Claudia. Claudia's brilliant on Twitter. I'm flying flat. Ooh, with flu since yesterday. Oh no. Please stay healthy. Greetings, Claudia. Well, Claudia, hopefully you get better soon. I hope you're not watching this while you're ill. Hopefully you feel better. And take care of yourself. Take care of yourself out there, Claudia. There, Munich. Oh, no, no. If you hear anything, let me know, guys. Here she is, Emily. Emily's one of those people that comes in, you don't think she's there, bang, she's there. Do you know what I mean? She's one of those, well, you ask a question, it's like, what does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. Bang, Emily's in chat, bam, bam, it means this. So I appreciate you, Emily. Appreciate you. Here she is, Marge. Last person to get me topless, Marge. How you doing, Marge? Hope you're well. And here she is, Rizzo. Riz, how you doing? Hope you're well as well, Rizzo. You were quiet yesterday. Well, you came to life at the end. Hope you're well. Sarah P, hope you're feeling better. Hope you're feeling better. Oh, here we go. Indigo's here. Indigo, Luna, Indigo, Luna, Indigo slash Luna underscore. Sorry, I believe that's how it is. Indigo underscore Luna. Anonymous blocked troll. I think she's gone for. You guys are crazy, crazy. Thank you so much, Sarah. How's your belly after? Do you know what? It took me ages. It took me ages to sleep last night. Because that milk, I don't think people believe it. The milk is so, so heavy, you know. on his stomach, and especially just before you go to bed. So I was a little bit sick. And not s I wasn't sick physically, but every time I wanted to burp, felt a bit sick, if I'm being honest. So, wasn't a good idea. Hey, but the wheel was just, guys, the wheel was just, so I had to do it. I bought some peppers today. It's in a jar. I'm not sure if I got it said jalapenos on it. It looks like green beans. I'm telling you, it is bloody green beans, but it's red. It's red. So it's green beans, but red in a jar. I think they cut up. So I bought some jalapenos today. So if it lands on peppers, I've now got it. I'm not looking forward to it because I'll have to drink milk with it. Hey, Emily Mars, Sylvia Anonymous, and Anonymous. Anonymous is Indigo. We got two Lunas. We got Indigo Luna and we got Luna, Weirdo Luna. Right, Luna, when she comes in, we have to tell her you need to be Weirdo underscore Luna because she's weird as fuck, but she's lovely. Um, Hello, Anne, all the way from Canada. Hello, how are you? Hope you're okay. Hope you're well. Nisha, good morning to you as well. Marge, it's like everyone's been nice to each other again. Oh, I got lots here. Yeah, everyone's been friendly as always. There we are. So, right, I was supposed to. I was supposed to wear it today, but I had to get up this morning super early. I had to drink that pint of milk last night. Couldn't sleep for a few hours. You know, and what after a stream, you just can't sleep anyway. But after a pint of milk as well, oh, I had to get up at like 6:30 this morning, got up, had a shower, wore my Travis Rudolph thing, went to Specsavers in Carmarthen, which is a store next to me having my eye tests. Good news, eyes are fine. Did not have to buy new glasses. I had to pay 35 quid though for the test, but no new glasses, which is good. Um, and I didn't. So I've been rushing. I had to go shopping, I had to do all this, blah blah blah, all these things. I got back about. I actually got back a few hours ago, but then coming back in, had to do loads of stuff in the house. I was like, "You know what? I had a shower this morning. I'm gonna have to have another shower if I'm to wear the Zachariah stuff." So I was like, "You know what? I'll do it tomorrow." So I've got a Zachariah shirt on tomorrow and my um waistcoat. So it's an easy one for me. I just don't want to have another quick shower. Um, so that's why I cheated. And also I'm dripping. My balls are sweating even. That might be too much information, but literally I had a shower within an hour. You know, it was bloody hell. I was dripping. You know, it's so hot. In a way, we're not used to this, guys. We're not used to it. So I don't know how men do it in the US. I genuinely, my balls, like they drip. Like they don't drip, but do you know what I mean? You just get stodgy. I don't know how you guys do it. Um, Good morning from Sarah P. Nisha. Feel better soon, Claudia. Yes, feel better soon, Claudia. Lol, it's my autistic side. That's great. I love it, Emily. I love it. Honestly, I do love it. It's just like you know, we've all know that one person that stays quiet, doesn't say anything. You don't think they're there. Bang, they're just there. So I love that. Um, when is it just so tomorrow? I'll do it tomorrow, man. I got it, yeah. It's just I didn't have time to have another shower. You know, so it's a case of I've had a one shower, I haven't got time for another one, but I will tomorrow. I gotta pick my niece up tomorrow. She's with me, and I got an easy day tomorrow. Just my niece, in the morning. So it's an easy day for me. So I can have a shower after she leaves, ready for the stream. So it's good. Hi, Christine. Hope you're well, Christine. Fortunato, another Italian. Hello, Jumpy. You're another sly one. You come and go as you please as well, don't you? Ah, I love it. But welcome back, Jan. Hello, Christine. That's great. Didn't need. I tell you what, I was a bit like, because it's about 150 quid, 150 pounds, about $200 for buy one get one free. It's $200. But she said, no, no, you're fine as you are. So yeah, no new glasses, just the whole test stuff, which is good. Um, Must be buttermilk. What's buttermilk? What's buttermilk, Mads? Do you mean whole thing? The blue one, do you mean? Well, I do not wanna hear anything about it being hot. What's the temperature? The temperature here right now, inside though, and I'm inside now, so, where do I see that temperature? Or weather, innit? Weather. It is now, and I'm doing degrees. It's now 27 degrees, wherever that is in Fahrenheit. 27 degrees. Yeah, 27 degrees. It's hot. Glad you love it. Glad you love it, Luna. Sweat runs in natural pace all day, every yeah, I know, but how do you deal with it? I'm not used to that. Not like that anyway, do you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know where yours rolls to, do you know what I mean? For Flora, aka I mean, yeah, it's unhealthy, like, you know? What is it, 70 degrees? No, 27 degrees, but I'm not sure if that's because I'm inside, do you know what I mean? But it's fucking hot, I'm telling you. I'm bloody dripping. I'm not so bad now, but I've been dripping all morning. It's actually gone a bit cloudy now. It's 27 degrees, so I think it's more than that this morning. Hello, Josie. Good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Welcome, Josie. Lovely to see Josie here. See, everyone likes Josie. I don't know why you guys like Josie so much. I don't know. She's a right cow to me, like, but joking. Well, not really. Sarapi's the same. No, they're lovely. But currently in the mountains, I don't want to go home to Florida. Oh, Florida must be hot then. Texas. Look at Texas. Broke a 59-day streak of greater than 100 degrees. 100 degrees! 100 degrees! Mother f Oh, don't worry, John. I'm only teasing. It's lovely to see you here. Always say hello. It's lovely to see you as always. Um, Lord Cog is great, isn't he? Luna number 1 is here. Put them as the milk left over when we make it yeah, that's not happening, man. That's not happening, son. But good. Yeah, they're hot. Mars, it really gets hot. Gets that hot there. 80 degrees is hotter than 80 degrees at the lowest. So 80 degrees, it's hotter than 80. So minus 27, 80 degrees. Who's 80 degrees? I'm 27 degrees. It's been 102. Yeah, but I'm 27. I'm this. I should hide that because you don't know where I'm from. Oh, too late now. That's me, 27. Oh, sorry, it's not quite where I'm from, so sorry. You're stalking me. So 27, hot? Hot stuff? Well, I am hot stuff, so. Right, you're not here to listen to me, frigging Nora. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday. I thoroughly enjoyed yesterday. Um, Lady Law messaged me after and was like, "Jeez, how do you do that every day? I'm knackered," she said. I was like, "I know." But genuinely, it's all about chat. Chat keeps me going, guys. So, you know, but it is tough going sometimes. These things are right. I've got everything ready. Just need to get. Oh, that's Celsius. Sorry, I thought it was degrees. Sorry. But we're not used to any of it. Do you know what I mean? It's for us. This is like torture. At least in Texas, you're used to it. Okay, cool. I didn't. Okay, cool, cool, cool. 90 already there, right? Oh, Jesus. Texas. Oh, you from Texas? Oh, yeah. You enjoy Dallas Cowboys, don't you? I wore that jersey the other day for Iris. Same here. Uh, Same here, Jan. It's 10 and already 90. Yeah, it was probably about 30 by 10 o'clock this morning then. AC best man. Yeah, yeah. We don't do AC. Do you know what I mean? AC is not a thing in the UK at all. Um, yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Hot AF in Arizona. We swear on places no one should. We find a got rain the other day. Wow, we get too much rain, we do. Way too much rain. Can you put me in your chart? I need 590. What chart? I ain't got a chart, Christine. What you on about, Christine? Let me know what you're on about. It's hot as sweat in places no one should. Oh, I thought you sweat. Yes. I mean, I'm only experiencing it for the first time. Like literally, I'm having to have like 2 showers a day. Showers a day at the minute because, and it's like as soon as I come out of the shower, I'm dripping. Do you know what I mean? So luckily, look at times like this, I'm glad I'm single. Do you know what I mean? Where am I going with this? Why am I going with that? Trying to find a sweet spot. I've had to move. I've had to bloody do this so many times now. Okay, well, I'll have to bring that down, but it's fine. I'll bring it down. So I'm trying to reorganize this as I chat to you guys, my lovely, lovely people here, right there, and then move this one up there a little bit. Save that bad boy. Update layout. No, it's the wrong one. Fine. Anyway, for Emily in Texas. Oh yeah, Emily, you don't like flying, do you? You like to drive everywhere. You don't like. I don't like flying. I'll be honest with you. I remember I was in Hong Kong once, right? Yes, we're here for Zachariah, but there's me talking shit about my life story. I was in, what do you call it? Hong Kong. So I was there for the rugby sevens, and someone said, "Oh, they're gonna have to deplane because there's a screw missing from something on the plane." Well, I was like, "I'm not going on. I'm not going on. I'll stay in Hong Kong." And they had to coax me back on the plane. This old lady and her husband and the stewardesses and stuff. They were like, "Oh, it's all good now." I was like, "No, I ain't going on that plane. No way." In the end, they changed planes, so we had a new plane, and I was nearly in tears. I was just like, "I hate flying." What if I was in the UK flying out to Hong Kong, I would not have gone on the plane. I would have said, "Thank you, ciao for now, see you later," and gone out the door. But I was stuck in Hong Kong. I had to fly home. I've never been so scared in my life. So I can people that don't like flying, I get it. I get it. What is rain? It's bad, isn't it? We get too much rain. We had no rain for 2 weeks and we were whinging like hell about it. For real, Josie. Well, I bought a heat pump. Okay, yeah. We just use fans. Do you know what I mean? You use fans and that's about it. Yeah, Americans don't realize we don't have any aircon in our houses or anything. So, um, HRP, watching on Roku, texting on phone, timing is off. Exactly, Josie. Hello, Cara. I think this is the first time for Cara here. Welcome, Cara. I'm in Oklahoma. Sooners. Sooners. Boomer. Sooner. I'm in Oklahoma, so I'm supporting Oklahoma this year. I'm gonna go on this be the temp of the sun here lately too. So ready for fall. I bet. Sarah P, I emphasize Texas and Florida very similar. Yes. I went to Orlando years ago, very similar. Today's going to suck. B1, yes. This is the toughest day. This is the toughest day. Boomer, sooner. This is really tough. This is the day that I really struggled with. I really struggled with this one. I don't think I listened to it all. Today and tomorrow I'm gonna struggle with it. Sean Morton, thank you, thank you, thank you. Josie's on it again. Look at her. She's the best around. She's the best around. Sarah P and Josie, the best around. They're the best around. Oh, this piece of crap. Yeah, I remember him. Replace pinned message. There we are. Emily, when you told me the story about you having to drive everywhere, I was like, you and me, girl, we got everything in common. I hate it. Lokong, thank you for everything you say. I agree with so much things that you say, sir. I appreciate you being here. So, Kara, yes, Boomer, let's go. Boomer sooner. Great win. Great win on the weekend. Cowboys, baby. Now, I've not decided on my team yet. I'm not decided on my team yet for the NFL. Um, but I need to decide that. Well, it's not gonna be the Cowboys, that's for sure. That's for sure. Hey, Jack. I mean, Sean. How you doing, son? Right. I think everyone's had enough of me. Oh, sure. I need to Discord message you as well to get you on stream. We'll get you on stream. I've just asked Wendy H. When does she want to come on? Then we'll get you on. You were very much requested to come on. So also we got Sarah P and Erin coming on, but they're both dodging it at the minute. So hi Sarah P. Cara, welcome. I think this is your first time. If it is, then welcome. If it's not, then welcome back. Yeah, subscribe. He deserves a subscription, guys. He's very, very good. Law Kong Express. Um, there's certain people that we don't mind promoting here. Right, with that, let's go. Because otherwise we're gonna be
Examiner Sean Morton. Um, they had attempted to locate the report, and that attempt was unsuccessful. They could not find the report in the property. However, Examiner Morton was able to find the original hard drive download, which he said if he was going to generate a new report would take hours.
Pram for everyone else is good afternoon. So, good afternoon to everyone. Oh, here they are. They're coming now. So, Emma, and also hello to Unicorn. Unicorn, I hope you had a good day, is all I'm saying. I hope your son had a great day, first day today. I hope he did. Let us know how he's doing. Hey, Emma. Hey, Unicorn.
And hours and hours. I had informed him that I was really just concerned with the contents of that specific folder we were talking about, and we did go through the rest of the documents that were in that download directly from the computer hard drive. So I was able to review that. I have a copy of the documents that I requested. I was able to review that last night in its entirety. There were
Well done, Josie. Well done. Just go, Josie. And thanks for joining us, Cara. You're always more than welcome. Thank you.
some videos that I was not able to review. However, I don't think that would preclude us from being able to move forward.
Well, what do you think of that?
I think we're ready to go.
Oh, well, that's all's well that ends well, right? Let's proceed. And is the detective still on the stand? All right, ready for the jury?
Yes. Officer Morton was being cross-examined.
Hello.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Right, before we start properly. Oh, hang on. There's a couple of things I need to address as well. Hang on. There's a couple of things I need to address. But before I show anything else now, sorry, we're here for Zach, I know, but because we got Luna here, um, I gotta share this. Oh, hello. There's more people here now. Jesus. Busty Bestie. Oh, you're not missing anything here. But Busty Bestie's here. So that means that Josie's happy. Thanks, it could definitely have gone worse. I don't know, I've not heard from them, little terriers. But I'll message them now to see how it went. But I think it went okay. I'm glad that it went okay. To me, it could have been worse. It's a challenge for him. I understand. Glad you're here, Kayla. Hey, Sarah P. For your wheelie, you could tell us a true or false story about yourself and take a T or F poll and tell us if it's true or it could just teach them well. Yeah, fine. Okay, we could we could certainly do something like that. Definitely. Um, hey, Kayla, hey there, hey Emma. Should review files that should have been given to a longer for yes. Yes, Joe. Right, I want to show you this because Indigo Luna is here. So and before we go any further, I found this and I wanted to know if it's true or not. I know Sarah P and Josie will be all over this for now. So, is this true then? Oops. So, Cowboys fans were voted the most disliked fan base in the NFL. Colts fans were the least disliked. Oh, I got Colts jerseys. Here's a full list from most disliked to least disliked. So the full list: Cowboys 1, Browns 2, Eagles 3. Sarah P hates Cowboys and hates the Eagles. Um, Steelers, Bears, Bills. Though everyone loved the Bills. Giants, Chiefs. Where's the 49ers? Bang, bang. Niners gang. 49ers 31st. Well, now well, that's thrown me. I didn't think they'd be it down in 31st place. Knowing Josie and Sarah P, I'm really surprised there because they could be right biatches, you know. So I'm surprised they're 31st. Um, I'm su- I will put Eagles first. I'm surprised Eagles aren't number one. We have a bit of reputation. Awesome. Um, right. The other thing I wanted to show you, just so people know, um, where's it gone? So the Alex Murdoch case is open today. I just want to share something with you because um well, I don't need to share it there anyway. So they have put in the request for a new trial. So I'll paraphrase it. So the new documents been sent in, everything, basically due to jury misconduct. If you've not seen it, hang on, I'll put it here. I'll put it here. Um, let me find it. I've liked it, so I might as well share it. I know this is not what you're here for, but do you know what? You know, this it's I do think it's relevant because of what we're watching. A profile likes um right, let's share this then. Presents share screen. All right. So we've got here Jennifer Wood. Oh, give you my motivation every day. You're welcome. I really don't think your channel is going to take off, but you can say I didn't try. See, sometimes you need motivation in life, and I like to share my motivation with my followers. Here we go. So we'll go through. Oh, damn you! Stop screen. It opened another bloody thing. Um, it is the first one is Jan. I'll post a link. Oh damn! Hang on. Remove. I'll post a link in here. You've all got it. So motion demanding new trial. So basically, oh, we can listen to it.
Attorneys representing convicted killer Alex Murdaugh filed a bombshell motion with the South Carolina Court of Appeals on Tuesday morning, demanding a new trial on the basis of alleged jury tampering by Colleton County Clerk of Court Becky Hill. Murdaugh's attorneys also reportedly referred Hill to the Office of U.S. Attorney Adair Ford Burrows for potential criminal charges, which could open the door to a federal investigation of the Murdaugh trial itself and a potential overturning of his conviction at the federal level based on constitutional violations. Indeed, the complaint claimed Hill's alleged conduct violated Murdaugh's constitutional right to a fair and impartial jury. No information on the criminal referral was available on Tuesday morning, but Murdaugh's attorneys, State Senator Dick Harpootlian and veteran criminal defense lawyer Jim Griffin, were scheduled to hold a press conference on Tuesday afternoon outside the SC Court of Appeals. In the meantime, their complaint spoke for them. The clerk of court tampered with the jury by advising them not to believe Murdaugh's testimony and other evidence presented by the defense.
Now, I want to play this because this is jury tampering, right? And this is aligns with Zach because no one, I believe, no one has spoken to the jury. You know, so it is important to go out there and actually speak to the jury and stuff. Um, so yeah, I just thought, you know, it's interesting because I don't believe anyone from the defense of Zachariah have spoken to the jury, as far as I'm aware. But because these guys have touted the jury, then they're filing this. Wendy, I sent you a DM on Discord, by the way, Wendy. Welcome, Wendy. Hello, lovely to see you.
Pressuring them to reach a quick guilty verdict, and even misrepresenting critical and material information to the trial judge in her campaign to remove a juror she believed to be favorable to the defense, the complaint alleged. Specifically, the filing claimed Hill told jurors not to be misled by evidence presented in Murdaugh's defense and not to be fooled by Murdaugh's testimony in his own defense. During Murdaugh's testimony, Hill allegedly instructed the jury to watch him closely, to look at his actions and to look at his movements. One juror indicated this led them to understand that Murdaugh was guilty. Culleton County Clerk of Court Rebecca Hill, FITS News, I understood this to mean that Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified, the juror wrote in an affidavit attached to the complaint. This same juror, number 630, also complained about being pressured to convict Murdaugh despite having misgivings about the case against him. I had questions about Mr. Murdaugh's guilty but voted guilty because I felt pressured by the other jurors, the juror wrote in the affidavit. The complaint further claimed Hill had frequent private conversations with the jury foreperson and also allegedly asked jurors for their opinions about Murdaugh's guilt or innocence. Hill is further alleged to have invented a story about a Facebook post to remove a juror she believed might not vote guilty. This is a reference to the infamous egg juror number 785 who was dismissed during closing arguments over a Facebook post attributed to her ex-husband which accused her of getting drunk and expressing her opinions regarding Murdaugh's innocence. As the trial approached its pivotal moment, Hill allegedly pressured jurors to reach a quick verdict, telling them from the outset of their deliberations that it shouldn't take them long. Hill's alleged motive for the aforementioned conduct? To secure for herself a book deal and media appearances that would not happen in the event of a mistrial. Alex Murdaugh is cross-examined by prosecutor Creighton Waters after taking the stand in his trial for murder at the Culleton County Courthouse on Friday, February 24, 2023. Joshua Boucher / the state / pool. In fact, one of the affidavits attached to the filing from Harputlian's paralegal, Holly Miller, claimed a juror told her that Hill passed out business cards from the media to jurors during their deliberations saying the media would want to interview jurors at the end of the trial. Hill accompanied 3 jurors on a trip to New York City in the aftermath of the trial for an exclusive appearance on NBC's Today show. Hill betrayed her oath of office for money and fame, the complaint alleged. Once these facts are proven, the law does not allow the court any discretion about how to respond. It must grant a new trial. The motion seeks a stay of Murdaugh's appeal so the trial judge in the case, Clifton Newman, can consider the motion and decide whether to grant the defense's request for a new trial. The defense motion must be heard in trial court by trial judge, noted Sarah Azari, a Los Angeles attorney who hosts the Presumption podcast with Griffin. Future motions related to Newman could be forthcoming, however. The defense has not indicated how and when they will address possible recusal of Newman, Azari wrote. I can't imagine that's not a concern they won't address. Why would Newman need to recuse himself? Since the conclusion of the trial, the judge has made several comments which some have suggested are indicative of a potential lack of objectivity related to Murdaugh. I don't believe that he hated his wife, and certainly I did not believe that he did not love his son, but he committed an unforgivable, unimaginable crime, and there's no way that he'll be able to sleep peacefully given those facts, the judge said during remarks at his alma mater, Cleveland State University, following the trial. On March 2 of this year, Murdaugh, 55, a disbarred attorney and alleged fraudster from Hampton, South Carolina, was found guilty of the graphic 2021 murders of his wife, 52-year-old Maggie Murdaugh, and younger son, 22-year-old Paul Murdaugh, at the conclusion of a 6-week trial in Walterboro, South Carolina. The proceedings attracted international attention given the gruesomeness of the crimes, and given Murdaugh's status as a member of the once powerful House of Murdaugh, a family which ran the Palmetto Lowcountry like a fiefdom for nearly a century. 3 Murdaughs held the post of SC 14th Circuit Solicitor between 1920 to 2006, and Murdaugh himself was a badge-carrying assistant solicitor at the time of the murders. The jury deliberated for only a few hours before returning its verdict, guilty on all counts. Did Hill put her thumb on the scale in an attempt to influence that outcome? Toward the end of the trial, Mrs. Hill came into the jury room a lot, one juror wrote in an affidavit attached to the complaint. This is a developing story, please check back for updates. The motion. Via SC Court of Appeals.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Fitz News. So some of these are not in jury instructions. No, lock her up. So this is the woman. That's her. If you didn't know who it was, that's her. And apparently she's gone to media, written a book, all sorts of stuff since then. Some of you are mentioning about Newman. So I believe the first port of call is Newman, but I think we all know he's not going to allow. I'd be very surprised if he allowed a new trial. So it's here somewhere. Where did I see it? Oh, where is this? Not there. I've gone past it probably. They're basically the trial judge can't consider the motion right. Defend motions heard by in trial court by trial judge. Future motions related to Newman. Oh, right. Okay. So this is what they're saying. Future motions related to Newman could be forthcoming. However, the defense has not indicated how and when they will address possible recusal of Newman. So they are now hoping that they will address Newman, and whether that is him not like going above his head or what, I don't know. I don't know. But that's essentially it in a nutshell there. Now, interesting, right? So Law Kong, right? You said this, right? So that's absolutely true. A brother, um, younger brother of one of the witnesses who was a an officer testifying was on the panel. Well, he was picked as a alternate. I got in a very heated argument with Sarah Fraud, or Sarah Ford, but I call her Sarah Fraud. Um, she's an attorney from South Carolina. I'm sure she does great work, but her attitude was that there was nothing wrong with that. Her attitude was it doesn't matter. My attitude was it was totally wrong and inappropriate. Should never happen because essentially, um, Alex's first cousin was also chosen. He recused himself and said, "Well, I can't be on the panel." As it's set up now, with the law in South Carolina, there's nothing stopping the brother of Alex from being a juror, technically. That's just totally inappropriate, on both ends. It should never happen. So believe I read and said it was juror 130. Now, I thought juror 130 was the guy that you talk about, Law Kong. Where did I see? Oh, number 630. Sorry. What? So I misread it. 630. So it wasn't 130. So it's jury number 630. Also complained about being pressured to convict. So yeah, I mean, so this is why I want to show it, guys, because this is relevant to Zach's trial, and any trial essentially. This is why you got to question the jury. This is why you you got to question and look at everything. Um, you know, it's just it's unacceptable. They have to look at everything because dodgy dealings from a woman like this, like butter would not melt in this woman's mouth. But we know better than that now. he won't grant it, but they'll go further. You know, this does not look good for them at all. Damn. Good question. Yeah, same here. Would you accept a relative defense on the jury? No. No. So how it happened was that they had X amount of strikes, and I believe, and I don't have any sources for this, but I believe there were probably worse people on that panel than this guy. Not just this guy. I think there was more people because he had to be interviewed by both the defense and prosecution with the judge. So the judge said he was fine, let him in, as he always does anyway. Defense said, well, we can't strike him. So Hapudian had one more strike to go, and he had a choice to make whether he uses it against this guy or potentially we don't know who else was left in the pool. There could have been even someone worse than this guy, so he didn't use it. And that's how he got on as an alternate. And basically, I believe that guy, the brother, replaced the woman with the eggs. Is how he was the last juror on. Is how I understand it. If that's true, do you know what I mean? Hi, Kimmy. Morning, afternoon, yeah, and evening to everyone. Hi, Kimmy. Lovely to see you. That shady ass judge isn't going to grant no. But this is why I'm. What they're saying is they're going to look at the other avenues of how to get this in. Eh, He has to look at it. Obviously, he will not do anything. He won't do anything. But that's why I think they will go further, federal courts. You know, so but it's nice to know that's what it's going to be about now. If people remind me, the actual press conference is on in about 3 hours. So if you do want to watch it, which I'm sure some of you do, we'll pause this and we'll watch it. If people remind me, that's all. Hey Kim, agree, Josie, painfully obvious. He had yes, I think the judge. He's the worst judge ever. Well, between him and Schroeder, but between the worst judges I've ever seen. Schroeder just about takes the biscuit with it. So anyway, just want to show you that because hey, that's what I'm here for. I know some of you might be bored now of me speaking, but that's what we're here for, to see all this stuff. Keep you informed. Um, see Emily, free Zachariah Anderson repost, like there, move that and put that there, and we'll go back to the video. Let's share this, present. Share screen. Not that one, this one. Thank you, Sarah. Please like the video and subscribe, please. Murdoch is an awful human and deserves to be in jail, but they didn't prove murder. Absolutely bang on. I said I would have voted not guilty, but I don't think he's innocent. I think he was involved. I think he was involved. I think that he did take part, in my opinion, either watching it or knew who did it or whatever, but he was involved, in my opinion. But the state did not prove that. So that's why I would have voted not guilty. Hope it does go further. I know where the Murdoch was not guilty, but the state didn't. Yes, there we are. John, agree with you. Sarah P. Thank you, Kim. Right, let's go back before you all guys start getting rioting on me and start going, shut up! Show us the video! So here we go. Let's play in a bit. Yeah. Also, the defense also with a cross. Yes, I agree. Because that now crime expert is lauded as the best witness in the world. But I did think he was that good. But he came across like he was the best witness in the world. I hate the Kinsey or whatever his name is. Sure, he's a nice guy, but
Whatever I have found.
why? What's he doing? Oh,
Wait.
Thank you, Judge. So yesterday, we seemed to have a little debacle about the report. That was solved.
Yes, it was.
We were able to locate that back at the police department.
Correct.
In this case, you had completed a device extraction on Sadie Beecham's Samsung Galaxy S9.
Yes, I did.
And you, though, were unable to do a SIM card extraction.
I'd have to review my report, but
I'd provide you a copy of that report, but it helped refresh your recollection.
yes. Yes, would indicate that there, well, probably was not a SIM card on the phone.
Well, there would have to be a SIM card in the phone in order for it to work, correct?
Not necessarily.
Maybe you want to flip to that second page and see if that helps refresh your recollection.
What, is that true? You don't have to have a SIM card in your phone to have it work. How do you call people? Or is he saying searching for stuff?
It still appears that there was no SIM card on the phone. Let's say SIM card check here. And like the SIM number here.
911 you can, yes, but
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I thought the same, yeah.
Oh, okay, correct.
Did that help refresh
So,
your recollection?
yeah, so there was a SIM card. Yeah, she needed the phone back, so I did not have time to do it, so it wasn't noted in the report.
Okay, and what's some data you can normally get off of a SIM card?
Nowadays, just the assigned phone number, the subscriber ID. SIM cards are normally just used to access LTE networks at this time.
Okay, and then you also noted in your report from the extraction on Ms. Beecham's cell phone that the GPS location had been turned off, correct?
Yes,
And that the phone was encrypted.
yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it means when a phone is encrypted?
So an encrypted phone is when it's locked or not unlocked, so you can access it. All the data on there is encrypted, so if we were to just dump the memory chip from the phone, we really wouldn't be able to analyze it because it's encrypted. So you would need the PIN or the password to decrypt it in order to be able to view the files.
So even, and when you say you're going to dump the download, you have a lot of different software applications that you could use in an attempt to withdraw information or download information from a cell phone, right?
Yes,
And so you're saying that without the passcode, you would not be able to get any information off of Ms. Beecham's cell phone.
I don't recall the specific model, but there are ways around encryption.
What are some of those ways?
Using bootloader programs, so like our Celebrate UFED unit as a way to bypass that encryption or the
Yeah.
passcode. We would restart the phone, and prior to the operating system loading, we would inject it's called a bootloader, which would allow access to the data on the phone without
Yeah,
actually
it's moot now,
entering the
but
PIN into the
still.
phone.
But that's something that you would still need to have the physical phone for, right?
Yes,
You couldn't do that from a remote location.
no,
When you do phone extractions, if spyware or anything had been uploaded onto a phone, is that something you would be able to see in the data of a phone?
if we're looking for it.
Okay. And in this case, there was no note of any sort of spyware or things of that nature on Ms. Beecham's phone that you saw.
Did not run the malware program against it, so I was not looking for any spyware.
Hi,
Why
Luke.
didn't you run a malware program to look for spyware in Ms. Beecham's phone?
It's not a normal course of a case like this.
If you had information that that person claims that they believe someone hacked into their phone, you would want to do a malware search, correct?
Yes, but I was not told that any hacking attempts.
Okay. You also completed a device extraction on Motorola Play that was attributable to Mr. Anderson, correct?
I'm gonna have to read my reports, but that does sound familiar.
Are you ready to Moto G6? Oh, different.
There's a plate.
Jesus, it's hot, guys. I don't know how how do we live without AC? I'm sweating right here now. Lou, how hot's it with you? It's boiling here. That's a true story. Let's go, Zach. Yeah, I know. I'd I should have ice cream at lunchtime. I didn't. Live in an old cottage, temporary school. I got a sun glaring at me.
Well, strike that. The Motorola Play. Do you remember doing extraction on that?
I do remember Motorola, yes.
Okay.
Probably exact model or who it belonged to.
You don't remember that?
I'd have to read my report.
Okay.
It's a bit slow. Come on. So I'm thinking about the weather too much now, rather than this trial. Good point,
So I guess I
Joe.
did examine Motorola Play belonging to Zachariah Anderson.
Okay, and that phone, you had noted that there did not appear that there was no record that there had been a factory reset of that phone, correct? You need to refresh a recollection on that. It's page 2.
Yes.
Yeah, he is anyway, so don't worry about it. I wouldn't trust much of this guy, to be fair. I don't think he's that great. I'm not even sure he made the report. Imagine he's sitting there going, shit, did I do make this report?
It's
So I
the,
actually did indicate it was factory reset. The last sentence on page 2.
did you know when?
No, I did not know the date or time. It was either not recorded or I was not able to find activity to indicate when.
But there were still some items from May and April, correct?
Yes, it looks like there was a picture taken in May. Some emails found from April.
Yes, Lou. Like they do
Okay,
to
and
most
then,
people. Or should.
that device was also, strike that. You also, back to the Motorola G6, you did a, did Detective Valerie also do extractions, to your knowledge?
I can't recall.
It's in my description box. It's in the description box. But
Yeah, but I don't recall if she did any extractions on this case. I know there were
I'll get it for you
several
now.
devices that were examined.
Okay.
It's in the description box, but I will get it for you.
You also
'Cause that's the
did
guy
an
I
extraction
am.
on a tracker device that was located at Mr. Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, I did.
Grab that picture.
Oh.
Show you 2 exhibits, defense exhibit Exhibit 239, Defense Exhibit 240. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that was 239. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit 240 now.
Sarah beat me
Is
to
this
it.
the
Damn
information
you.
for the GPS tracking device that you did the extraction on?
Again, I have to review my report, but that's a picture of the box, then yes.
I got you.
11 numbers.
Oh, I just saying for everybody. It's all good. I just say to everybody, all the links are in the description box, guys. But it's not a bother whatsoever. We'll keep posting them anyway, so it's not a bother. Don't be sorry. We
Yes,
like
yes.
to post them, so it's all good. All good. All gravy, baby.
Okay, and you noted that for this particular device to work, it would need a SIM card inserted into it, correct?
Yes.
And that it didn't appear that there was a SIM card, correct?
No, there was not.
And you also said that the SIM card would need to be registered at http gpsui.net, correct?
Yes.
And that once registered, the device can be accessed either online, at the same site, or via the Android or iOS app, correct?
Correct.
So in your other extractions that you did, including the MSI laptop, you did not come across any evidence that this GPS device was registered to be used, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence defense exhibit 239 and 240.
No, no problem. No objection.
So they must have cut the deal about this witness.
I want to talk to you about the exhibit 31 that the state had
Yeah, I don't think she did either, man.
picture of a rewatch.
I do think this is a good point. You know, they should have still done all this, even though I don't think she did. She may have orchestrated or helped out or something, but as just protocol, should have been photographed, checked for gun residue, and she should have been taken down there as the first person that found the body, but I don't believe she was. So, and she wasn't. None of that happened. So, but I do agree with Mads. I don't think that she actually did. I don't think she's capable anyway, and none of her friends are capable. Jeez, they're just thick as anything.
Fire security nano tracker, states exhibit 31.
Sarah P's on it. Everybody.
So there's certain images where you can determine if it was a screenshot, if it was organically taken, if it was a tool like a snipping tool on the computer. You can determine what kind of file a picture is, correct?
Yes.
So were you able to determine what this was?
Yes. So this was a file created by a snippet tool.
Okay.
In Windows.
So that would mean that it could be taken from anywhere that was seen on a computer,
On the screen, correct?
on the screen. That this wasn't a photo that someone had taken themselves.
Correct.
And you didn't you didn't analyze a tracker like this, correct?
No.
Did you look into at all how this type of tracker works?
Not this one.
Okay, so you wouldn't know if this would need to also be registered like the other one with an app.
Correct.
You wouldn't know how the information then would go from the tracker to an individual.
Judge, I object because he's already said, I don't know how it works. So to ask multiple questions about what he wouldn't know when he's already answered, he doesn't know how it works, is repetitive and irrelevant based on his first answer. I don't know how it works.
Well, I don't know how the computer works either, but some of the time I'm able to actually operate it. Roll.
You can answer.
So no.
But and regardless that you don't know how it works, don't know how the information gets transmitted or how the information gets accessed, whether it be via an app or anything, you did not find anything on Mr. Anderson's devices that would indicate he was registered to receive information or registered that device, correct?
That device, no.
Hi, Erin. Taco time. Erin time. How are you doing, Erin? Lovely to see you.
Also completed.
Happy Labour Day to you for yesterday. Hope you had a really nice weekend with your family. Lots of love to you and your family. And yeah, I hope everything's going well. I know that you're in and out, so I appreciate the like. I appreciate you coming in and saying hello, Erin. And I look forward to the day you're back watching the trial with us. I know this one is a bit difficult. So yeah, thank you, Erin. As always, the taco. Oh, we got bought the small bus out yesterday. It explained all about you to people. So
Examinations on things like a PNY drive, a Seagate drive, correct? There was 2 PNY drives and a Seagate drive,
I believe so, yes.
but you did not find anything of value on those.
No.
Great insight by Lawcom. Please
You
have
had
take
talked
a
a little
look.
bit before about Cellbrite. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Cellbrite's a company that specializes in obtaining data from mobile devices like cell phones, tablets, and now expanded into computers. It's a digital forensics company, basically.
And you're aware that there were several Cellbrite downloads done in this case, correct?
Yes, there were.
And one of those was of Mr. Gutierrez's phone.
Yes.
And that one was actually sent out to Cellbrite, the company itself, to complete.
Yes, it was.
And then you received a copy of that report.
I received a copy of the extraction they obtained.
If you can afford it, please subscribe. We got Wendy H on a video. Erin, now you're here. Erin and Sarah P, please get in touch. When are we doing this video with you two? With you two. We need to get this private members only video with you two. So if you want to see Sarah P and Erin do a video with me and potentially Lady Law, then become a member. It's like $6 a month. Become a member and you get to see them. It'll be members only stream and it'll be cracking. We'll get plenty of small buses and tacos going. Jesus, the van outside just started up.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury like what an extraction is?
So it's kind of similar to the hard drive from the computer. So we're just extracting data from the memory chip on the phone. Then that eventually gets processed in a program to be able to see what's on that memory card.
And so you, even though you didn't physically do the Cellbrite extraction for Mr. Gutierrez's phone, you have done how many Cellbrite extractions in your career?
Thousands.
And you've reviewed Cellbrite extractions? How many?
Thousands, yeah.
Thousands? Okay. So you know all the terminology, the things to look for, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my God, there's a van worker trying to. Oh, he did it, but what an idiot. So yeah, don't go shy now, Erin and Sarah P. Are we doing it this Sunday?
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 298. So this is a portion of Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite report. I apologize. This is like terribly terrible as it relates to quality. Can you see everything up there okay?
Yes.
Okay, does this look familiar to you, the layout?
It does.
So does this look like something from a Cellbrite download?
Maybe you get a report generated from physical analyzer.
Okay, so this is just a page, so it doesn't have on the top what it is. But if you see in all the action, it's all the action says launch, correct? From what you could see, and I'm
Or a
focused on the
little
highlighted
bit.
ones.
Just only info on.
It doesn't have to be this Sunday, Sarah. It doesn't have to be this Sunday. I'd rather you have like an hour. Yeah, I'd rather be an hour of both of you when you're free, and we can really be free. Let me see what's going on. We'll chat in the stream later this week with Sarah, and we can talk about when we will do our rigged stream. That should be dark spider. Hey, I've been buggered over a few times myself. What do we get a few? So yeah, start appealing Erin. Doesn't have to be this week. It could be in a couple of weeks, whatever, guys. It doesn't. There's no massive rush for it. Just want to make sure that we do it. It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Don't be shy. Are we doing this Sunday? Yes, yes, Sean. And then Sean, once I get them done, and Wendy, we'll get you on. We'll get you on.
Under additional.
No.
Was that where you're talking?
Under action.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Oh, the one's highlighted. Yes, it does.
Can you explain to the jury what that means?
In that particular instance, there's the SMS app was launched.
I'm sorry, the what?
SMS app, the short messaging system, the texting.
And what does that mean when something is launched, that the SMS system on the phone was launched?
Opened.
It was opened, okay,
Activated.
And so could you tell the jury at what time the mobile messaging was accessed or activated on Mr. Gutierrez's device, the first highlighted, actually the bottom one, so this one first.
May 17th, 2020,
At what time?
9:23 a.m.
AM or PM?
Oh, I'm sorry, PM.
Okay. And then the mobile app, the SMS messaging on his phone was also accessed again. It was launched at 9:24:23 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 296. I'm going to go up here first. So again, consistent with Cellbrite download data?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this says device events. Can you explain what device events are to the jury?
The powering events, or in this case, orientation events, which is when your phone is rotated.
Okay, so we're going to start in the bottom here. So this says that Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone was unlocked at 9:26:24 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other things: display on, display off, display on, display off, display on. Not going to do wax on, wax off, but you get it.
Yes.
This could just be, these displays on, these displays off, could just be when the iPhone's face is lighting up, correct?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that someone's physically doing something, correct? Okay. And then at 10:10 p.m. on May 17th, 2020, the phone has an orientation change, right?
Yes.
Which means just for the record, I'm handing the examiner my cell phone so we can demonstrate to the jury what that means.
So orientation change is just when you rotate the phone, landscape or portrait.
Okay, so it means a physical change of the phone.
Right.
Okay. And that happened at 10:44 p.m.
Yes.
And this is for Mr. Gutierrez's phone.
Yes.
Part of a Cellbrite download too is you can get location data, correct?
At times, yes.
Places, sometimes the phone doesn't have location data turned on, right?
Right. Depends on every phone's different.
So if it isn't on, you're not going to have the data. If it is on, you will have the data.
Possibly.
And that would give you device locations, correct?
Correct.
So where the device physically is.
Correct.
Where a cell phone, or in this case, where Mr. Gutierrez's phone physically was.
Yes, if there was a location.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 297. I'm probably going to have to hand this to you, but first, this is real small lettering. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, and you'd agree that this is on the Cellbrite app itself, the
Cellbrite reader.
the Cellbrite reader, and that's a software program that's accessible on a desktop.
Correct.
Okay, and this is, I'm going to hand you it so you can. I'm going to hand you a different copy. I'm handing him the same copy that just so you can read it. So this is the device locations for Mr. Gutierrez's cell phone, correct? Just
For a
the,
cell phone, it is.
yeah. And this, if you look at the location data that's on the right-hand side of the document, I'm going to zoom in so you might be able to see it on the screen now, but you might still want to read it there. And so this says that Mr. Gutierrez's phone was at these specific positions on, this is for April 26th, 2020 at 9:29 p.m., correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, it's saying that this is the device locations, right?
Yep. So the way Celebrate reports locations, that's really complex. So you got to take everything into account. You can't just look at a date and time and a location and say the phone was there. For example, if you receive an email that contains an address in it, that's going to show up as location in Celebrate. Doesn't mean the phone was ever there. It just means Celebrate, while processing that, recognize the location and put it in the locations category.
But in this case, it could be. You don't know.
I couldn't say.
Okay. But we do know that we do have this data, right?
Yes.
And this data says that the device location on 4/26/2020 at 9:29 p.m. was at 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin, correct? That's what the data says.
Objection. He's already characterized that as the data says that that address is of note at that time. He did not say that the data says the phone is located there.
I'm saying this is, okay, so I'm simply saying what the report says, what the data says.
Look, he's
That
already-
this is device, it literally says device locations. Now I'm going into what the location, what it says. I'm not asking him to speculate. I'm simply asking him that this is what this data says.
Well, the exhibit speaks for itself.
Okay, I just want to get in the address though, Judge. So,
Hey, imagine it speaks for itself.
okay. Still like him to read.
Well, this is complete BS. So what? Yeah, Saraphi, you're right. So what are we saying then? So we're saying that testimony of that woman, that expert, is all out then. I don't get. It's written down that the phone was literally there, and he doesn't know. This is complete bull. I agree, Josie. Why would the phone think it's Zach's address? Because it's there. Still allowed to ask questions about it. Yes, it's written down. The exhibit doesn't speak for itself because the jury don't even look at the exhibit. Yeah, it was appalling the way they treated her. Appalling.
I don't think that's an impermissible question if I ask him to read the address. May I do so?
Well, you know, it'll take less time for you to do that than it will to argue over it, so go ahead.
Thank you. So the address here that's listed is 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'd
Why
like
does this
to
wit-
move
Right,
into
look at
admittance.
this. Why does this witness always look at Gravely? Why is he constantly looking at Gravely?
13,
I've noticed this a few
Highland
times
Road,
now.
Mequon, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
Look at him. Do you see his sly eye there? And again, looking at Gravely. He's like, help me out, sir. Help me out. This is not part of our plan. This was not in the script, Gravely. What do I do? Gravely, object more, please, sir. Why does he keep looking at him?
Judge, I'd like to move into admittance defense exhibits 296, 297, 298.
Is there objection?
Yeah.
Okay. Proceed.
See the bit, Marge. See the bit, lovely Marge.
I have no further questions, subject to recross.
Yes.
Officer Morton, when you downloaded Ms. Beecham's cell phone, did you have the PIN? Or did you have to use this brute force attack, if you can recall?
I believe it does have the PIN
What's
for this.
Zach saying there?
And that would be something she would have to provide to you because you wouldn't have a way of guessing that?
Normally, yes.
You've done thousands of Celebrite downloads. Is it unusual to have GPS location data turned off on a phone?
More common now, that people are aware of it. So yeah, in the last 5, 6, 7 years, we see it an awful lot.
You see the GPS?
Turn it off a lot, yes.
And is that something you would specifically do in your phone for some specific reason,
I'm
or
going to object as far as relevance.
she opened the door to the fact that
Well,
GPS location?
Let Ed finish your question, go ahead. Is that something you typically do?
Is that something you would have to physically do to the phone to turn off the location data?
Yes,
And that's become more prevalent in the last several years?
in my experience, yes.
You were showed defense exhibit 296, specifically talking about orientation change and what that meant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'm going to put this back up. Now this says orientation changed to landscape at 10:10 p.m. on May 17th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And the end time for that was 10:44:18. Is that accurate? Or
16 maybe, but
16, I apologize.
within 2 seconds, yes.
And end time, would that mean that something has now changed on the phone, so now it's the orientation hasn't been changed again because you don't see notice of that, just something's changed?
From this report, I have to say something's changed.
And for instance, if a phone were to die, where it's in a position and then it simply runs out of battery, would we see something like this where it just ends, but it doesn't say anything about a different orientation?
It really would depend on the phone.
Do you notice one level up that the next time the next event on this device events says May 28th, 2020, that it's powered on? Is that accurate?
Yes.
So obviously in order for it to be powered on, would it have first had to have been powered off or battery died?
Yes.
And in your experience with phones, are there certain environmental conditions that can cause a battery to die quicker than simply running out?
Cold weather, coldness.
So if a phone were, say, found in a freezer, would the coldness of that freezer potentially cause the phone to die?
Yes.
In terms of orientation changing, if you were to place a phone in a freezer or set it down in the freezer, would that then change potentially the orientation of that device from upright to landscape?
Potentially.
You were talking about this tracker picture that was located on the MSI laptop, states 31, and you indicated that this was captured via the snippet tool that we talked about yesterday.
Correct.
So in order for this to be captured, the person doing the capturing would have to see this image somewhere, this picture somewhere,
Yes, it'd be on the screen.
and then decide to capture that image,
Yes.
and then decide where to save that image on the laptop.
Correct.
So it wouldn't just automatically go somewhere. You'd have to make those sets of decisions to have this appear on the laptop like it did.
Yes.
I don't even want to ask what you're doing in that time, but yeah. Was I thinking? Yeah, I know. It's all they got. Or it's all they got. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I don't know. Similar to internet, I can log into my Google account and I can say, "Oh, I'm from my home," but I know it's me. Hmm. Dying faster.
Nothing, Judge.
Give me a second, Counselor.
Do my battery last shorter, but I don't think you need to change. There we go. There we go. Oh, I'm so sorry. Tired.
Minor child is the next witness, so immediately, are there any other documents that folks have made?
Oh no. Here we go. I was not looking forward to this one.
We're bringing her up. Minute or two before she gets.
So now with the rest of the day, we go away. I'm not looking forward to this one. This is the one I was dreading. Hang on, they take a break here now, so we'll just skip this. Just skip that one. See you when they come back
My
in.
dad.
Okay. I'm going to refer to that individual as the defendant, just for purposes of our discussion.
Sure.
So, okay, so when the defendant came in and back to the car, what happened next?
6 hours to test on the phone. Oops. Hi, Tim. Welcome back, Tim. It's true that line batteries last short in the cold. Somebody with an electric car in a cold climate. Thanks, Josie. Hang on, Jen, I'll get to you now. I'll put this on minor child. Replace pin. Jen, this is the one I hate. I just don't. Oh, this. I'll be honest with you guys. This was the part I was dreading. This testimony, I was dreading it. Today and tomorrow. This is gonna be tough. It's tough for us, but I don't know how margin it's tough for you, Jen. We're gonna go through it, but this is tough. So it's tough to watch him, Zach, as well in this. Bad example with the car when I think about it, they also have shorter because of loss of power goes to heating the car. Can you battery let it go for that day? Oh, jeez, sorry guys. To allow evidence in court being based around it taking less time. Unicorn, catch it up, are you? Unicorn's catching up. I know. Just the way they treat Nicole's disgusting. Okay, guys, are we ready? Obviously, please show respect. She is a minor. I know most people have watched this before, but it's heartbreaking as well.
I said, sure.
Okay.
And I went up with him and we went to the window. We walked around the balcony this time and we went up the stairs and we went to the window. And he looks at me and he says, before you do anything, go like this with your shirt to make sure that you don't get the breath marks on the window.
So I'd just like to have the record reflect that the witness, Your Honor, pulled their shirt up, blocking their ability to sort of breathe on
Yes,
optics,
Jen.
covering their nose and mouth.
Her, yes.
Okay. So then after you were advised of that by the defendant, what's the next thing that happened?
I saw I don't know how to refer to him.
Whatever you're comfortable.
Mr. Gutierrez, I guess.
Okay.
And I saw him sitting on the couch with my mother coming out of the back.
You see, that's heartbreaking. Mr. Gutierrez, that's heartbreaking for Zach. No worries. That's fine. He's fine, Unicorn. It's all good. Zach loves so. Did anyone say that? Intimidating. What? Zach's never said a bad word about her. Do you know what I mean? As far as I'm aware. Yeah, he is, but he doesn't say, he just sits there quietly, takes it all. Because he's his daughter, do you know what I mean? That's what makes it even more heartbreaking.
Bathroom. And
I wonder, is she in therapy right now? Do you know what I mean?
I didn't think that was gonna be this hard. They were listening to music and laying there together.
And doing what together?
Just laying there on the couch.
Okay. So what room are you looking into from where your vantage point is?
The living room. There was a space in
Hey.
between the curtains.
Okay. And what window of your mom's
I will say I didn't know that then. I never saw that personally. I if anyone thinks that he's intimidating her, grow the F up, like. That's just a father that's like, hasn't seen his daughter for over 2 years. Jesus. No, who's the daughter or Zach's daughter, Kim? It is heartbreaking. I have to stop every second, guys. Sorry. Grady doesn't. No, as long as the testimony goes in, he doesn't care. He just want. Oh, say that again. You're crying. Shh. Say that again. She did not describe how Zach got in the truck. No gloves. True. Heartbreaking for both, and will stay far away for a long, long. That's what I'm wondering if she's in therapy. I forgot to ask all. Well, it's none of my business anyway. If she is. I hope she's okay. That's all I can hope for. Jen, Gravy's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Piece of khaki. He's a piece of
Place
khaki.
are you looking through to be able to see into the living room?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you're on the outside, correct?
Correct.
So which window is it? Is it a window that goes into the kitchen? Is it a window that looks directly in the living room? So what?
It's a window that looks directly in the living room.
Okay. And where is the defendant during that period of time?
Standing next to me.
Okay. And after you look in and see that, what is the next thing that happens?
We leave.
What? You leave?
We got back in the car and we were on our way out, and he didn't grab the voice recorder at first until he pulled out and pulled onto the road, and he stopped. He stopped right at the second entryway to our driveway and got out, took his sandals off, and went to the house.
So let me stop you. What footwear then was your?
He didn't have shoes on.
Okay, cool. Keep going.
He went into Mr. Gutierrez's car and took his registration and took a picture of his license plate.
Okay.
And
sorry, you saw that from where you were in the car?
yes, I personally saw that.
Then what happened?
And I saw him ring the doorbell, and then run back to the car and drive away.
Whose doorbell did he ring?
My mother's, but he also had grabbed the phone while he was somewhere in the time period from when he rang the doorbell, the phone was grabbed.
And which phone are you referring to now?
I'm the one that was placed in the air conditioner.
Okay. So after the defendant goes to Mr. Gutierrez's truck, takes a picture and takes an item out of the vehicle or takes registration, grabs back the phone, and he rings the doorbell, what does the defendant do next after he does those three things?
Comes back to the car with the phone.
All right. And then what happens?
Plays the phone.
Okay.
Plays a recording on our way home.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you say about what you could hear on that phone recording?
Nothing.
Okay. So where do you guys go next?
Back to my dad's house.
Okay. When you get back, what happens next?
I walk in. He tells me to get some sleep. I then was sitting downstairs and thinking about what just happened, because I was a little like, did I really just see what I saw, what I just witnessed? And it was fine after that, I guess. And
so let me ask you, what did the defendant do next that you saw? So after you guys got home, what happened next, if anything?
he dropped me off and then he left again.
Okay. And you were not with him at that time?
No, I don't remember what time that was. We got back around 3 though.
Did he tell you what he was going to do next before he left?
No.
Okay. So now, if I understand you, by now it's 3 a.m. on your actual 12th birthday.
Yes.
Okay. Can you indicate what, if any, plan was ever suggested to you to try to get your mom in trouble?
Yes.
What plan was suggested?
The plan was for, now this might be a little confusing. The plan was for my dad to drive me and my little brothers to the house, and then
To whose house?
my mom's house.
Okay.
And then he would put the boys to bed, and he would drive all the way back to his house, call the cops from there, and say, my daughter just called me, and I would have to call my mom but not make it ring. So I had to call her, but the phone wouldn't be able to ring. It just had to ring on my phone to prove that her phone was called. Only on my end though. So it would show that I had called her several times and she didn't answer. So
Stop.
that's
Who
the
was,
look.
Who was supposed to do that? Who was supposed to do
Me.
that part of the plan? Okay. And is this on a day that you wouldn't have been at your mom's house?
No, this would have been a day where I would have been at my dad's house and my mom would be out.
Okay.
And the plan was basically to call the cops and say how my mom abandoned us.
All right.
And how I had to call my dad.
Okay. And who suggested?
I always mute myself. Please remember all the links for Zachariah, the website, GiveSendGo, and everything is in the description box for anyone that needs them. But we'll keep sharing. This is hard. Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there. You keep saying, "Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there." You forgot this bit. So, I mean, this is. He just jumps in. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Stop. Let's go back a second. Do you remember this? Really hard.
This
Hi,
plan?
Ashley.
My dad.
And when he suggested this, what age were you?
10, 11?
And
It's strong
So-
testimony because, it's a child.
I want to take you back to a time period before that April 24th Earth Day time period and ask, was there a time in the month of March of 2020 when your mom went on vacation without you?
Yes.
And during the first nights that your mom went on vacation, where were you going to stay? What was the plan on where you were staying?
I would stay at home at the house
Okay.
with my aunt.
Yes.
Okay, and
yeah.
who was taking care of you?
My aunt.
And who's that?
My aunt Becky.
Becky? Okay. And do you know, is Becky actually related to you or just a close friend of your mom's?
No, she's like my mom's sister though. So she's not really my aunt, but
But you call her that?
Yeah.
Okay. So she was staying overnight with you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. And during the time period that Becky was staying with you guys overnight in your mom's house, did something happen that caused you to be either disturbed or alarmed on a particular time?
yes.
So if you can you tell me about what time of day? What's your best estimate on what time of day that happened?
It was pretty late at night. I mean, it was more like early morning. It was really, really, really early in the morning.
Okay. So can you give me an estimate on what time?
Maybe between 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Somewhere.
And if you know, was it a school night?
Yeah.
Okay. And were your 4-year-old brothers also at the residence?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened at some time between 2 and 4 in the morning at your residence that caused you to be disturbed? And I'm only asking about what you personally had happen.
Okay. I remember kind of waking up to footsteps up the stairs.
Okay.
And then I kind of drifted back off into a sleep. And then Dad was standing at the side of my bed and he was like, "Get up for school, let's go." And I was like, "What?" And I was really confused. And then I was like, "Okay." Because at that time, what am I going to do? I mean, my parents telling me to get ready at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I don't really know what the point of it was, but he had made breakfast.
So what time did you eat breakfast on this particular day in March of 2020?
I don't know. We had French toast and eggs, and the time wasn't very clear.
Was it before 4:30 in the morning?
Most definitely.
Okay. And you ate? Who else ate?
My 2 little brothers.
And how did they happen to get up and have breakfast at that time on a school day?
My dad came into our rooms and woke us all up.
Had you been expecting your dad in any way, shape, or form to arrive?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you, if we get to a point where you on a Sunday go to the family tree farm, do you remember that?
A little, yeah.
Okay, and what vehicle got you to the family tree farm?
The van.
And is this a regular vehicle you have that you know of, that you are familiar with?
Yeah.
So who usually operates that van?
The defendant.
Okay, and if you saw a picture of that van, you'd recognize it, you believe? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture up on the screen in just a second. And this is State's Exhibit 1, number 254. And I'm just asking if you think you recognize this vehicle.
He bounces around to confuse everyone. That's the only logic answer. It is poor girl, do you mean? She'll
Yes.
go to family farm.
Okay, whose vehicle is that?
The defendants.
Is that the van you were mentioning?
Yes.
And so who went in
Yes,
that van
yeah.
to the tree farm, if you remember? Again, I'm talking about on Sunday, May 17th.
Me, the defendant, and my
I'm
two
going to
brothers.
object that you just said Sunday, May 17th.
Oh.
I apologize. What? Yeah,
I know, defendant. That's heartbreaking for Zach. Or Mr. Gutierrez. No, Mr. Anderson. I'm so tired. I'm getting this wrong, and let's go. Yes,
on
that
that
shows
weekend.
he
Okay.
has
apologize.
no
On that
heart.
weekend,
There's an objection.
yeah, I'm altering the question. So
Well, what weekend are you talking about?
what? I was about to say.
Specify the weekend.
Yep. On the weekend of May 16th and May 17th,
Yes.
okay, of 2020, you went to the tree farm, correct?
Correct.
And you went in that van.
Correct.
Who drove it?
The defendant.
And if you recall, what were the state of the seats in the van?
There were 2 middle seats, 3 back seats, and 2 front seats.
Okay. And do you remember which seats were in on this particular weekend?
Yeah.
Do you remember? So if you remember, which ones?
All of, well, not the middle ones, just the back ones and the front ones.
Okay.
Oh no,
And
hang
who,
on.
on the trip to the tree farm, where did you come from? So what residence did you come from to drive to the tree farm? The tree farm.
All of, well, not the middle ones, just the back ones and the front ones.
Okay.
Oh my God! I
and
did
who,
it again. Look at his face when she says all of them. Look at his face. He's about to interject, but she corrects herself. Watch
on
his
this
face.
particular weekend?
Yeah.
Do you remember? So if you remember, which ones?
All of, well, not the middle ones, just the back ones and the front ones.
Do you see it? His eyebrows goes up, but he's like about to interject.
Okay. And who on the trip to the tree
That's quite normal, Matt. That'd be normal. That would, yeah, for that size vehicle, yeah.
farm? Where did you come from? So what residence did you come from to drive to the tree farm?
My dad's house,
Okay. And so where were the twins in that van?
the back seats,
And where were you?
and the front seat.
Okay. And do you remember any items that your father, that the defendant also put in the van?
Just a chainsaw.
Okay. And so was that in the van as well?
When?
When you went there?
Yes.
Okay. So about, if you know, approximately how long were you at the tree farm? About.
4 hours.
Okay. And during the time you were there, did you, what if anything did the defendant borrow from anybody else?
I'm going to object as far as foundation.
He's shocked. You do it all the time bravely.
He just asked that, what did Mr. Anderson borrow?
What, if anything, he said, did Mr. Anderson borrow?
Correct. And so I'm objecting as far as foundation for that question. Hasn't been established what she was doing at the tree farm, who she was with, what she had the opportunity to observe. That's just the objection.
Oral.
So what, if anything, did the defendant borrow while at the tree farm that you were present for?
Just my grandfather's boots.
Okay. Are those work boots?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, where were those work boots when you guys left the tree farm?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you tell law enforcement at some point that the boots were brought home with you guys in the van?
Most definitely.
Okay. So when you came home from the tree farm, what transportation did you use to get home?
The van.
And who drove?
My dad.
And was there any difference in who was seated where?
No.
So on that weekend of the 16th and 17th, did you have an opportunity to see how the rug was in the back of this van?
Yes.
Carpeting. Okay. So I'm going to show you a picture. And this is picture what?
State's Exhibit 1-260.
So this is Exhibit 1-260. Do you notice that there's something cut out in the van in this picture?
Yes.
And was that area cut out when you and your little brothers went to the tree farm on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th of 2020?
No.
Can I show a picture with the stains? I'm going to show you another picture. When you were in this van on the weekend of May 16th and May 17th, what, if any, smell of bleach did you smell in that van?
No, and those stains were not there either.
So you see some stains on this picture, and again, this is exhibit.
State Exhibit 1257.
So those stains were not on the van.
No.
When did you last see the van where you looked inside it? Was it on the Saturday or the Sunday, if you remember?
No.
Okay. Just on that weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. And the last time you saw that van, in terms of the interior of the van, was when you came back from the tree farm? Or did you guys go elsewhere after that, if you remember?
No, we just stayed at the house and waited for Mom to pick us up.
Now,
Yeah. No child mentioned stains.
so on that Sunday, did the defendant drop you off at your mom's, or did your mom come and pick you up, if you know?
No, my mom came and picked me up.
And when your mom came and picked you up, do you recall what the defendant was wearing in terms of outerwear? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Man. Tough.
So we're going to show you State's Exhibit 42. So first, can you first tell us what you remember that he was wearing? Please, before you show it.
He was wearing a white tee with jeans, sandals, his usual, and a blue flannel.
Okay. So I'm now going to show you what's been marked as, one more time, State's Exhibit. Can you make that a little smaller? Thank you. Do you recognize what that's a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes.
What is that?
My dad.
Okay. And in terms of what the person is wearing, what the defendant's wearing, is that familiar to you based on what you've said today?
Oh, yeah.
What is that?
His blue flannel jacket.
Is that the same blue flannel that you're saying that he was
I
wearing?
saw on that day, yes.
Okay.
Like she just laughed at him, taking, that's what fathers do, embarrass kids. That, I bet you had a chuckle on that
when you were
one.
at the tree farm in that time period of mid-May of 2020. What, if anything, can you say about whether your father was discussing a boyfriend of your mom's?
Yes.
Okay, so when you saw the defendant, how often during that time period? So let's start from like March of 2020 until this tree farm visit. How often, when you saw him, would he discuss with you your mom's boyfriend, or this person that might be your mom's boyfriend? How often?
Pretty frequently.
And what did he call this new person in your mom's life? Did he have names that he called him or not?
Yes, there were, but it would be disrespectful for me to say them in this courtroom in front of his mother.
So I'm asking that you say the names. So what, if any, names do you recall specifically? Thank you for telling us that.
Beaner and Booger.
Okay. And why was he? Why did he say, if he did he explain to you why he was calling Rosalio Gutierrez, or this person, the new boyfriend of your mom's, Booger?
Well, of course, the first one is because of.
I'm asking about Booger.
Well, when he looked through the window at my mom's house on the morning of my birthday, he saw him apparently pick his nose and wipe it on my mother's couch. And so it was a thing for a while that we wouldn't sit on the couch. It was really just, it was a very odd situation, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
And after that time, how often was the name Booger, did it come from from the defendant's mouth talking to you?
It was used in a joking manner if he was joking around about it, but other than that, it wasn't very used.
Okay. And did what, if anything else, did you hear about about whether the defendant planned on?
I'm going to object to leading.
Well,
I have to get her there somehow, Judge. I'm not. Again, I'm not.
Is not among the permitted methods ordinarily, except in exceptional circumstances. He hadn't finished his question though, so I don't know where he's going. So you can finish your question.
What, if anything else, did the defendant say to you about additional?
As we've discussed before, some lawyers have, either by practice or by education, been given the idea that if they put in the words, if anything, it's not a leading question, and that's not universally true. So although I am not prepared yet to denounce your question as leading, why don't you try to rephrase it anyway?
Well, what if I take out, if anything? I still don't think it's leading. What did the defendant tell you about other plans to follow or come across Rosalio?
That's leading.
No,
He's saying what
well,
would,
he's suggesting the existence
Correct.
of a conversation.
correct.
My previous
So
question
wrong.
allowed the option of that there was no conversation. This
Well,
one asks what the contents of any conversation was.
It's asking for specific contents.
If I could finish. Somehow I have to be able to get her
Oh.
to the topic. It's not, it's not what did you say next? What did you say next? What did you, that narrative will not allow me to get her to a topic.
How about, do you recall any other conversations?
But the conversations with the defendant would be, I mean, they saw each other all the time. There'd be conversations about everything. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get us to a particular location.
Well, my understanding, Judge, was that this line of questioning had to deal with when she was at the tree farm with him.
No.
So it's,
No.
well, then if it's overbroad, then
Give
overbroad.
it another try.
Do you know anything about anyone's plans to go to Rosaleo's home?
It was an odd discussion.
What was and who were you having the odd discussion with?
My dad.
And so what was that discussion?
It was, he said something about showing him who the man was. And I didn't quite understand, but you kind of caught on to things that my dad was referring to or was implying.
And has anyone ever had any discussion with you about watching Rosaleo Gutierrez other than the time you looked in the window? Has anybody ever said to you, hey, I'm considering watching Rosaleo Gutierrez,
No.
following him, those kind of things?
My dad said to me, he said, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it. Those were his exact words to me.
Oh. I missed that. I missed Barry's face.
You indicated that
Hang on.
you saw your dad take something out of a truck. Indicated that
Words to me. Or said no.
in the window. Has anybody ever said to you, watching Rosaleo Gutierrez other than the time you looked in the window? Has anybody ever said to you, hey, I'm considering watching Rosaleo Gutierrez,
No.
following him, those kind of things?
My dad said to me, he said, I may just watch him or follow him to his house one time just for the fun of it. Those were his exact words to me.
Oh, I must have missed it.
So you indicated that you saw your dad take something out of a truck and take a picture of a license plate back on the April 24th into 25th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
After that, did you see any items in possession of the defendant that were from that same incident,
That did not belong to him?
that did not belong to the defendant? It belonged to somebody else?
Yes.
Okay. And so what were the items that you then saw at a later date that did not belong to the defendant?
That night we got back to the house and it was more like the next day, and we took a look at what he was showing. I took a look at what he was showing me, and it was a letter. I don't really understand what the letter was for, but it was a Dear John letter, and then it was also his registration for his car.
Yeah. So let me just show you a copy of 5 and ask you if this is a document that you recognize from your dad having those items. Only if that's something you do recognize.
Yes.
So what is 225 in terms of your recognizing it?
What do you mean by that?
Is that the document you saw when you described some kind of, I think you said registration? Is that what you
yes.
meant? Okay. So does this appear to be the same document? A copy of the same document?
Looking at it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And was there some handwriting on the copy you saw, if you remember?
At one point there was, yes.
And who wrote on it?
My dad.
So now I'm going to show you
States Exhibit 1, number 323.
States Exhibit 1, number 223. I'm sorry, 323. My apologies. So does that look familiar in relation to that 225 I just showed you?
Yeah, that's his handwriting.
Okay. And whose handwriting is that?
The defendant's.
is that handwriting you saw on the document when you saw it previously?
Yes.
And where were you location-wise when you saw these documents, this letter and this registration type document?
Standing on his right side
Okay,
in his room by his desk.
in his room at his home in Mequon?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on Sunday, May 17th, before you left, did you have occasion to see anybody in your family playing with Legos in a location in the house?
Yes.
And what location in the house was that?
It was close to like around my dad's house.
Okay, and where in what area of your dad's house?
The downstairs.
Okay, so in the downstairs of your dad's house, who was playing Legos?
My brother.
And when your brother was playing Legos, did you end up in the same area as he was playing Legos?
Yeah.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe that you then told law enforcement about later?
Well, a Lego had dropped through the floorboards, and so Magnum had asked if he could go down there and look for it, and I said, yeah, that should be okay. And then I went down and, like, with him, obviously, because it was, I'm not gonna lie, the basement was kind of creepy. So he asked me if I could go with him. I said, yeah. So I went down there. There was a roller chair, whatever, and it had tape and rope on it. And my brother had a flashlight. We went down there, whatever, got his Lego and went back upstairs. Didn't think anything of it.
So when you say roller chair, can you describe like where this kind of chair would be? And
Like a black armchair.
okay, like a desk chair kind of thing. Okay, and then other than the desk chair, were there other items down there that you then eventually wanted to tell or did decide to tell law enforcement about? What'd you see there?
What do you quite mean?
Well, in relation to the chair, were there other items that you saw that were in the vicinity of the chair?
The tape and rope?
Okay, so what kind of tape are we talking about?
Like duct tape, just normal duct tape.
All right, and what kind of rope? Really thin or thick, or what do you remember about the rope?
It's like heavy duty, thick rope.
Okay, and do you remember what condition they were in? Were they old, new? What do you remember about it?
They weren't old.
Okay.
It didn't seem like they were old.
All right, and where were they located in relation to this chair that sounds like it's in the basement?
Yeah.
Okay, so where were they in relation to the chair, the desk chair you mentioned?
On them, like
On
he was
them?
sitting on the seat.
Okay. And you last saw those supplies on May 17th on the Sunday before your mom picked you up?
Yes.
Judge, this would be a logical time for us to take a break.
All right, let's break at this point and talk about the case. We've watched our testimony conference trial. And, 15 minutes. I think on the first occasion, it was your victim witness person who came up here and grabbed about 5 or 6 of these hearing assist devices and was passing them out to people. They're there for people who need them. And after that, they're on a first come, first served basis because of the limited number that we have. And now today I noticed that when the last person over here arrived, another person, the person in the blue there, or green, I've got male color blindness, handed her one, and it was not the one she had been using, so she had been holding one. And that defeats the purpose of having them available for people as they need them. So that's got to stop. And also, ma'am, you're not allowed to chew gum in the court. It's not that I'm offended.
The next thing that we are planning on getting into, Judge, is this witness's knowledge of the extensive marijuana grow that was taking place at this residence. So
Sorry, get some
that,
water.
the court had an opportunity to talk about that. So I'm also, I understand that it is the defendant and the defendant's daughter, but there is I don't know if the court is watching the demeanor of the defendant, but there's an awful lot of facial expression happening, and it is clearly impacting a 14-year-old girl. And I'm not saying he's intimidating her. I'm simply making sure the court is aware of that, and I don't know if the court feels that there's anything untoward about that, or if it would be appropriate for the defendant to try to keep himself in check. Certainly, the court asked other witnesses previously to try to be as solid as they possibly could. So
I have been watching both the defendant and the child's mother, and others. Everybody, you're all being watched. Believe me, nothing that would be, in my opinion, an effort to influence the child in any way or make this more difficult will be tolerated, and it will be addressed rapidly. I have not seen anything either from the defendant or from mother that I thought was any kind of a problem.
completely defer to the court. Just wanted to be sure the court was thinking about it.
No, it's a reasonable precaution.
Arsehole.
Some subtle communications from the witness to Mr. Anderson. I don't know if it was facial or just mouthing while there was waiting for a question, but so maybe there could be some instruction about that too.
Well, I would expect that there'd be some mother and father are here and on adverse sides of a case, and the child's got a very, very difficult experience. She's going. I have not noticed anything either in the behavior of any of the spectators or.
Hi, Sandra.
Nor did I notice. You made some reference to the child being affected. I had not myself detected that.
She is looking over and getting smiles from the defendant and smiling back. And there's a
Okay, if I could, Judge, I've been observing her as Attorney Grayley's been asking questions. My client has not prompted any of that behavior. She has been looking over here and has been looking at him and smiling, and that's been unprompted. So I don't think the representations of the state are very fair right now.
I don't think he's suggested. Well, first off, let me start off by saying I can't see her face, and even if I turned on the TV, I wouldn't be able to see her face. At least I'm not supposed to be able to. So I don't know what's going on there. I have noticed that she has looked both in the direction of her mother and her father, which I think is quite normal. And I have looked at both father and mother at various times and haven't noticed anything improper. If I do, it'll be taken care of.
okay.
But I'm not going to. I would encourage both anybody, but particularly the parents, to resist any effort of recognition. On the other hand, I can understand why a parent wouldn't want to, when child is in a difficult experience, not going to give some kind of support. But it's a legitimate concern, Mr. Gravely, and it will continue to be scrutinized.
I certainly trust the stewardship of the court with that issue. So, okay. So,
Plus, I think there are stills being taken. So I will enlist the aid of I'm not going to tell them what to do, but of the Fourth Estate, if they see anything newsworthy, and snap a shot. Okay. All right.
okay. So I do need a short break, of course, but also then the issue would be the next area of inquiry I intend to go into is what this then 12-year-old daughter has in terms of knowledge of marijuana being manufactured, produced on a large scale at this location. It goes directly to her credibility as a reporter of information. She is many of the things she says are confirmed by the search warrant, and so and that's evidence already that has been brought out and is in evidence in this case. I don't intend to belabor it, but I do intend to talk about the things that she specifically brought up in the report, because I think when a jury when her truthfulness about any of this is challenged, then the jury has a full ability to determine, okay, based on what she said, what is it that could be verified by other means? And much of what she can be verified is that.
I'm not going to repeat the entire objection that the the defense had previously made as far as Marquand Washington went, but the essence is the same.
No,
And-
it's not the same.
I'm saying that the essence of the objection,
Oh, okay, fair enough.
not the situation, the same legal analysis that we had done previously, and that other acts evidence shouldn't be used to bolster a witness's credibility when the claims aren't to a it's not to an element of an offense, it's just to the credibility. And this individual is just a witness. So that's what I meant, Judge, by that it's in essence the same, is that our legal argument would be the same.
Well, I'll tell you what, the situation with Mr. Washington was different in the sense that it was going to get into a couple of drug dealers bragging about their business performance, if believed, and it added, in my estimation, nothing to bolster anybody's credibility. On the other hand, there is evidence, as Mr. Grayley points out, about the defendant being involved in some sort of a marijuana growing or cultivation, and so there, I don't
What's
don't
that
see
got
it
to
as
do
causing any
with
particular
this?
harm in the case. I think some very brief examination in this area would be non-prejudicial and contextual. So,
All
and it's, again, I don't even think it approaches the category of other crimes, wrongs, and aims. So
That's fine. And then just on that decision, Judge, again, just reiterating that I will be seeking cautionary instruction 274. And also will note that if the state at this point, the defense views that given the ruling and the state's assertion of what it's going to be bringing in has opened up the door for us to question other people, such as officers, on the items that were found in the home as it relates to marijuana. So they want to open that door, that's up to them. But we will then be going into it, given the court's ruling and the state's assertion.
I'll leave your remarks without comment. I was going to say something.
You were probably going to say
Listen.
that the attorneys really deserve a break of about 5 minutes. You should proceed.
All right, I can see
Listen,
we've
Josie.
reached a time of desperation, so go ahead.
What time, Judge, do you want us back?
Oh, let's aim for about 2 minutes after 11, accurate time.
What time?
2 minutes after that clock. There's some time.
Shut up, Gravely. This is just. Sorry, I got to take my things off. I'm sweating. This is just. What's this got to do? They've just turned it into a marijuana trial. They just. Gravely, in fairness, he's doing a great job of confusing everyone. So, no doubt, he's confused the jury. Because also, what you got to remember, you know, chat's great, okay? Because I'm picking up stuff from people here. It's great. But you remember the jury are on their own, and we know that not everyone. I mean, we all know people that are a bit thick. So what are they picking up? What are they interpreting? You know, are they interpreting the lies? They don't know it's lies. They don't know where they're going. It's going around in circles, confusing. They're making notes about all these things. So to them, all this is relevant. They're making notes, diligent. So we can reflect on it and be like, "Wow, that's a lie. This is." But on your own, you're not allowed to speak to anybody. What's going through their heads about it? You know, and even watching this a second time, I'm picking up so many things now that are just dodgy. But the first time around, I never picked it up. Never picked it up. You know, how long are you streaming for tonight, Delan? Oh, that's a question. I'm streaming. I'm streaming for a white Christmas for about that's 2:17, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's probably about 10 o'clock. 10, half 10. Oh, on a Murdoch thing, half 10, 11. If we remember to watch the Murdoch thing as well. So yeah, probably half 10, 11. I imagine. Um, with a pause, everything. Now and again, have a chat. And remind me to do the Murdoch thing. Jen, you missed it. So the Murdoch thing is there's an appeal gone in now, or a motion gone in because the jury allegedly were influenced by a member of the court. So that's why the importance of discussing it with the jury, how they were influenced by certain members of the court. So that could, you know, impact Zach. So, all right. Let's go here. Oops, wrong one. There we are. But why do they need to prove she knows about his house anyway? He's not just assume. Yeah, true. Put money on for Murdoch and already 300. Oh, where is it, Emma? Where is it? Which channel is it? Because I'll put it on as well. Yeah. I'll send the article again, Jen. Is it? Is it here? Have I got it? No, I pasted it. Your mother. Your mother. Hang on, let me get it. So yeah, they're going for an appeal. Hang on, because it's Jen. I wouldn't do this for Sol. I wouldn't do this for Sol. I'll do it for Jen though. Here we go. I'll send the link in for you now, Jen. Here we go. StreamYard. That's why I'm keeping up for it, is because of, so you can click that link, Jen. It's all in there, the details of it. But yeah, basically, allegedly a corrupt member of court that then wrote a book and stuff like that. So we will not watch the stream at 2:30 Eastern as well, so 1:30 Central. So Emma, let me know which stream it's on, and I'll put it up. So I got it side by side. Then I'll just stop it and put it up, put it on. Jury misconduct, yes. That's why I was intrigued. You know, why, if or if not, why did, you know, have the defense question them, because apparently they got a lot of details of the jury and how they were treated, how they were influenced, and stuff like that. So I hope the defense asked them some questions. If not, then Jesus. Right, let's get back to it. Let's get let's get it on. Let's get it on. Emma's gone quiet. Emma's probably half an hour behind. That's why. So where could it be? Law and crime, maybe. I don't know. It is playing, guys, but I don't want to skip it too fast forward because they're back in court. See it shaking, they're back. Let's get it on. Oh Jesus, that's me. That's me. We don't want me. Um. Oh, I got it. I got it. I got it. Press conference. Right. I'll put this up as well.
Hello.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
What if she says no? Can you come down, please? No, I can't. I can't be asked. I'm taking the rest of the day off. Right. So. Oh wow. So it's press conference. It says 52 minutes to go. So presume that they're going to do some talking or something. Well, when they do, then take a bit of lunch, innit? I do think it's important. I think Kohlberger trial and the Murdoch trial are important for Zach. Because the influence of social media, the influence of mainstream media, the influence of the jury now, and how it's handled, the influence of the judge, Judge Newman, how is he going to be treated? Because he is just as bad as this guy. So it'd be interesting to see how that progresses. Um, you know, the different scenarios. I believe that Alex was involved in some way, but the state did not prove it. In my opinion, I don't believe that Zach is guilty. So that's the difference between them. But there are, you know, little tidbits that are the same. Oh, no
Through
worries.
that visit you had at the tree
See you in a
farm,
bit, Unicorn.
at your father's residence, what, if anything, do you know about drugs being produced there, made there somehow?
Quite a bit.
Okay, so what drugs do you remember being produced there in some fashion?
Marijuana.
Okay, any others?
Not that was grown.
Okay, and as to marijuana, what do you know about what was happening at that residence? Meaning your dad's residence, the defendant.
He was growing it.
Where in the house was it being grown?
In between the kitchen and living room?
Okay, on the top level or on the bottom level, if you know?
No, main floor.
Okay, and what do you remember about the process that you saw? How was it being done?
There were a lot of plants there, and
Do you believe you know how many?
I do.
How many?
72.
Okay.
Oh, no. There's no way she knows that. How did you put together? Well, the plants? Come on.
And what do you remember about how they were being grown?
She doesn't know, yes.
That my dad had a water system, and they were just in rows, and there was a place to dry them in the back, and it wasn't anything like a little small operation.
Okay. So describe the water system. What do you remember about that?
It was just like,
Judge, I'm going to object as far as relevance into going all the minute details of the operation.
Well, we are getting,
Yeah.
keep in mind, and it's been true throughout the trial, there are materials coming in that are not directly pertinent to the crimes charged in the information. And I've sustained objections to some of them. I also spoke with you earlier about some of the things that were let in that might ordinarily not have been let in, but for our evidentiary rules, I've permitted. This, well, I'll leave it at that. Keep in mind that the defendant is not charged with anything related to a drug offense. And also, it's being permitted for legitimate reasons in the case, which I'm not going to go into right now. But you're not to allow it to convince you that he has a character trait or a bad character, and that he acted in conformity with that in respect to the offenses charged against him. It's what's called, it's admitted for limited purposes, limited admissibility, and please don't draw any inferences about his character as a result of that. Any question about that? Thank you. But
Can you briefly describe what you meant by a water system? What do you remember?
it was just, it required a lot of building in the process, and it took up a lot of the time. It just took a lot of time to build it and make everything work the way he wanted it to.
And what, if anything, can you say about observing the defendant tending the plants, busy tending the plants at times you were there?
Yeah.
Okay. And so what did you see him do that was tending the plants?
Just trimming them, cutting, just like normal, like plant keeping, I guess. Like if you were to grow marijuana, like it would just be like a normal plant process of growing them and like trimming them and stuff.
Jen, you don't have to answer it, Jen, but what's going you through your mind right now? So what's going through your mind hearing it for the first time in court? Not just about this, I mean, just in general. What was the thoughts walking out after hearing all this? Don't
And
have to answer it, just intrigued.
what, if anything, can you say about approximately when they were harvested, if you know?
No, I really don't know. That was something that he definitely did on his own time.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you know about whether, what, if anything, did the defendant say about how much of it he had sold? What was your understanding of how much had been
The
sold?
last time I talked to my dad, well, not necessarily talked to him. It was probably a week before I actually last talked to him. He told me that he had gotten rid of it all, which then when they had went through the house, I found out was not true.
Okay. So when he said he got rid of it all, what did that mean?
Like he had sold everything that he had harvested from it.
Okay. So now I'm just going to show you a couple of quick pictures. So
Yeah.
the first picture is which? No, not number 1. Okay, so again, that's State's Exhibit 1, number 307. It's going to show up on the TV screen. I'm just going to ask you if you recognize this item from your father's home. Is that something familiar to you from your father's home?
Can I ask what that is?
You don't know? Okay. All right. Then I have no other question about that. So let me show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, 308. So that is an item in a container. Do you recognize that?
I know the mason jar is his, but I don't know what's inside of that jar.
Was there something kept in the
Oh, no.
refrigerator that you were
Oh,
that you were
my
told about?
God.
I'm going to object. She's already said she doesn't know what it is.
Well,
Oh,
Separate
my God.
Question.
yeah. Was there something?
I don't know what that is. In the fridge you were asking?
Yep.
I don't know what they were used for necessarily. There were mushrooms of some sort in the door side in a opening somewhere where you would keep your butter, right? In the fridge where you would put your sticks of butter. That's where it was, in his fridge.
And were the
Myself.
mushrooms stored in jars of this type?
I have no idea.
Okay. I'm saying when you saw them in the fridge.
No,
Until
they were in
the
a
pep-
bag.
Very good.
To me, that does not look like a mushroom.
Okay.
So,
What does a mushroom look like that you saw at your dad's house?
they
I
were.
object to relevance.
I go straight.
I assume we're at the very end of
Yep,
this?
we are,
Yeah,
very end.
Okay. You can try to answer the question if you like.
Okay. I don't know. They were like an off-white with some like brown of some sort, and they were just really thin. I remember them being very thin, like almost miniature slim mushrooms.
Hi, Gigi.
Hold on for just a moment.
I saw you earlier on. I did pop into Nick's to give her a like. And he once again said Gigi's his number one mod. First and number one mod. I was there for that part. I didn't speak because I was setting things up here. So, but lovely to see you, Gigi. Salvador.
Recall a time that something was found under your little brother's car seat.
Correct.
What was found?
I'm going to object. This is something that she has no personal knowledge of
I
and
do.
would have been told.
I do.
Well, when we're
About
talking
the
personal
finding.
knowledge in the courts, we're talking about something you've seen with your own senses or heard with your own ears?
He's told her about it. He's told
He
her
has.
about it. The defendant has told her. About
Well,
Yes.
this-
it. Hold on. I'm asking her to be quiet.
when
Tell her
you
to be quiet.
say you know what was the source of your information,
He told me.
you told you. What's your objection?
So just how the question was phrased made it seem it wasn't, did the defendant say?
Okay.
So if that's what it's going to be, then that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's a foundational question to
fine.
get there. Yeah.
It's fine.
So did you come at some point to know that a phone had been found under one of your little brother's car seats?
In fact, I knew about it. He had told me about this phone that he put underneath there. And in fact, he instructed me to watch where my mother was going on his desktop. And it tracked all the way to Mr. Gutierrez's house.
So at some point you saw that on a computer as well.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine?
If I can just have a moment.
So we're gonna watch this, then we're gonna watch the Murdoch press conference. So we got another 40 minutes of this. Then we'll watch the Murdoch. Trying to see lunch here is in. Try to time this right. Lunch is 3:05 in 35 minutes actually. So that's I think we timed this just nice. I'll slow it down now then for that, and we will then watch the Murdoch press conference, and then come back. So like a lunch. Oh, that's good, isn't it? You see how I timed this all out for you guys? Look at you. Tuddy Pip.
Moment, there's pieces of physical discovery that I'm going to need for my cross-examination.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, he's doing it as well, is he? Yeah, I think everyone's doing it. You know, everyone's streaming the Murdoch thing. We've just been through. If you haven't seen the document is here, just so you know.
National Park? 10 times? Or many times?
Streaming long, streaming hard, just the way I like it. Not good, Tuddy Pip, not good. I was, it took me a few hours to get to sleep, to be honest, and I was up early, so about probably about 2 hours, no, a bit more than 2 hours sleep last night. Get up early this morning. Oh, so I'm tired. I'm tired, but hey, I'm here for you guys. Because why? Because you're simply the best. Bow, 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 bow. Better than all the rest. Do, do, do. Josie is right here. Can't wait to hear what they got to say. Bow, bow. Never thought hello. In and you're in and out. Shake it all about. Do the hokey pokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. Oi, oi. Oh, hokey, hokey, hokey. Oh, hokey, hokey, hokey. Oh, hokey, hokey, hokey. Bam, 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 bam. Back to work. Have a great day. No worries. Thank you, Nifata. Lovely to see you as always. The hot weather as well. I am drenched. I was saying to the stream, even my balls are drenched. I'm not kidding. It's the weather. You have to get 2 showers a day. Do you know what I mean? Just for you, enough of that. Who's got big balls? He's got big balls, and who's got big balls? She's got big balls, but I've got biggest balls of them all. Jonathan, there's a rap there, John. What up, all my homies? Hit the subscribe button or leave. Little Crispy, Little Crispy, welcome, sir. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Love the name, Little Crispy. Since we're singing, yeah, we always swing on this. We always sing. ACDC. Oh, not that good. Not that good. Sup. Oh, sup, Little Crispy. Oh, happy days. Those are my kind of, oh, happy days when Jesus was. When Jesus was. When Jesus was. Oh, happy days. We go, bow, 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 bow. Oh, happy days. Jesus, am I sweating? Can you see my No, it's not too bad. And it's not too bad. This plus size. Do you have to say plus size, Nathan? This fat fuck has a great accent. That's fine. You can say it as it is. I don't care. It's all good. It's all good, Nathan. We don't shy away from it. Don't like plus size. I don't like that. I'd just rather someone say fat. And I don't mind being
Good
fat.
morning.
Good morning.
So I
Oh,
want
big
to
bones.
walk.
Big bones. That's a good one. Fly away. Hallelujah. No, right,
I'm
let's
going to
go
be
back to
walking
this.
through a bunch of things that the state
Big balls.
went through with you. But I also want to go through some
Boom,
other details.
boom,
First
boom.
thing is we'll start with the weekend you were at the tree farm. You, the state had said Sunday, the 17th, changed it to the weekend, but
That
you
is
were
good.
there on Saturday, May 16th, 2020, right?
I
Thanks,
probably
Anita.
was. I don't really remember the quite dates like that.
Okay.
Like referencely like that. But yes, it was somewhere around that time.
So
Not sure.
because after you went to the tree farm, did you go back home and spend the night at your dad's?
You probably are right. It is Saturday.
Okay.
Fair
Because you
play,
remembered
Rosie.
that afterwards, you went home and spent the night.
Correct.
And when you were at the tree farm, there were other people there, right? Who else was there?
I know one of my uncles was. I remember my grandpa being there, and that's really it.
Was your aunt there?
I don't remember.
And you said your grandfather and then one of your uncles, was that Solomon Anderson?
No,
Joshua Anderson?
correct.
Okay. So you go to the tree farm, and what did you do that day?
Hung out at the tree farm. We were planting like new like seedlings and stuff in the field. I don't know, it was just a normal day at the farm. Like there wasn't anything off.
And you said you and your brothers went?
Yeah.
And your dad. And so you guys get there, you're going to have a good day at the tree farm. When you get there, what do you do when you first get there?
Said hi to everybody.
So you got out of the car
Yeah.
and then you went and said hi to everyone.
Yeah.
And then what did you do? After you said hi to everyone, what did you do next? You said you were planting saplings, things of that sort. So did you go out into the fields? Like that's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Sorry, before you said my aunt, correct?
Yeah, asked if your aunt was there.
I think that you would be referring to Zenith.
Correct.
Yes, she was there. Me, her, Josh, my dad, Grandpa,
The boys.
the boys. I think that was really who was it.
Yeah, so after you
Look, I know they're trolls. It's all good. That's why I called myself a fat fuck. It's all good. Because I know people trolling. It's fine.
get out
I
of the
get
car,
more
you say
views,
hi
so
to everyone who's there. What do you do next at the tree farm that day?
I don't quite understand.
So
Like okay. If you're asking what I was doing, I was hanging out with my little brothers.
okay, and were you hanging out in the barn? Were you hanging out in the fields? Where exactly were you hanging out
We
with
were
your
hanging
brothers?
out in the vehicle.
You were hanging out in the vehicle?
We had went back to the vehicle and then we ran around out in the field. Like, I mean, the tree farm's pretty big. There's a lot of things for kids to do there. So, I mean, we just ran around, explored. I don't know.
Yeah, so you're out and about. You're not playing in the car.
No, not necessarily. No.
You're out on the whole tree farm,
Yeah.
which it is big. Lots of things to do there.
Yeah.
And so then after you're playing, hanging out, do you all get dinner together? Or do you go back in the car and go back to your dad's house?
yeah. So I hope that clarifies to Josie and that why, like I said what I said, I play into it in the sense of I'd rather people attack me about my weight than anyone else in the chat. So that's why. I know they're trolling me, so it's all good.
We probably stopped for food on the way back, I'm sure, because it was a long ride. But otherwise, we went back to the house and ate lunch there and then took a nap because it was part of our schedule.
And so when you were there for that day, then when you were at the tree farm, you were playing with your brothers. When you were playing with your brothers, was your dad around?
He was planting the seedlings, so no.
Okay.
He was like out in the we were in
I don't
two
see the
different
chat.
fields. So
because
no.
There's like kind of a front field and a back field, right?
The front field.
You were in the front field.
He was in the front field. I
Okay.
was not.
Okay, so you couldn't see him.
I could see him,
But
I
you-
just wasn't around him.
Okay. And he was with Josh and his dad?
Yeah, I had gone back there like a couple of times just to see what they were doing, you know, and stuff like that. But otherwise, I wasn't like back there all the time.
And so when they were conversing, if you weren't there, you wouldn't be able to hear them though about what they were talking about.
No.
Okay.
I've not seen Nathan. I don't know what that is.
So your testimony earlier was that when you were in the van, you were sitting in the front seat and the boys were sitting in the back seat of the van and that there were no seats in the middle.
Correct.
And could you see that space in between perfectly without obstruction?
Yeah.
There was nothing. So in that,
There was obviously my own dad's junk in his own car because that's pretty normal. But I mean, other than the normal stuff that was in the car already, no, there were no middle seats.
and there was nothing else on the carpet other than some trash and
Maybe some clothes or something.
Right. If you see anyone trolling anybody in chat that you know, then block them. I'm like, if they're just attacking me, I literally don't care for my own thing. I look at it as I get more views and stuff like that, so I'm fine with it. But if anyone of you trolls want to attack any of the viewers, then yeah, Josie, Sarah P, block them. Do you know what I mean? I'm all for having fun, guys, but don't abuse the chat or any of my members, please. I'm fair
I don't
game,
know.
but they're not.
Just typical stuff.
typical man.
And Josie and Sarah P, I may not have told you, but you guys, you two have got free reign to block whoever you want. You don't need me to tell you who to block. You block whoever you want.
Stuff in a van.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Counsel, would you be so kind to pull up the exhibit of the carpet, the back of the car with the carpet taken out? What was that? Exhibit 1. I'm sorry.
260, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Pulling up what's been marked as States Exhibit 260.
I did think it was you to start off with, to be fair.
Thank
But-
you.
Mr. Carmen?
Okay, so you remember being asked about this photo earlier?
Yes.
And you had said that you did not observe the van like this on the 16th, right?
No, I did not.
So I hate to make you get up. Maybe I'll just get up. Judge, can I have your stick? Thank you. Okay, so if the back seats were in, they would be locked in right here. Correct?
Yeah.
So if the seats are there, you're not necessarily going to be able to see directly underneath.
No, there was carpet underneath there.
You could see completely underneath.
I could see completely underneath the seats. That seat was not like that.
Okay, and you're saying that there was nothing in this area?
No.
Just open?
I mean, besides what my dad's stuff was in his car, no. There was nothing out of the ordinary.
So where was the chainsaw?
In the trunk.
Where in the trunk? The back seats are back there.
No. The trunk cuts off right behind those seats.
So there's enough space with the back seats.
The click, the back seat, stops right where you're
right
pointing.
there. So you're saying the chainsaw was right here.
Correct.
When did you see the chainsaw? And I'm good with that exhibit. Thank you. Thank you.
When we had gone to the tree farm, I noticed that my uncle, grandpa, and dad were exchanging or fixing his. So that we had brought it there to fix the chainsaw. At the same time, my dad was also cutting down trees in his yard. So
So you remember speaking with detectives on multiple occasions, right?
Which one?
I'm just saying it was not just one time that you spoke with detectives. There were multiple times.
Yeah.
The first time was when you and your mom went to the police department on May 19th, 2020. That was the first time, right? You guys went there together?
I'm not sure. I've met with so many different people and talked about this situation with so many different people. I probably couldn't even recall any of the times that you're about to ask me.
Okay. But the first time, so then do you remember it wasn't until the first time you met with law enforcement, you didn't tell them anything about a chainsaw, correct?
Correct? I didn't feel that it was very needed since it wasn't used for this case.
So you said, though, that one of the times you talked to detectives that while you were at the farm, your dad never took that chainsaw out of the van. Do you remember telling detectives that?
I don't remember saying that.
Is it possible you said that?
Not sure.
So what happened then? Maybe if you could explain now. Did he never take the chainsaw?
No, he
out of the
definitely
van?
took the chainsaw.
Okay, so
He definitely brought it into the barn and they were fixing on it and doing chain stuff on it and seeing what was wrong with the chain. Oh yeah, I remember that like the back of my hand. He definitely took it out of the vehicle and brought it into the barn.
so then you wouldn't have said that he never took the
No, like I said, I did not say that.
You did not say that. That would be a lie if you said that.
Objection, to call something a lie would be to.
Lie is one form of.
I will
inaccurate
rephrase.
Statement. Go ahead.
Thank you. That would be an untrue statement.
Same objection.
Well, inaccurate.
That would not.
Possibly.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It's not what you saw.
I'm saying I'm not sure, but I do remember him bringing a chainsaw to the tree farm and him taking it out of the van and bringing it to the workshop.
And do you remember saying that your dad was wearing flip-flops when he got to the tree farm and that he then changed into your grandfather's boots when he was there?
I do remember saying that actually.
And your dad wore flip-flops
All the time.
All the time. Even in like weird weather where
I mean, snowing, sleet, heavy packed snow, he's wearing sandals. There's no question.
even when it makes literally
No sense. Yeah. Sandals.
Rain, snow, like you said, everything. And a lot of times too, he would wear these sandals and then change into different shoes when he was at the farm.
He always had other shoes. He just preferred to wear his flip-flops if he was running in and out of somewhere or just anything simple. My dad was very simple. So for him to wear flip-flops all the time, it was just easy for him.
Yeah. And his being simple also translated to his style, right?
I guess I'm going to object to questions about the
No.
defendant's style. It
Well,
seems irrelevant.
The state talked about everything he was wearing. That's where I'm going with this.
Well, whether it was fashionable or not would be irrelevant.
Overruled?
It doesn't sound like it's terribly relevant.
Okay. Your dad had like the same clothes he would wear all the time, the same style. When I'm saying style, I don't mean something that's
He
stylish.
had different pairs of those clothes.
Exactly. He had this jeans and white t-shirt.
It was his go-to. I mean, waking up, sleeping, he was in jeans, maybe shorts sometimes, but mainly just jeans and a white tee.
Okay. And so when you saw him on, and not saying he's dirty, but he didn't have a washer and dryer at his house.
No.
Okay. And so he had on the 16th, when you were at the tree farm, he was wearing his, before he changed into the boots, the flip-flops, jeans, white t-shirt.
My dad washed his clothes. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
there were times where he washed his clothes. Like, He just had multiple pairs, and if you're asking me about his style, he wore the same thing every day, like literally every single day. There was nothing new about him. He doesn't change ever. Like he's just him. I don't know.
Yeah. And so I want to go back though to the tree farm. He was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, flip-flops. And when on
Pixie.
the 17th, when your mom picked you up, he was wearing blue jeans,
thing.
the same thing. Okay.
It's not a waste of time, Anita. So because it is something that the state brought in about what he was wearing and what he burned in the pit. So she has to go into it. From the UK, from Wales, I broadcast from, Steve. Welcome, Pixie, as well. Welcome back. Thanks for being the replay crew earlier on, Pixie, and always lovely to see you in here. Okay. It was, Steve. You're right. It was.
Doesn't smell like Brown steel. Exhibit 300, Defense Exhibit 300. So our pair of blue jeans.
Why does that not seem like my dad's size and know those are not his?
These aren't his.
Can I see them as well?
Sure.
I know she's still living in it. I don't want to touch them. Is it all right if you? I just want you to.
Levi's? I'm confused. He never wore Levi's. I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Okay.
It's
Right.
also been a while, so I'm not really.
And I didn't think you'd memorize like each article.
On the witnesses.
You didn't.
Yes,
You
sir.
didn't
Let
memorize.
me ask another
You
question.
didn't memorize each article of your dad's clothing, right?
Not
No
like
worries,
that. I
Josie.
mean, once you kind of know him, you're just like, yeah,
I got it
he wears
sorted, don't worry.
jeans and a t-shirt. Like, I didn't really focus on brands like that.
Do these look similar to jeans your dad would wear?
The pockets do. The back does.
The back does.
For sure.
Okay.
Where's Sean? Sean, whereabouts are you now?
It's gonna be Defense Exhibit
Are you back here?
299.
This is an aside to you attorneys. The written material you just received,
Just checking.
I did not make any observation. That was sent to the clerk and provided copies to you.
Okay, again, Defense Exhibit 299.
Is it a question?
White t-shirt.
But-
Looks like a white t-shirt your dad would wear.
No, it does not actually.
Okay.
His
Why?
t-shirts I actually did pay attention to. His t-shirts were
Thanks,
a different
Steve.
brand. So to me that does not look like his t-shirt.
But
But you said before you didn't know every single article. of
I have his
clothing.
t-shirts. I have pairs of his t-shirts, which is why I know why.
But you
What his
don't-
t-shirts are.
You don't have every single one of them.
No.
Okay.
Zach's like a typical father, like, doesn't change. Wears the same clothes over and over.
So you
Oh, you know.
testified on direct that your dad had nicknames for Mr. Gutierrez, and one of them was Booger, and that he called them because what he saw by the window. But you also testified that you were right there by the window.
I was.
So were you able to see
After.
that too?
After.
So you weren't there the whole time?
The timing is mixed up. I was in the car when he had went. There were 2 times. He went the first time by himself, and the second time he went with me. Like up to the house. Same night, 2 different times.
Where were you in the vehicle that you could see everything that Mr. Anderson was doing? So on direct, right? You said that right now you're saying there were 2 times. The first time was you pull in and in the bar, near the bar, right? That's what
My
you
father
said.
had told me what he saw.
Well,
Like
no,
up front, had told me what he saw in the car through the window. If that is your question. I was not standing next to that window when he was looking at Mr. Gutierrez the first time. I went up the second time. He had told me about this, but in the same way, I had seen him go around that corner.
So I want to
Oh.
break down kind of what you saw versus
Right. Do you know what I mean? I don't mind you trolling, guys, but not this much. Come on. There's no need to do that. Um, I wish Josie was still here because I don't know what to do now. What did she do? Cool. I know what to do then. Okay, fine. Yeah, Gigi, I don't know how to do it, Gigi.
what you heard from someone
I
else.
I don't know
Okay.
how to do it.
So you pull in,
Mm-hmm.
you said that your dad had a video recording device,
Mm-hmm.
and then at some point he went behind to put another cell phone in the air conditioning unit,
Mhm.
right? That's behind the house.
Yeah.
But you're now saying
It's
you
on
were
the
in.
side of the
but
house.
You're now saying you were in the car this whole time. You're not out running around the house with your dad.
Objection.
How
She's,
do-
hold on.
how-
She has explained that there's 2 different sections. She's out at sometimes and not at others.
I'm
Yeah,
asking about
Gigi
the
has
first
it.
time.
Gigi has it.
Actually, you're not asking, you're saying what you understand the situation to have been. So you can ask what the truth of it is. And then the
Gigi is
district
a mod.
attorney is reporting what he thought the testimony was. So why don't you rephrase your question?
I want to break it down a little bit further. You're saying there were 2 times your dad went up to the house that evening, right?
Correct.
The first time you didn't get out of the vehicle.
No.
So I'm only talking about the first time.
Okay.
The first time you said you saw your dad with a recording device and that you also saw your dad put a cell phone into the air conditioning unit.
Correct.
During this time, you are still in the vehicle.
Yes.
It's dark outside.
But light enough where you can still see.
You said it was the middle of the night.
It is. That doesn't mean I have 20/20 vision, so I can see.
Oh, okay. So you then explain to me your mom's house from where you were parked. You were parked in the bar lot,
Yes.
and were you sitting in the front seat?
Yes.
And you were in the van?
No.
You were in the Audi.
Yes.
You're sitting in the front seat of the Audi. Which way are you facing?
We are backed up. So me sitting in the car, I am facing the tail of the car. I'm looking at the house. I'm looking, when Dad left the car, I was looking to see where he was going, what he was doing.
So you're facing the house. What wall of the house are you facing?
Have you seen a picture of the house?
Yeah.
Okay,
I am.
so I am on the bar side. I am near the back of the house. I am on,
Thanks, Gigi.
if you're looking at it from the field. I don't think you're listening.
Jesus. Everyone play nice, otherwise Gigi will eat you.
So I'm just a little confused because you're saying you're on the bar side and the door with the window is on the complete opposite side of the house.
Correct. That does not mean that I did not see him turn that corner and when he came back to tell me what he had saw.
Okay, so
Love you
again,
both,
I
Gigi.
only want to
Yeah,
know
and
what
I am. I'm
Just a
telling
moment.
you.
Just a moment. Please listen to the whole question and then answer, okay?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Judge.
Gigi.
I only want to know what you saw, not what we can get into what he told you later. This is only what you saw.
Mhm.
So you couldn't see that door. You could not see that window from where you were parked.
Correct.
So then when he comes back, you said you get in the car and you kind of pull out, but you don't completely leave, right?
What?
So you said there were 2 times that he went to the house. And in your direct testimony, you said he got back in the car and then went to drive away, but then stopped and got out again. And that was when you came out of the vehicle.
Judge,
Right?
again, that mischaracterizes the testimony. She indicated he came back, he got her. Then there's a third incident where he leaves the car where they partially leave. So the when she is retrieved from
How
the
many
car.
times did you get out of the car?
I got out twice.
How many times did your dad get out of the car?
3 times. Twice, because he did not get out of the car the second time when he came to get me. When we were still parked at the bar, he did not come and he came and got me. He didn't sit in the car, drive away.
So he didn't enter the car?
No, not fully. So he only got out twice and I only got out twice.
So the second time then, well, you got out 2 times?
Do I need to re-explain?
No. Please, you can answer a question without a question.
I'm confused.
Okay, well, let's do this. No, let's not.
I'll just ask a different question.
Beautiful.
What was the second time, well, the first time you got out of the car then?
It was to go up to the house, to the window that you're talking about, where I can see through the crack of the shades. And that's when he told me to go like this with my shirt. So then the breath marks didn't get on the window.
And then you went back to the car?
And then we did. We both, at that point, had gone back to the car. And we were pulling away. And then we got to, it depends on which way you're going, but the second entry to our driveway, it was the bigger open end to our driveway. And he stops, gets out, and I get out and I'm like, what are you doing? And I see him taking pictures of his license, of Mr. Gutierrez's license plate, taking his registration. Somewhere in the time I didn't see him, but he turned the corner, got the phone, rang the doorbell, and came back to the car, and then we left.
So you didn't see him go to the air conditioning unit?
I did not see him go to the air conditioning unit, correct, but I did see him bring back the phone.
Okay.
Did you see him go to the air conditioning unit that first time?
Yes.
It's tough. It's tough, Pixie.
So
It-
did your
damned if you
mom
do,
ever
damned if you
talk
don't.
to you about what she observed that evening?
I mean, she's my mother. There are things to be
Don't worry.
discussed about
I
that
sent you a message on Twitter, Sarah.
I don't know how to answer your question.
Well, the question wasn't about the content. It was, did your mother ever discuss the matter
A
with
bit.
you?
Okay. And when did she have that conversation with you? Was it
A while
close?
ago.
It was close to that time.
Yeah.
And she told you that she thought it was your dad.
No. 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 I knew.
Well, I'm saying, what did she say? I'm not asking what
I already
you
knew
thought.
everything that my mom knew. She wasn't telling me anything that I didn't know already.
Okay. And do you remember telling her that you actually weren't there
I do remember telling her that. I did.
and that you just knew what had happened because of a video you watched and from what your dad told you?
Yes. In the beginning of all of this, I did not come out.
I didn't have a question.
I was.
Well, you see, she's mumbling there.
On May 19th, 2020, do you remember a time where your mom had left to go down to Kenosha to check on Mr. Gutierrez?
A bit.
Okay. And prior to that happening, your mom had had a conversation with you about how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
Objection, I think it calls for hearsay.
It's already been testified to, Judge.
I believe it's still a hearsay statement, even though it's been testified to.
It's an in-court statement.
We're going to break at this point, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And let's try to start again at 1 o'clock. Is that convenient? Okay, thanks.
Okay. Right. Right, now we're going to jump into the Murdoch one. I'll stop screen for that one. I will set it up ready for after lunch. Oh, it kicks off a bit after lunch, doesn't it? So, okay. All right, here we go. Share screen. So this is the press conference for. Ah, okay. Let me get done, Chris. Hang on, let's get it. It's not starting yet. It's starting in a couple of minutes. This one. Channel, YouTube, watch live. This is the one. So we got here in the background already. for when they go. So, oh, I'm just messaging. Um, right then. We will. I think they probably will do some commentary first of all, as they normally do. And then after that, then they will bring people in. Essentially, they do the press conference. I think the press conference is scheduled for say 7:30, 2:30 Eastern, 1:30 um 1:30 Central. So um,
Welcome back to
Sarah
More
P doing
Crime with
God's
Not. My
work.
name is Bob Bianchi. There's a lot
Here they
going
go.
on
Oh,
here
now I'll
today.
take
This is
these
really
off. They're here.
unbelievable. Alec Murdaugh's defense team is demanding a new trial for the murder of his wife Maggie and son Paul. Now, I first heard this and I was like, it's going to be a whole cup of nothing as far as I was concerned. However, the defense claims that the elected clerk of the courts tampered with the jury. That is not a good statement to hear if you're a prosecutor. Murdaugh was sentenced to life in prison back in March for the death of his wife and his son.
See, this is
Murdaugh's
a
attorneys Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin will be hosting a press conference today as they file a motion requesting a whole new trial in the case. In part, their statement reads, "Today we filed a petition based upon newly discovered evidence with the Supreme Court of Appeals, South Carolina Court of Appeals, to say Alec Murdaugh appeal while a hearing, is held on a motion for a new trial." These are serious allegations that are filed in this petition, and they themselves could explain a number of peculiarities that occurred in the 6-week trial. And they ask that we request SLED stand down on initiating any investigation of these allegations since they are heavily invested maintaining Alex's conviction. Alec Murdaugh maintained and still maintains his innocence of the murder
we're
and
only watching it
malice
because of these things.
of
So
Maggie, and Paul, and he believes the truth will ultimately prevail. I'm so excited. It's just too much for me to be able to deal with. This is really serious, folks, because what we're
they
saying
do
here, and I'm
from a
reading the
juror.
paperwork, and we have some great guests that are going to join us right now, is that this clerk did
No
some
worries, little peanut.
extremely and extraordinarily bad things.
I
that
don't
in
know
my
who's
mind
trolling
could
now.
very
Anyway, I
well
don't know
necessitate
who's
a
trolling,
reversal
who's
of the
not.
conviction. And not only did they, in their moving papers, write these things, they brought some receipts with regard to affidavits from some of the jurors. So, I mean, if these things pan out to be true at a factual hearing, this prosecution's conviction is in jeopardy. Joining me to discuss the news is criminal defense attorney Chris Adams, along with law crime correspondents Anjanette Levy and Gigi McKell.
Sorry, little peanut. I didn't know if you were real or not. There's so many trolls in here now. I don't know who's who anymore. So, welcome, little peanut.
This incredible motion, and were you struck as I was that they actually have affidavits from jurors here?
Hi, Bob. This is the motion. I've been trying to get through the entire thing. It's 65 pages. It includes statements by the defense, also includes affidavits, and some really startling claims. I am not that surprised, though. I will tell you that, because we saw a lot during that trial. It went for 6 weeks. We heard some things during the trial that could corroborate some of this. And when I say I heard, we were there. We were talking to everybody. It's a small town.
Yeah, it is right. Just to clarify, it's my decision to take it down to 2 mods. Gigi asked to help out, so she did. So Feral, Jamie, whatever, if he notices our joint, sorry, but that doesn't excuse any trolling in here at the end of the day. It's all good. You don't have to be here, guys. You know what I mean? So there's other streams for you to go into and watch.
talk. And so
I
I'm
will
not
now, Erin. I'll
that
spin it up.
surprised. I'm certainly not surprised that the defense interviewed these jurors, especially the one we called Egg Lady, who was removed from the jury at the very last minute, because we knew that the defense was really unhappy with that decision. They liked Egg Lady and they thought she was on their side. And that whole thing was very peculiar when it came up. So in this motion, the defense is asserting that Becky Hill, somebody that we dealt with a lot during the trial, that she made up this claim that there was a Facebook post claiming that Egg Lady had said some things about the case and that she believed Alec Murdaugh was innocent. Egg Lady is now saying that that never happened, that Becky Hill made it up. So there's a lot in here. And if this is true, a new trial could possibly be ordered and may very well be ordered.
Yeah, I want to, I mean, I can just tell you as a trial lawyer, how anything that involves interference with a jury's deliberation is a massive problem, and voir dire has to occur. Gigi, we have affidavits that were submitted by jurors here, and again, it's evidence to a certain extent. It hasn't been completely fleshed out, but this court clerk, Rebecca Hill is her name, they argue in these paperwork was telling jurors, don't be fooled by the evidence that's being presented by Murdaugh's attorneys. She directly asked me if I was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty before the deliberations occurred. I told her I had not made up my mind and that I want to hear all the evidence before deciding. This is unbelievable pressure. In other parts, she asked if we thought that he was innocent, that basically indicating to them that she did not feel that they were innocent, not to be fooled by Murdaugh and the way he testifies. I mean, and then there's allegations in multiple documents here that she was going into the jury room or the jury area where the jurors were and peeling off a foreperson of the jury and going into multiple conversations for 5 or 10 minutes and telling them the foreperson not to discuss what they're discussing to the other jurors. And on the Facebook piece, I'm sorry to go on with this, but on the Facebook piece that Anjanette just talked about, the judge had indicated when the same court clerk got involved in investigating that he had wished she had come to him as opposed to trying to handle it on her own. I mean, that's one thing. But if these statements are true at all, that she was in some way, shape, or form, wink, nod, verbal or otherwise, telling jurors her viewpoint as to how they should rule, I can't see, in the interest of justice, how this does not only get vacated, this conviction ASAP, but that this court clerk, if true, would not be charged with a crime.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge situation. And I really got concerned after I read the affidavits because that's at the very end of this filing. And it all sort of follows the same pattern of what they are alleging happened. So having, as you said, they came with receipts. I had texted Anjanette to ask if they had put these jurors under oath about this, and I hadn't gotten to the end yet. So when I saw those, I thought, oh man, this is a big deal. I mean, this is the biggest trial this state has ever seen. And to potentially have this conviction tossed out and do a new trial, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, I mean, Anjanette, we try to extend the benefit of the break for the stupidity of human beings, okay, all the time. But this is a court clerk that is trained and sworn to ensure that the jury is fair and impartial and that no one intercedes in the deliberative process. And if that happens, they're to immediately report it to a judge. That's their oath. In this moving papers, in the affidavit, we got piles of papers all over here. I thought it was a big nothing burger until I read this and my jaw hit the ground. Not only was she basically telegraphing to them not to believe Murdaugh, that it's all a trick, the defense is doing a trick, watch him on the stand, there's evidence you don't know about. These are some of the allegations that are in here. But in paragraph 11 of the moving papers of the defendant, it said, Ms. Hill, the clerk, then asked about the views of the rest of the jury. She told me, if this is a juror saying this, if the foreperson would just go in and ask for a raise of hands, that it would be done and over with. She said, everyone needs to be on the same page. She then again said she would reinstate a restraining order, and we go on about that. So not only is she giving her viewpoint about the guilt of the defendant, she's actually telling them how to go about it in the deliberative process in order to get there sooner than later. And let's not forget, Anjanette, and maybe you could talk on this, the allegation here is that she didn't want a hung jury. That's why she was trying to figure it out, because she had a book deal and wanted to do speaking engagements. Wow, Anjanette.
And she did release a book recently, just in the last several weeks. So, and she's been on, she was on the new Fox Nation documentary. I saw her interviewed on that over the weekend. So there's a lot going on here. And if every word of this is true, this is very serious. It's egregious behavior. And I must say, Bob, that during the trial, around the time of closing arguments, we were nearing the end of the trial. We had kind of heard, or I had heard really, a rumor that she was talking possibly to the foreperson, and I was not able to verify that rumor. However, it appears from this paperwork that was very likely true. Yes, it's a small town, but that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter if you pass this person in the hall. You shouldn't be asking her anything except, hey, do you need a bottle of water? Can we get you anything? Do you guys need anything in there? Nobody should really be having any contact with the jurors other than the bailiff or whomever is charged with, making sure they get from the courtroom to the jury room and then back to their cars at the end of the day. It's stunning.
Yeah, Gigi, let me go through a couple of more things here. And again, you can write all you want in this big fat piece of paper that we have here about the brief, but I segmented the evidence, the actual affidavits that these jurors had submitted. And I just want our audience to listen to some of this, because I mean, if you could see here, I got things circled all over the place. I'm in complete disbelief from what I'm reading here. The court clerk supposedly told the juror not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Murdoch's attorneys. Told them not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Murdoch's attorneys, which I understand to mean that Murdoch would lie when he testified. End of story. Lights out. If the judge believes that happened, Murdoch's right to a due process has been violated, and it is a sickening and disgusting thing. As a prosecutor, I've been in this position. I've been in a position where not like with a court clerk, that's unfathomable to me, where there was some allegation of juror tampering, whatever. You have no idea, ladies and gentlemen, how much effort and time and sleepless nights and not eating or overeating and not being with your family that prosecutors in particular and defense attorneys too spend on a case like this in order to ensure that there's a fair trial. And you want to make sure that the finger is not put on the scale by anybody. And as a prosecutor, I can tell you in particular, you don't want to put a victim's family through it, your witnesses through a second trial for something you had absolutely no control over, i.e. somebody tampering with a juror. And guys, Gigi in particular, the clerk is alleged to have said in this affidavit, watch him, referring Murdoch, closely, which I understood to mean he was guilty. I mean, this is just unbelievable. Immediately testified, let's go further. She told the jury, we cannot interact with Mr. Murdoch because that is what the defense wants us to do. Basically saying the verdict shouldn't take you too long. I'm just going through some of these other ones. Right before the defense put up the case, Ms. Hill told jurors, y'all are going to hear things that will throw you off. Don't let this distract or mislead you. I am so outraged by this. If these allegations are true, I don't even know what to say other than if the judge does his voir dire and does his interrogation, which he did with the Facebook issue with regard to her, and she did a humming, and that turned out to be all false, all falsely created, but it got a juror thrown off the case. I got to tell you what, if I were representing Ms. Hill, I'd tell her to take the fifth before she spoke to the judge.
Yeah, I think she's definitely probably not feeling so hot right now. I think that these receipts, I mean, I really thought like you, this was going to be a nothing burger, that this was just throw something against the wall
problem,
and see
Emma.
if it sticks.
No worries.
We know that the defense was not happy. She wrote the book and went on the press tour shortly after. I interviewed her on my podcast. I know you guys interviewed her. And so I just don't, know where this is going to go, but like you, I do think that this could end up in a brand new trial for him. And we got to do this again. It was 6 weeks in Walterboro. My question is, at this point, do you move it out of Walterboro? And is there going to be another judge presiding, since Judge Newman has subsequently given interviews on air since the verdict? This could be a big logistical nightmare for a million reasons.
Yeah, well, this lady may have been doing this for her own personal self-gain. We'll see with the facts. It's only an allegation right now. We don't know. Or she may have been doing it because she was on top on the USA, pro-police, pro-prosecution. And if that's true, she has no idea the stakes she put through the prosecutors' hearts right now, who are sitting there in disbelief that all their effort, all their time. I mean, I don't even know what the prosecutors are going to say here, because usually you'd say, well, whatever taint happened with the jury, it would not have affected the outcome of the case. I have never, in over 30 years of a career, seen anything as complicitous and duplicitous as this. And I am sure the prosecutors' hearts are breaking that they even have to respond to this. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
So if anyone has not seen it, the article that's come out that's tied into this, it is here for you to look up before the before they go into the press conference. Press conference is about 15 minutes. Emily, I love the fact that you're still behind. It was all dumb questions, all dumb comments. I know. So yeah, they always normally take. Oh, hang on, I can fast forward a little bit. We're about 30 seconds behind there. No. Yeah, I know, Chris. Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna be surprised with it. What everything we saw go in. Much as I like it. Do you know what? I liked him at the time, but I don't like him. Looking at other judges, I don't like him. Um, personally, Chris. But it's one of those things, though. It's all uh, tastes different. You know what I mean? I didn't like the fact they left the financial stuff come in. If he hadn't done that, I think he'd been all right. I wish he'd have ruled harder before trial, so everyone knew exactly. This is no Mads, 100%. He left it dissolved to sideshow. That's what I think. If he hadn't done that, I think he'd been all right. Uh, yeah, no, I don't disagree with you, Lefty. I totally agree. It should be definitely, and he shouldn't be the judge, that's for sure. And that's what I mean. If it wasn't for that, I think he'd have been decent. I think he'd have been decent. Now, Sal, Sal, um, I think so. I think so, Pixie. Sorry, I really don't think he actually killed his wife and son based on it. I agree. I still think he was. I still think he's involved, but I don't think they proved it. Little Peanut, get a fid. She was always going to be tough in that county. Yes, they just need to go somewhere else. Jesus, that went loud all of a sudden.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. Guys, you got to be watching this. We're going to be handling this. There's going to be a press conference that's going to be going on with regard to this Alec Murdaugh development. This is really, I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I am really awestruck, jaw dropping. In all the years I've done this, never heard anything quite like this. In case you're just joining us, the defense team for Alex Murdaugh is asking for a new trial for their client who's currently serving a life sentence for killing his wife and son. Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin claim that evidence has come to light since their client's conviction and are requesting a whole new trial. There'll be a press conference regarding this motion at, I believe, around 2:30. Now, like we've been saying, you've been watching the previous segments. When I first heard this and the producer said, oh, you may have to talk about this. And I said, big zero, motion for a new trial, newly discovered evidence. Been there, done that, happens every day. Then I got the moving papers, read the brief, and then the attached receipts, the affidavits from these jurors. I was blown away. Prediction: this case is being reversed, and the court clerk in that particular courtroom.
I think he was involved because that video had him down there. Did the evidence point to that? No. Would I voted not guilty? Yes. Do I think he was involved in it? Yes. Because it's just too much of a coincidence. Do I think other people were with him? Yes. But would I vote it again guilty? No. Not on what they put together.
But I'm not completely surprised by this because we had heard some rumblings, and Egg Lady, as I mentioned, the one juror that we believed would be, seemed to believe Alec Murdaugh, she was removed from the jury, and it was pretty controversial. It came at the end of the trial, and we had heard some rumblings about whether or not all of this was true, about her discussing the case with her ex-husband or what have you. So I am going through it, and I'm reading the affidavit of one of the jurors. I'm not going to put her name out there, but she said several times during the trial, Ms. Hill told the jurors that the media would want to interview jurors at the end of the trial. And during one of these conversations, she passed out business cards from the media to jurors. At the end of the trial, Ms. Hill told redacted name that no one from the media wanted to interview her. Right
True
before
story.
the defense put up their case, this is the next bullet point, Ms. Hill told the jurors, quote, "Y'all are going to hear things that will throw y'all off. Don't let this distract you or mislead you." Number 7, this next point. After Alex
What a
testified,
shock
8
on his
jurors
lady.
indicated they did not believe his testimony.
No idea
Point
when they
number
actually
8,
were murdered. The video.
redacted name recalled
And
that
that's
the
why we're all
deadly
different.
name,
So
juror
that's why we've
544,
got
known
12
as
people that
Boston
have
by
different
many of the
opinions.
jurors, was
You're
very
entitled to it,
emotional during the
Jamie. I'm entitled
trial.
to mine.
Number 9, during
So
the
was
visit
everyone
to
else. So
Moselle, redacted name,
it's all
juror
good.
826 and redacted name walked to the scene together. Then juror
Yes, you are,
826 began
Sean.
walking with the clerk of court, Becky Hill. There were times the jurors were not kept together, but were in 2 separate rooms. Redacted name noticed that jurors talking about the case before deliberations began. Neither she nor redacted name,
You're right,
juror number
Val.
785, joined in on the conversations about Alec. As the jury was deliberating, she believes Judge Newman came to the room she was in and told her the jury would have to spend the night at a hotel if they did not have a vote by a certain time, but she does not recall the time or the deadline. Redacted name, juror number 741, was the first former juror to provide information that the clerk of court made statements to members of the jury about the evidence presented during the trial prior to the jury deliberations. Ms. Hill's conduct was corroborated by other jurors during subsequent interviews. And I must say, earlier on in this affidavit, Bob, it says that during the trial, she witnessed clerk of court Becky Hill come to the jury room, and Ms. Hill and the 4-person, juror number 826, whose name is redacted, went into the bathroom. After Ms. Hill and the 4-person exited the bathroom, Ms. Hill told the jurors they could not ask the 4-person questions. There's also an allegation being made in here, Bob, that somehow Becky Hill selected the 4-person of the jury, or at least recommended that the 4-person who recommended the judge pick a certain juror as a 4-person. So I know specifically, I can see her in my mind right now, the 4-person on the jury. She was not the original 4-person, if memory serves me correctly. And we had a number of jurors dropped or replaced during this trial. So these are very, very serious allegations. And Becky Hill may be required, there may be an evidentiary hearing about this, and she may be required to testify. And as you said earlier, she may invoke her Fifth Amendment right.
Well, I'm telling her if she came to the law firm of the Bianchi Law Group, that's exactly what we'd be saying. We have Chris Adams with us, criminal defense lawyer. Chris, in addition to that excellent presentation that you just heard, I'm going to paragraph 10. Now, this Facebook thing, we're going to have to drill down a little bit more. Maybe you could explain the ins and outs about how that got that four-person essentially thrown off the jury, and it turned out to be a fraud about her ex-husband who she hadn't seen in 10 years, blah, blah, blah. We can go through all that. But in one of the affidavits, it's alleged that she, Chris, that she was going into the jury room. She was having private conversations with people. She was influencing them with regard to basically Murdoch's a liar, don't believe his defense attorneys. But paragraph 10 of one of the affidavits indicates Miss Hell then asked me questions about my opinion regarding Murdoch's guilt. Chris, you're a great trial lawyer. Can you even believe that I'm reading these words, if they're even true, prior to they're asking whether or not the opinion of the juror on Murdoch's guilt. She asked if I was leaning one way or the other. Come on. I told her Creighton Waters' closing was good, but I still had questions. She asked me what kind of questions, and I replied, questions about the guns. She asked me, what would make me think he's innocent? I asked, there was no murder weapon found. She then asked, well, what makes you think he's guilty? I said, Paul's video. This is an extensive discussion of the facts. She then stated everything Murdoch said has been lies and that I should, quote, forget the guns. They will never be seen again. Chris, are you in complete shock like I am? It's almost impossible to believe it, except you have these affidavits coming from multiple jurors that are all essentially corroborating this.
If the allegations are true, it is outrageous conduct that should require a new trial. This kind of stuff just can't be allowed in courts, big trials or small trials. And we know that there's some informality in some smaller courthouses, or maybe informality in some chambers, but this is so far beyond that. This is a clerk of court. If these allegations are true, it's a clerk of court coaching the jurors to return a guilty verdict, which we just can't allow that.
Yeah. Wow. I got to tell you, Chris, I was saying before, I think the prosecutors are devastated by this. When I've had any kind of issues with juror involvement, which don't even approach anything like this, you have a voir dire.
Here we go. Here we go.
Like this? Okay.
I'll walk it up
Good?
now. So,
All right. Okay, so. Push the button here. Yeah, button. What? Push the button on top. Yeah. So I'm going to read a statement. Jim Griffin will have a couple words to say, and then we'll answer questions. Today, Jim Griffin and I filed a petition based on newly discovered evidence with the South Carolina Court of Appeals to stay Alec Murdaugh's appeal while a hearing is held on a motion for a new trial. Concurrently, we've sent a request to the South Carolina U.S. Attorney to open a federal investigation into the violation of Alec Murdaugh's civil rights. The allegations in the petition filed today speak for themselves, but we believe they explain a number of peculiarities in the 6-week trial. We request that SWED stand down on initiating any investigation of these allegations, since they are heavily invested in maintaining Alex's convictions. We suggest they wait for the Court of Appeals to rule and receive direction from the trial court. If the Court of Appeals remands the case for an evidentiary hearing, if the Court of Appeals remands the case for an evidentiary hearing, we would also request that those in the media and the public respect the privacy of those included in this filing. Jim and I want to thank those on our team who stand behind us and have worked tirelessly to ferret out the truth. Alex Murdaugh maintained and still maintains his innocence in the murder of Maggie and Paul, and believes the truth will ultimately prevail. Jim?
The right to a jury trial, the right to a jury trial is a fundamental principle of our justice system. Jurors must be free from outside influences and must decide the case solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom, subject to the rules of evidence, subject to the rules of the court, and most importantly, subject to the crucible of cross-examination that's guaranteed by the Sixth Amendment to the Constitution, and that is the right to confront witnesses. When jurors receive private communications outside the confines of a public courtroom, the Sixth Amendment is violated, and numerous other constitutional rights are violated. And that's not Jim Griffin on the law. That is the law of the land. And I want to quote from a decision from the South Carolina Court of Appeals, which is behind me, and states this: where there is a private communication of a court official to members of the jury, an occurrence which cannot be tolerated if the sanctity of the jury system is to be maintained, a new trial must be granted unless it clearly appears that the subject matter of the communication was harmless and could not have affected the verdict. What we had filed today, supported by sworn testimony of jurors, is that the clerk of court had improper private communications with the jurors, and the subject matter of those communications was the credibility of the defense that the Murdaugh legal defense team put up, and it was the believability of the defendant's own testimony. Now, there's been a lot of talked about whether Alex should have taken the stand. I can assure you, when we considered what factors and what we should and should not do and considered whether he should take the stand, we never considered the likelihood, as reported to us by the jurors, that the clerk of court would go in to the sanctity of the jury room before he testified and tell the jurors, don't be fooled by his testimony, watch out for his body language. And that is what the sworn testimony that we have filed in court today says. And if that is true, which we have every reason to believe that it is, and no reason to believe that it's not, there's no choice but the courts to grant a new trial.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay. Well, I think we observed it. We did. No, I was there.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah. I was there. I watched it. But I mean, look, we were not looking to impute any nefarious conduct. But clearly, what the jurors reported to us, that they were off talking, the forelady and the clerk. I saw them together, but I wasn't watching. I believe. Look, I've been doing this almost 50 years. The bedrock of any trial, and I've done hundreds of them, is that the clerk of court is
It's all good, Gigi. Thank you.
the person that makes sure the jury gets their food. It's if they're put up for the night, someplace to stay, their travel accommodations are met. They're not someone that ever should talk to them about the case. I've never had it happen. Again, I've been doing this for a very long time. Never heard of it happening until this case.
And one thing we want everyone to understand, that the clerk of court is an elected official by the people, not appointed by the judge, not appointed by the judiciary. It's a public official who's elected and is an independent state actor. And so that what we are complaining about in the motion that we filed today is the conduct of an elected official, not conduct by Judge Newman or anybody in the unified court system.
And I think it's important also to understand that she is a state actor, and that's why we forwarded today a letter to the U.S. Attorney asking them to open an investigation into the violation of Alec Murdaugh's civil rights by a state actor under color of state law.
I believe you guys had 4 jurors that you had affidavits for in the paperwork you filed. Did they reach out to you, or did you guys reach out to them?
Well, this is an interesting story. Let Jim tell you.
So immediately in the aftermath of the verdict, we had received information that we needed to look into what happened in the jury room. We started down that road, and we met a zone of silence. No jurors would speak to us. And so we were, what I like to call, we were given the Heisman, right? And then when the clerk of court wrote her book, published her book, that zone of silence collapsed. And jurors were upset about that, the ones we talked with, and they were more than willing to come forward and tell us the things that we had sort of heard through a whisper campaign. But and so as a result of that, we were able to interview some jurors. Now there's still a number of jurors who maintain that zone of silence, who have not talked to us. We did try to reach out to most all of them that we could get in touch with, but we, the information we got, I can tell you, was independent of each juror. The first juror we talked to, we got information about Ms. Hill saying, "Don't be fooled." And then the second juror, independent of the first juror, says the same thing, and the third juror, independent of the other two, say the same thing. And so we're very confident that the information is accurate.
Well, and what ask them. I mean, we don't have any control over that. We just did receive a notice from the Court of Appeals that the Attorney General has 10 days to respond to our motion. Okay. Now, I think what's interesting to me, again, having done this for so long, is that once we had that initial contact with that first juror, we began going around. We had a list and knocking on, literally on Sundays, knocking on jurors' doors, asking them to speak with us. Some of them wouldn't come out. Some of us told us never to come back. But some did, and some talked to us. I'll give you an example. And one of the things we heard was once the jury went out, even though there were 6 smokers and they were given smoke breaks during the entire trial, once the jury went out, they were told no more smoke breaks. No, you people that want nicotine, you're going to have to get a verdict first. I mean, it's that kind of stuff. Now that indicates something, and the court would be the one to communicate that. Why? So a bunch of folks told us stuff that appeared to be inconsequential, but in the total context indicated to us that what we've put in this petition about the court is credible. And based on sworn testimony from 2 jurors, and we interviewed a third. My paralegal, Holly Miller, has given you an affidavit or filed an affidavit on what she told us. A lot of these folks just don't want to get involved, but they're going to be involved if we get a hearing, because each and every one of them is going to have to testify in an open court before you as to what happened and what didn't happen. Wait, one at a time. Who?
It would appear that Judge Newman was at least aware of some of the allegations that you talked about in your motion. For example, the Facebook post of juror 785, and the judge actually said, "Oh boy, I'm not too pleased about the clerk interrogating a juror as opposed to coming to me and happening to me."
Well, and that's a good point. There's no suggestion that the judge did anything untoward. But what that does do, if it comes back, he may end up being a witness. So, I mean, but until the Court of Appeals acts, that issue does not have to be dealt with.
But if the fact is that the court was aware of some of these issues, but still didn't intervene, how concerned are you?
We don't know. We don't know that he didn't intervene. That's why I'm saying he's a witness. We need to know.
That this evidence is strong enough such that it could have changed the verdict had it been introduced in trial.
That's not the legal test. The legal test is the subject matter prejudicial to the defense? It's not would it have made a difference in the outcome? Was the subject matter of the improper private conversation material to the defense? If it's immaterial, like what do you want to have for dinner? Do you want to take a smoke break? Do you want to go home? Those are immaterial matters. But when the subject matter is and is reported under oath by these jurors, it was a direction on how you should receive Alec Murdaugh's testimony. You should look at him. Don't be fooled by him. That subject matter is absolutely material. That's the core of our defense. And that is something that we had no chance to defend against. And so we strongly believe if that evidence is accurate, and the law will require a new trial.
If this is all true, do you think the clerk should be criminally charged?
No comment.
Well, I can't talk about attorney-client privilege information. I can tell you that when I shared with him the affidavits, he's a lawyer. He was astonished. He was shaking. He was in disbelief, and he thanked Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Barber, and myself for spending our weekends on dirt roads in Colleton County.
And by the way, we've seen more of Colleton County on dirt roads, in places we're city boys, we didn't believe existed in this state, looking for folks that would talk to us. A lot of doors slammed in our face. A lot of doors slammed in our faces. I'm sorry? No comment. I'm sorry, what? Yes. It's all serious. Everything we've alleged, everything in those affidavits is serious. This is a very serious matter. And again,
So what you see in the sworn testimony that's been filed today is Ms. Hill told the court that there was a Facebook post by this juror's ex-husband. The ex-husband has filed an affidavit saying, "I've never posted a Facebook post." Ms. Hill in her office says he must have deleted it. We can't find it. But they produced a Facebook post from someone with the same name apologizing for an earlier Facebook post and that Satan made him do it and et cetera, et cetera. And Ms. Hill related that as being this juror's ex-husband. Ms. Hill had this juror's ex-husband's photograph. You can match them up. They don't match. And what we do know, and we laid it out in detail in our brief, is that the apology Facebook post was posted, I think, on February 16th and said we had deleted it the day before, February 15th. Ms. Hill is telling Judge Newman on February 23rd that I just saw this Facebook post. Impossible. Impossible. We also have in there sworn testimony that Ms. Hill told this juror that SLED went out and confirmed with your ex-husband that he posted that. Not true, according to the sworn testimony.
and Phil Barber and I and Howie Miller from my office went down and interviewed the ex-husband, and he allowed us to, I wouldn't know how to do it, but Phil did, to download his entire Facebook history. None of that is in there. So, I mean, again, we've done what we can do. We're not the police. You know, we have no way to compel anybody to talk to us or give us anything. We've asked very nicely. Now, I will say this. The two jurors that gave affidavits have an attorney, Joe McCullough, who was skulking around here a moment ago back there. So if you want to know about those two jurors, you may want to have a chat with him.
What's the motivation of the jurors talking to you?
Wait, what?
What's the motivation, do you think, of the jurors talking to you? Are they upset with the clerk?
I think they were upset with the way things went, and the clerk, I think they may very well, yes, they're upset with the clerk. They're upset with the way this played out.
Are they regretting their vote?
Can't comment on that.
The Facebook post, the person who posted the original post, have you ever gotten an opportunity to speak with them? And if so,
No. I mean, the original post, we don't know whether it ever existed.
But the apology post, did you speak with him, Phil?
No, we did not speak. Well, as you know, having talked to the FBI before, no. They're not going to tell us anything.
In your letters to the U.S. Attorney, you mentioned the importance of having the FBI investigate as opposed to SLED, for example. Can you talk about the importance of having the FBI involved?
Well, having anybody but SLED investigate it. SLED is very invested in this conviction. How invested? Well, the agent, David Owens, that testified under cross-examination by Jim, admitted two things. One, he perjured himself in front of the grand jury. And two, he fabricated evidence. SLED made him this year's Law Enforcement Officer of the Year. So is that the agency that ought to be going to jurors? I don't think so. I think that the court, if this is remanded back, the trial court should pick somebody else. If the FBI is not doing it, then there's the sheriff's departments, there are other folks, not Colleton County, but other sheriff's departments that could go out and interview jurors or bring them to court. I mean, all these jurors are going to end up testifying anyway. There may not be any reason to go out and interview them. They may just put a subpoena on them, bring them to court.
how important is your feel if jurors testify under oath in a place where, like you say, there's a zone of silence where they haven't really talked about before?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that would happen if we get the hearing that we've requested. That's why we've requested the hearing, so that we can get subpoena power and we can get some subpoena, not just individuals come to court, jurors come to court, witnesses come to court, but subpoena records, phone records, for example, emails, for example. I mean, so with a hearing, we have a broad array of assets at our disposal to bring evidence to court. Right now, we've got nothing except Dick's Mercedes and dirt roads in Colleton County. No, we've not had any juror contradict anything what the other jurors are saying. What you, Jen, what you saw in some of the affidavits is the jurors were separated in two rooms and sort of broke up from, guys in one room, gals in another room. I don't know if that was appropriate. Men in one room, females in another room. And so the comments that we've gotten on the sworn affidavits come from the ladies' room, if you will, more so than the men's room. But we do have information that we submitted from one juror where he does acknowledge that she talked to him about evidence, about autopsy photos, and don't be upset about them. I mean, that should not be happening. That should not be happening. And this juror is a smoker, and he relayed to us basically the coercive effect of people who have a nicotine habit not able to smoke
until they reach a verdict.
And so that's what we got.
Wait a second. Yeah.
An issue with the cable at the very, could you read that, what their initial motion real fast, that issue?
Do what now?
The motion you read, can you read that? The very first thing, I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'll read it for you after we get done with this, but I don't think I ought to keep all these folks doing that.
Or would you request a change of venue?
Well, you got to get a new trial before you get there, and that's not something we're going to talk about today. And yes, ma'am.
The activities that the jurors have given the affidavits for, was that behavior that you believe Ms. Hill was exhibiting to all 12 at one time?
We don't.
Or were they singled out or segregated?
Well, we know some of the statements were made in front of the jurors in the one jury room. Now, understand I think there are only 6 jurors in that room, or maybe 8. I'm not sure, but not all the jurors would have been present for all the statements. Clearly, they were given in one room or the other.
And just to be clear, the catalyst for reinvestigating this was the publication of the book.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
go ahead.
So we didn't stop investigating, but we were hitting brick walls until her book came out, and then jurors who obviously were not comfortable with how she handled matters were even less comfortable with her going on a book tour and making money off what she did. That's what was reported to us.
Now, she has said her book is self-published. That really doesn't sound like somebody who's getting a lot of money. What do you say to that if somebody says, well, she's just self-published?
Well, she's trying to make a lot of money. That's the point. I mean, she's trying to make money off of it. She's selling the book. I mean, the question is, was it a successful scheme? I don't know. I mean, if you've read it, I'm not going to give a book review here, but I don't know that you buy the book. I mean, it's not well written. The story she tells is not accurate, in our opinion, at least the facts as we saw them.
What did you think about the passage of her book that describes going to Moselle with the jurors?
Well, the problem I have with what she says in there is, after going to Moselle, we, if you notice, she used the plural we, felt such and such and such and such. Is that the jurors and her? I mean, I think that's great cross-examination for her when she testifies in this matter before the trial judge, if the Court of Appeals sends it back.
Do you want any hearing in this matter to be public?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We want all y'all there. We miss you. Any other questions?
Yeah, you said you're investigating. So along your investigations into the alleged jury misconduct and these allegations, have you uncovered any additional things that you would present in a second trial for your defense?
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, no. If we are lucky enough to get a second trial, you have to wait and see. We're not going to disclose any of that today.
What is your optimism for getting for this motion?
I'm very optimistic that ultimately we will get a new trial. How long that'll take, I don't know.
Have you tried to reach Clerk Hill, ask her any questions about any of this?
We we've not reached out to Clerk Hill. We had reached out to some other folks, and based on the information we received, we thought it would be pointless to reach out to her.
What now? We're focused on getting him a new trial. That's what we've been working on. Anything else? No? Thank you so much. Let me read this statement to him real quick. No shit.
So obviously going to do more and more. Right, the affidavit, in case you've not read it yet. Let's go through. Let's go through some of these quickly. Present share screen. This is some of the affidavits. Drag this out. So this is due 6:30. Towards the end of the trial, after the President's Day break, before Mr. Murdoch testified, the clerk of court, Rebecca Hill, told the jury not to be fooled by the evidence presented by Mr. Murdoch's attorney, which I understood to mean that Mr. Murdoch would lie when he testified. Okay. She also instructed the jury to watch him closely immediately before he testified, including look at his actions and look at his movements, which I understood to mean that he was guilty. Immediately after he testified, the foreperson, juror 826, said Mr. Murdoch was crying on cue. I mean, yeah, that's not appropriate. None of this is appropriate so far. The person, juror 826, criticized the former foreperson, juror 589, for handing Mr. Murdoch a box of tissues when he was crying on the stand while testifying about his murdered son. She told the jury, we cannot interact with Mr. Murdoch because that's a defense wants us to do. Okay, sure. The jury frequently discussed the case during breaks before deliberations. Well, yeah, okay, sure. I mean, towards the end of the trial, Mrs. Hill came into the jury room a lot. Mrs. Hill and the foreperson juror 826 has had private conversations on multiple occasions. The foreperson juror 826 would tell the bailiff that she needed to speak with Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill would arrive, and then she and the foreperson juror 826 would go to another room to have a private conversation. The conversations typically lasted 5 to 10 minutes. The foreperson juror 826 never said anything about the content of the conversation. For example, she never communicated logistical information after those conversations. This happened 2 or more times, more frequently towards the end of the trial. Okay. Okay. When we began deliberations, Mrs. Hill told us that this shouldn't take us long, and that if we deliberated past 11 p.m., we would be taken directly to a hotel. We had driven from our homes that morning and were prepared to stay overnight. Additionally, smokers on the jury asked to be allowed to take smoke breaks, but we were told they could not smoke until deliberations were complete. Oh, Jesus. Well, this is not really good, is it? I had a question about Mr. Murdoch's guilt, but voted guilty because I was pressured by the other jurors. Well, I mean, that's Jesus. After the verdict, immediately before sentencing, Mrs. Hill pressured the jury to speak as a group to reporters from the television show something. So, okay, Exhibit B, affidavit of H. Miller, juror number 741. On August 6th, 2023, Dick Apulian, Jim Griffin, and I met with someone, juror 741. Hang on. Okay, yeah. At this meeting, August 6th, someone indicated she would sign an affidavit. However, we were unable to arrange with her a suitable time and place. During the meeting, relayed the following information to us. During the trial, she witnessed the clerk of court, Becky Hill, come to the jury room, and Ms. Hill and the four-person number 826 went into the bathroom. Well, I mean, well, that's dodgy. After Mrs. Hill and four-person exited the bathroom, Mrs. Hill told the jurors they could not ask the four-person questions. Okay. So, I mean, if this is all legit, then my God, they're fucked. Several times during the trial, Ms. Hill told the jurors that the media would want to interview jurors at the end of the trial, and during one of these conversations, she passed out business cards from the media to jurors. At the end of the trial, Miss Hill told so and so that no one from the media wanted to interview her. Hang on, several times, right? Blah 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 blah. Want to interview jurors at the end of the trial. And during one of these conversations, she passed out business cards from the media to jurors. At the end of the trial, Ms. Hill told so and so that no one from the media wanted to interview her. Okay. Um, right before the defense put up their case, Miss Hill told the jurors, y'all are going to hear things that will throw you all off. Don't let this distract you or mislead you. Hmm. Okay. After Alex testified, 8 jurors indicated they did not believe his testimony after he testified. Okay. Someone recalled juror 544, known as Boston by many of the jurors, was very emotional during the trial. During a visit to Moselle, juror 826 and someone walked to the scene together. Then juror 826 began walking with the clerk of court, Becky Hill. Um, there were times the jurors were not kept together, but were in two separate rooms. So and so noticed jurors talking, about the case before deliberations began. Neither she nor juror 785 joined in on the conversation about Alex. As the jury was deliberating, she believes Judge Newman came to the room she was in and told the jury would have to spend the night at the hotel if they did not have a vote by a certain time, but she does not recall the time deadline. Jurist for what? Well, I mean, straight away, Judge Newman can't be involved in this. Then he's been earmarked. 741 was the first former juror to provide information that the clerk of court made statements to members of the jury about the evidence presented um, during the trial. Prior to the jury deliberations, Ms. Hill's conduct was corroborated by other jurors during subsequent interviews. Further affidavit saith not. Jesus, just say it properly. Don't. Exhibit C. Oh, jeez. To withhold your any opinions and then say can't talk to, walks off. They're off the jury. The court. Okay, well, let me see what Becky's talking about. I want to revisit the Facebook post that you mentioned yesterday. Ms. Hill. Right. The court. That's Becky Hill, the clerk of court. Can you tell us? Well, the Facebook post, Ms. Hill. Yes, I think it was Friday evening, just for a brief moment. I perused Facebook, got on. Well, oh, hang on. This is going to be huge. It's not that bad, to be fair. Um, Friday evening, just for a brief moment, right? said that he noticed that his ex-wife was saying that she was on the jury and saying stuff about how her verdict was going to be, and that were the ex-husband. But she was known for talking way too much, and then I just kept on scrolling because that was enough for me. I'd gotten enough. And how do you determine who he was talking about? Miss Hill, when I heard there was an email on Monday, I figured the two went together if it was true. Well, she's confirmed she has an ex-husband who she has 3 restraining orders out against. So, right. So then we look on Monday after you told me to try and go back and look for it, and we couldn't find it. But then we um found out his name. We found the post and printed it out where he said that he had put something up, but that he had deleted it. Okay, well okay. Uh, that doesn't make sense. Uh, at the time that he had put stuff out there that wasn't nice. He said he got drunk afterwards. Something about the devil, Mr. Meadows. Oh yeah, of course, Mr. Meadows. Yeah, something about the devil. Didn't he say it was Satan in it? Satan was in it, yes. In all the details, yes. The court, all right, Miss Hill, made me do it. Made me, made me do. Okay, I just wanted to have that on the record. You're reading a Facebook post by the ex-husband who said it. Of course, you haven't talked with him, so you don't know where he got his information from, Miss Hill. I don't. I can find it though. We do not. We do know his name for what it's worth. Do you think he will be sober? I don't know. Probably not if I had to guess. It is Wednesday. Well, it's today, Tuesday, Wednesday. Joking, okay. Wednesday. Well, it's Wednesday night, so and that's it. And this is the book. I'm not reading the book. I mean, I'm not reading the book. I'm guessing all of it now is the book. Oh, hang on. So this is the post. Hang on. Folks, I posted an ugly post yesterday to which I had deleted, and I kinda, in a roundabout way, directed it towards a certain person. I would like to apologize to everyone who read it that ugly for me to do that. And yes, I let Satan control me. I broke down and started drinking, and when I was drunk, I made the post. I'm sorry. Um, it is great that you apologized. You owe that to the person it was directed to, who's Karen Smith. I have no idea who Karen Smith is. It was directed at, and God, none of us can or should judge. I can, however, give you some suggestions. Remember, right, I don't need to read that. Hang in and hold on. Bobby Joe Blackwell, thank you so much. Thank you. This is just their affidavits and saying, um, speak for themselves, but review of the show post. No posts were made on February 16th, so it's fine. Um, yeah, we've read that, haven't we? '75. Yeah, we've read that one. Because we have the Facebook post. Oh, and Nate, right, okay. Woodamount Page. She summoned me to speak with her alone in the office. In the court, she told me someone emailed her about a post. Okay, so this is the by my ex-husband Tim Stone, purposely made, which purposely stated that I'd made comments to him that the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdoch. She directly asked me whether I was inclined to vote guilty or not guilty. Well, that's inappropriate. I'd not made my mind, and that I wanted to hear all the evidence before decided, as you should. That's not appropriate. Ms. Hill said the post said I had been drinking with my ex-husband, and while drunk with him, I expressed an opinion on the guilt or innocence of Mr. Murdoch. That never happened, and I told Miss Hill it never happened. I did not go drinking with my ex-husband. In fact, I had not seen him in approximately 10 years. I asked to see the post, but Miss Hill would not or could not show it to me. I've never seen it, and to my knowledge, no one has. Later that day, Miss Hill told me Sled and Colleton County Sheriff's Office personnel went to my ex-husband's house, and he purposely confirmed he made the post. Purposely confirmed he made the post. She told me she would reinstate a restraining order I previously had against my ex-husband. I did not know about the apology post referencing Satan until Ms. Hill's book was published. I've since reviewed that post and can definitely state the post is not by my ex-husband. He does not go by Timothy. The profile picture is not him, and the phrasing of the post is not phrasing he would use. It appears to be posted by another person who happens to have the same name. It does not appear to be posted to the Walterboro Word of Mouth Facebook group. When Ms. Hill first asked me about the Facebook posting purposely made by ex-husband. I showed her a picture of my ex-husband for that reason, and now believe she always knew the apology post referencing Satan was not posted by my ex-husband, bitch. March 2nd, the day of the verdict, I received a call from my ex-husband, Tim Stone. I was getting on the bus to travel with the rest of the jurors to the courthouse. I did not answer. This phone call upset me greatly, and I asked to speak with the clerk of court, which I did by telephone using bailiff Mr. Bill's phone. I told her I was scared. She said that the Murdochs probably got to him. Oh my god. Okay, well, I mean, this is all inappropriate stuff. Ms. Hill then again asked me questions about my opinion regarding Mr. Murdoch's guilt. She asked if I was leaning one way or the other. I told her that Creighton Waters' closing was good, but I still had questions. She asked me what kind of questions, and I replied, questions about the guns. She asked me what would make me think he's innocent. I stated that no murder weapon was found. She then asked, well, what makes you think he's guilty? I said, Paul's video at the dog kennels. She then stated that everything Mr. Murdoch has said has been lies, and I should forget about the guns. They will never be seen again. Ms. Hill then asked about the views of the rest of the jury. She told me the four-person would just go in and ask for a raise of hands, this would be over and done with. She said everyone needs to be on the same page. She then again said she would reinstate a restraining order I previously had against my ex-husband, and that she would call Judge Newman about the restraining order. I then went to the jury room. Approximately 10 minutes later, I was excused from the jury. During the proceedings, I asked Judge Newman if he had spoken with the clerk of court. He only said, "This is not because of your ex-husband." Judge Newman involved again. 2 weeks later, I did answer a call from my ex-husband. I angrily confronted him about the post he purposely made because I knew I had not made the comments he claimed I made. He emphatically denied ever making any such posts, Facebook posts, and genuinely seemed not to know what I was talking about. On one day during my jury service, approximately 1 or 2 weeks before the verdict, Juror 864 and Juror 826 were in a single toilet, unisex bathroom together for an extended period. They were known to do so frequently to discuss the case. Juror 729 referred to it as A&D time. That's quite cool. In the van going to the courthouse, Juror 864 and Special Agent David Owen lied on the stand, said Special Owen lied. Friggin' hell. David Owen lied on the stand, but had nothing, but that nothing would happen to him. When we visited the Moselle crime scene, Ms. Hill and Juror 6 walked off together, avoiding the other jurors in order to have a private conversation. Judge Newman was there, so I own a rental property which is leased to two tenants, Deborah Webb and Clifford Dandridge. On Saturday, February 18th, 2023, I delivered a refrigerator to the property. I was removed from the jury on the day of the verdict because a co-worker of Ms. Webb purportedly said I expressed opinion on Mr. Murdoch's guilt or innocence while delivering the refrigerator. Ms. Webb then worked at Domino's Pizza in Walterboro, so the co-worker would be some employee of Domino's Pizza in Walterboro. I do not know whether Miss Webb actually made any such statement at Domino's Pizza or whether a co-worker actually heard any such statement. After I was dismissed from the jury, I spoke with Ms. Webb and Mr. Dandridge, who both vehemently stated to me that my husband that the affidavits the prosecution drafted for their signature was not what they said to him. Surprise, surprise. They told me Sled showed up at their home at 10 p.m. after they were asleep, removed them from their home and put them in separate cars and questioned them. Mr. Dandridge, oh Jesus, said he told them I did not say anything about Mr. Murdoch's guilt or innocence. Sled returned 30 minutes later, again woke them from their beds to serve subpoenas on them to appear in court the next day. They arrived at the courthouse at 9 a.m. Jesus. The next day and were held for 9 hours until 6 p.m. when SLED officers or a prosecutor finally presented typed affidavits to them saying their statements from the previous night had been recorded by dash cams in the patrol cars. They said they signed the affidavits without reading them. Jesus, SLEDs, you know. Um, as I previously testified, I never discussed the merits of the Murdoch case with Ms. Webb, Mr. Danridge, or any other person present, nor did I express an opinion on Mr. Murdoch's guilt or innocence while delivering the refrigerator or during any other interaction with them during the trial. So that's the egg woman, that is. Oh. Well, we've seen that. This is the. I mean, that's just too long. I'm not reading all that. I mean, you all got the link. You can read it. I'll read it on my own time. Holly Miller, who's Holly Miller? Met with right 326. During the meeting, jurors relayed the following information to us. Juror 326 was asked if Miss Hill told the jurors not to let the defense sled mislead them. He did not specifically recall the statement, but he did recall that Miss Hill commented to him and other jurors about the photos that were admitted to evidence, indicating that the images would be disturbing. The juror 326 also stated the jurors were stationed in two separate rooms when they were not in the courtroom, and he was in a room with mostly other male jurors. He was not in the same room as jurors 630, 741, and 75. Jurors 326. Hello, Marge. Sorry, I'm not even looking at the chat. But I just called Marge. Say, hello, Marge. Welcome back. This is Murdoch, by the way. So, would visit the other room more often. Miss Hill would visit the other room more often, and that he could not hear what she was telling the jurors in the other room. During the trial, juror 326 and others discussed the case prior to deliberations. He did not discuss the case with anyone outside of the jurors. He further commented that some of the jurors were going into their office because of financial reasons, and that some of the jurors were going into their office because of financial reasons, and the people were talking to co-workers because co-workers wanted info. I mean, of course, of course. Law Kong, I agree. I mean, guess who's back? Shawnee's back. Marge is back. Tell a friend. Marge is back. Marge is back. So I agree with you, Tilly. Also, Judge Newman was there for most of this, for some of this. Minor conversation led him to know who was a yes and who was no. His vote changed with new evidence. Before deliberation began, juror 3 indicated that minor conversation led him to know who was a yes and who was a no. His vote changed with new evidence. As the jury was deliberating, the bailiff and Ms. Hill told the jurors that they could not take a smoke break during deliberations. There were 6 smokers on the jury. After the trial concluded, a group chat was formed with the jurors, but juror 326 dropped off of the group chat because um, there were too many chats. After the trial, oh, okay, yeah. When asked if he thought the clerk of the called Becky Hill was inserting herself in the process of the trial. Jury 366 responded, I can see that. So I can see that. That's not a yes. Do you know what I mean? So, um, you know, I think the prosecution would rip this person apart, I think. What's your coming docu-series on the Murdoch? 3 days location free, local tell me the whatever, that's from her. I serve on I serve a motion to suspend appeal. Don's Bar, creating water with the current on September 5th, 2023, I served appellate's motion to suspend appeal and for leave to file motion for new trial by emailing it to the attorneys of record of the South Carolina Attorney's General Office, Creighton Waters, and Don Zelenka. Don Zelenka's Creighton's boss, I believe. Harpoolian. I will have a check. Filing fee of $50. All right. I think, there's issues. There's issues. But I also think that if you want to read it properly and not through my accent, then you're gonna have to go into the link I posted you, and go through it. There's more to it as well. I skipped some at the start. Um, so yeah, gone through all them. Hang on, let me just get this. So, yeah. All right. I'll just close. I had Nick's up as well. Closing that down now. I forgot it was up. That's nice. People going there now asking for affidavits. Good. Crack on. Right. There I am going to now. Here. Paste. If you want more details on that, Nick will go through it. He is going through it now, but he's going through the whole document. So there's a lot more there with him. Um, so yeah, right, we're gonna go back now. I mean, look, we'll see what happens with this. Some of it, I mean, is stretched, but some of it's dodgy as hell. I think that it's not just her. People say, I agree. I think Judge Newman was involved as well in some way or another. Because there's no way he could be that stupid. Well, I mean, maybe he can. Let's mostly here for Murdoch anyway. For Zachariah. But I'll say, not to plug thing, but Nick is showing it. But as I say, he is going through the whole document. I just don't have the time. I might do it separately again to do it, but I'm gonna go back to to Zachariah. So, hang on, need to get this open. YouTube. Where's that? There he is. He's there, still doing it. So yeah, he's going through it all now. So, please, he's got a DUI guy on there. As much as I think he's a prick, he still probably has some good insight. And he did a lot on Murdoch trial. Um, so yeah, he's going through it. Then he'll go through the affidavits at the end, I imagine. All right. So I'll allow it. Yeah. I think my view on it is, Chris, that he would have seen some of it, and by that I mean he was there at the walk when they were when they were having a walk around. He was there, so he should have seen it. Some of it. I'm not saying that he was day to day involved in it, but he probably had trust in her, and he didn't react to it. But he's been called out on this now, so he's in the shit himself. Right, here we go. This is after lunch. There's some arguments here now, and then yeah, we'll crack on. Right.
Conversation with you about how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
I didn't hear the last four words.
About how she was worried her friend was missing, right?
Yes, Kayla. Yes, Kayla.
All
I
right.
agree.
There,
Oh,
Judge,
but
there was
yeah,
then an objection to
I agree,
hearsay.
Chris. I agree.
Hearsay has to be an out-of-court statement. Ms. Beecham did testify, and she testified that on May 18th, 2020, she had talked to her daughter about her friend, her concerns about her friend that was missing. Those were in-court statements.
Any response?
Yeah, I think that to ask this witness about that statement is still hearsay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The out of court statement for this witness is an out of court statement. So the fact that it's been that it's in through a different party does not make it an in court statement.
You're right. It does, however, affect the application of the rule. The objection's overruled.
All right. I'm not, okay. I don't think there's an exception, but I don't want to belabor it, Judge. I do want us to continue. So thank you for the ruling. I do have one other matter. So the court provided the parties an email. Mine, it appears the communication to you was at 11:31 a.m. I think.
Well, just so it's clear, it did not come directly to me. The clerk got it. Did you get it as a forward, or was that sent directly to you?
We did.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, mine is headed your name. That's the only reason I indicated it was provided by you. But the message, as the court is aware, is that Court TV showed a clip where the defendant used his two fingers and placed them over his lips as his daughter was testifying to suggest to not say anything. We are aware now Court TV has played this clip multiple times. They have even slowed it down to be sure that their viewing audience was able to clearly see what happened, the gesture. So we have a copy of what they have played, but there are commentators who are speaking over it, so we cannot tell what the specific question is that it's in relation to, which I feel would be important to the court to know context. It certainly would be important to the state. We have asked Court TV, who have indicated that if the court orders Court TV to provide an original copy that does not have the commentator's voiceover, that they would provide that pursuant to the court ordering that in this courtroom today. And then all the parties would be able to see that clip and know specifically when the defendant makes the gesture, which clearly has occurred because we've seen video of it, what the context is. We know his daughter was testifying. We don't know what the question was or where she was in her answer. I am asking the court to briefly take a look at what we have. I'm asking the court for an order to Court TV so that we may finish our investigation of this. And if we have any additional information we think is relevant, we'll bring it to the court. The court will remember I expressed a concern earlier that I wanted the court to be as diligent as it felt appropriate to try to make sure that this minor child was not in a position where she was being influenced. And so I asked the court to also at this point impose an order that recognizes what has already been detected in the Court TV film.
Well, you're dating yourself because it's not filmed.
Did I say? Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, is there a response?
Thank you. I have watched the clip. Obviously, what we don't see in the clip is the other side because they're not filming Olivia. I will note that there were times, and that I did observe, that when the state was asking their question, while asking, Mr. Anderson's daughter would look over at him and would mouth something just mouth something. I can't say what it is. I can't say when that happened. I did not personally observe Mr. Anderson make these gestures I've watched it now on here, but so I can't say if it was in response to that or not, but I will say that that was occurring, and it could be that that was a response to her mouthing while the state was asking a question. So that would be the only thing I have to add to that. I obviously can't speak any further.
So the minor is in the courtroom. I don't know if the court feels it's appropriate to have her here as we discuss this, but I should have brought that up earlier.
I just have noticed that.
Yeah. We do have the clip, and we would like at least to show the court what has been broadcast by Court TV now multiple times, so at least the court has that available for its in its knowledge.
Well, how difficult is it for Court TV? Okay, and I've been requested to order it, and to me, orders are last resorts. Can I request it?
We tried to go through those options, Judge, prior to coming up with you, and we felt like we heard them clearly.
Okay, well, it is something that may be of benefit to the trial. So, yes, under the circumstances, I will order that you produce that. Is that something that takes a certain amount of time or a foreseeable amount of time? Okay, great. If you would then, thank you.
And then, Judge, there was another issue that the defense was made aware of that Attorney Birdsall will speak on.
Yeah, Judge. So apparently, excuse me, this has been brought to our attention too. Obviously, we can't see everything that's going on, but that Miss Beecham is apparently certified in ASL, American Sign Language, and Olivia knows the language.
Right. It's 8 o'clock here, so I'm starving. So I've got my food for people to see, as you'd like to see. Coleslaw, potato salad, hog roast roll, and I got bread and butter. And the bread and butter is a honey and nut bread. So that's what my dinner involved. I normally have dinner at 6 o'clock, and it's 8:30 now. Jesus.
And the observers that reported to us
It is
said that
good,
she
Chris.
was
It is good.
signing to her.
I'm here,
I
but
don't
I'm
know what
off.
about. One thing that was mentioned was calm down. What else was signed to her? I don't know. And I have no idea if Court TV would have picked any of that up. They certainly wouldn't have picked it up on Olivia's end, but I don't know if they picked any up on Sadie's end. So maybe if we're looking at some of this footage, we could look at that too.
I'm sorry, I did not hear.
They only have that clip.
Oh, it's up there.
Thanks, Marge. Hey, bro.
So I want to report to the court what I know about this, just in terms of reaction. So Sadie Beecham indicates she is not a certified American Sign Language interpreter or a person of that sort. And most importantly, the minor child indicates she does not know that language. So she is not somebody who has that in her ability to understand.
I'll permit you to examine either or both if you want.
Outside presence of the jury?
Indeed.
Yeah. Ms. Beecham also denies that she did any of that. So.
All right, let's start one thing at a time. Can you run this?
Yes.
Is that a rerun? Or
Yeah, so because
There's only one incident.
Well, that's the one that they were playing on Court TV that we were made aware of. I don't know if there are others, but that's the one. And then I would play it with sound, but it's pundits talking about what's happening. It's not the.
Have they mentioned my tie?
They were more focused on what
The
was
Marquette
happening.
tie? No, all right.
They were focused on the efforts of the defendant.
I understand. All right, well, let's let that sit for the time being. You are, if you wish, you may examine either Ms. Beecham or the child, and that's
Now?
up to you. Yes, outside the jurors present.
Am I going to have an opportunity to question the defendant?
Yeah, under oath, yeah.
Well, the defendants we can actually see.
Okay.
I'm not in a position, so it may make a difference. I don't know. It's not on the merits of the case, so I wouldn't. Well, I'll tackle that if I need to.
Yeah, we might as well make a record of it, Judge.
So I don't have so far the source of this allegation. Counsels have represented to us that they have received this allegation. I have not seen this allegation, so I don't know.
When you say this allegation, you're talking about Ms. Beecham?
I'm right. I'm talking about the one that has been forwarded by the defense table, and I assume they are not. I understand them to not be direct witnesses. They are simply recounting something that has been reported to them.
Who are the informants?
So as members of his family.
Okay.
City
That they observed it themselves here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay.
And have evidently reported that Ms. Beecham is a certified interpreter of sign language, which we have told the court is not true, and also have evidently reported that that the minor in this case knows sign language, and she says she does not.
So let me.
So this does not come from the allegation we've described to you is not only on television, but it is apparently someone who has no connection to the case that we're aware of. The allegation the court has just heard has been family members who have been here all trial.
I haven't pressed Court TV.
Right.
We were what I understood I was being told was that they don't have a video of the conduct which is being described on behalf of Ms. Beecham, but I didn't ask whether they have looked. So I don't know if we're dealing with something which is unavailable or something which has not been searched for or found.
I suspect.
What can you tell me? Okay. Is that a satisfactory explanation?
Well, I've watched the live feed either at counsel table or if I'm out of the courtroom, and I have seen them. Ms. Beecham's been on camera many, many times. So I'm just, the interesting thing, Judge, or the complicated thing is that, even if they were to do a search, you would have to have some specialized knowledge what to look for in terms of sign language, because I wouldn't know.
Well, but even the question of whether she had her hands anywhere in a position which could effectively communicate with a witness stand.
Yeah.
That would be something that would be searchable. But I interrupted you.
Well, I just don't know in terms of the coverage, whether or not the lack of pointing the camera in that direction was just for this witness, because I know for a fact that I've seen, Ms. Beecham and the whole family there many, many times, those cutaways while the testimony is going on. So, and it might be a bit of a slog to look through some of that footage, but I can only report what was reported to me in terms of what was seen.
What was seen with the eye here in the courtroom,
Correct.
not what was seen on court TV.
Correct.
I assume that whoever's reporting this from the family is an American Sign Language competent person. Otherwise, why would
I'm sorry, Kayla. I'm sorry, Kayla. I am sorry. I didn't realize. My bad. I can never get. I can never get the volume right. Sorry. Forgive me. I hope.
someone make such a report?
Because
So
they
I
all know
assume-
each other.
What?
Because they all know each other.
Sure, but I mean, this is a serious allegation for somebody.
No. I'm not trying to minimize the allegation at
Yeah.
all. I'm trying to me, the awareness of whether American Sign Language was used could have come from the fact that these people all know each other and think that she is an interpreter or conversant with that language.
Right, but as least as the attorneys reported it to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I was told that the allegation, and it wasn't shared with me, it was a family member until now, but the allegation was that specifically this person reported that they had seen Sadie, the mother, who is a certified American Sign Language interpreter, interpreting or flashing signs to the minor on the stand, who also knows sign language. This is what was reported. What? And one example was calm down, but it was said in the plural when it was said to me. So for someone to take the leap and say, this was American Sign Language that was done over there, I assume it's a person with some competency in that before they would make such an allegation. But I don't know that. I'm just suggesting that is is it a person who has competency in this language so they know what these signs are?
Now, if I wouldn't join in your assumption, and I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying, to me, if they know Ms. Beecham and have spent time with her over the years and are familiar with whether she speaks French or German or American Sign Language, then that might affect what they would report to you, but I don't know. But we're getting way off track here.
Here's my concern, Judge, and I apologize for interrupting. We have reported to you something that has been nationally broadcast. The court's now seen the film. You've also heard reported a family member of the defendant, in what at least now seems to be highly speculative information, and our latest discussion from the parties is that we will be placing people under oath based on that highly speculative and potentially biased information. And the defendant, I mean, I don't know what the court's planning on doing next, but the defendant then we're left with no additional action taken at this time. So I feel like if one thinks about the scales in any fashion in this case, in those regards, that seems like an outcome that is that the court should consider.
And I never said I wouldn't consider it. I offered the opportunity for the defense to examine the witness and, the two witnesses about it. And I have not ruled out ordering Court TV to conduct the search that you're seeking.
I think the court already ordered it. Am I missing? Am I wrong?
No, yeah, you ordered the
You
search
ordered
we're
it.
seeking.
I ordered the search with respect to the coordination of the testimony of, I haven't ordered Court TV anything with respect to the accusation about Ms. Beecham.
Right.
So if I misspoke, yeah. Okay. That, yeah, that was when you were talking about having seen other instances where Ms. Beecham was pictured, I agree with you because I saw one or two myself. But I wondered whether they do things differently on different days, and I'm sure they do. And she's nodding yes, they do. So I'm going to accept her representation and not have them search further because we've already given them one assignment. And as you heard me a moment ago, I was reticent about giving them an order anyway, but that was what they needed, so I give it. But I will still permit you to examine the people involved about that, and you can examine these people who have made the accusation. As to whether you can examine the defendant about anything, that's a separate question I'll have to
Right,
take
yeah.
up if it arises.
As long as I'm also allowed to examine family members who have made such an allegation in this situation and find out their basis of knowledge, then I understand.
All right, so do you want to examine?
Yes.
Okay, let me call the jury and tell them we're not just late at lunch.
Yep. You can take it down.
Amber just sent me.
Forgive us, it's going to be a little bit longer, hopefully not too much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye.
Longer.
Longer.
The fatalism of
Did
that.
she say longer?
Yeah, she did, it kind of resignedly. And who can blame them? All right, whom do you wish to examine? Ms. Beecham. All right, I'm going to ask the child to be escorted she can go in the library if she likes, or I don't know if there's anybody else back there.
I should take her up back.
It is just different meats. You know, it's strips of the pork, like pulled pork.
Would you come up, please,
Like
Ms.
that.
Beecham?
Nice. It is nice. I'll need it for this, guys. I'll be back on.
All right, you're still under oath, ma'am. Please be seated. All right.
Ms. Beecham, I want to ask you about your employment. Do you work as a care manager / social worker?
No, not anymore.
But you did.
I did.
For Community Care Incorporated at UW Milwaukee?
Well, those are two separate entities. One's a school and one is a agency that I work for. Yes.
So, Judge, I'm just going to ask, are family members currently texting defense counsel questions to ask?
No.
Ask if that's
Well,
occurring
there's
right now?
a court rule that there's no cells to be taken out of pocket, so unless they're pretty efficient at texting,
Okay.
I would assume
I mean, I
not,
can see
but
that
if they
counsel is-
are.
Counsel's reviewing his phone. Apologize. All right.
Yep. So,
I'm sorry, can I ask one other thing? Your courts excluded this witness, so whoever is the individual who made this allegation, I'd ask they be excluded as well.
That makes sense.
okay. So
So that was the person just texting?
Yeah.
There are two leaving.
he wasn't texting me, so just relax.
Thanks.
So from July 2011 to December 2013, did you work at the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Mental Health organization as an employment specialist?
No.
It was called the Threshold Incorporated in West Bend.
I think you're looking at possibly a resume or something, and you are kind of mixing up the places. So
Okay. Did you attend UW Milwaukee?
I did.
Did you get a bachelor's of education?
Special education, yes.
And in deaf studies and interpreting certification?
I got a minor in deaf studies, and in order to be certified nationally, you need to take what's called a national interpreter certification, and I did not take that.
But you know American Sign Language?
I do.
Okay. And you're fluent in it?
Fairly fluent, yes.
Okay. And you taught your daughter as a young child and as she grew up how to do it, right?
Up until about Olivia was about 2. She knew animals, her numbers, and her letters.
So the answer is yes. You did teach her.
I did.
And in fact, on your LinkedIn page, you list languages where they have a category for languages, and one of them is ASL, American Sign Language, right?
Correct.
So when Mr. Gravely represented to the court that you said you didn't know it, that was just wrong.
I didn't represent that to the court. I said she wasn't a certified language. I said that the child involved here, the minor, does not know the language. I never said that.
There were some representations made which did not amount to what is being questioned now. But I'm not going to break the stride on this. But if necessary, we'll check what was said.
Okay. And so we've established you know it. You've taught your daughter.
I've taught her the basics, very basics.
All right. And you also volunteer at the Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing?
No.
So, and is that accurate that you've never volunteered for them?
No, that's not accurate. I used to volunteer for them when I was in school.
I love this name, Dirk Diggler.
And how long did you volunteer for them?
While I was in school, so I don't know, a couple of years.
Okay. While you were volunteering for them, did that involve doing translations and interpretations for people?
So in my internship, I did have to do interpreting. Again, I can interpret, but I am not nationally, nor am I certified interpreter. But do I understand the language? Yes.
Okay. And so, obviously, you've heard this discussion. So I'll ask you, while your daughter Olivia was on the stand, you had a sight line to her, right? You could see her clearly?
I was trying actually to not look at her, and I was keeping my eyes focused over at the defense. So, no, I was not directly looking at her. Did I have a sight line? Is that what you asked?
That was my question.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So you could see her, she could see you, right?
I can't speak for her if she could see me, but I could see her.
Okay. And so so just the real obvious question, were you signing her instructions about what to say or anything else?
No. My hands were below the pews.
Okay. Were you communicating with her in any other way without your hands, either facial expressions or whatever?
There was a moment where she got a little sassy up here, and my initial mom response was to go, shh, 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 shh. So if I did that, that would have been the only thing that I can recall I did.
Okay. And so to your recollection, your hands were below the level of the benches the whole time she was up here?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say that's true as far as you know for the other members of the family that were sitting around you?
I can say that the other members of the family are in direct line with me. And so if they saw my hands move, they would be the ones to see it.
Okay. Are there other members of the family that are ASL knowledgeable?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, no in-laws, no cousins, no anybody here?
On Zachariah's side?
No, on your side.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, can you tell us, and I realize this is going to be hard to make a record of, Judge, but could you demonstrate how it is that you would use ASL to sign the words "calm down"?
You probably just go calm down.
So you wouldn't use your hands?
Did you see my hands?
I can barely see you because of the
Exactly, because that's what I did over there. If I did anything, it's below. You can't sign calm down up here. That's impossible. And if I did, everybody would know what I was doing. You don't sign up here. You sign low.
Okay, so you sign low.
Like at your level, you don't sign up here. Those pews are pretty high.
Okay. So you did that then?
I'm saying they're low. So you're like, if you're like this, you can't see below those pews. So anything that she would be able to see from here to there, I can't see anybody's hands in any of those pews over there. So if I'm using sign language, if I'm using ASL, I have to use my hands.
Okay. When I just asked you to do it though,
I did it, right?
Well, you're
That's
below.
correct, because that's the sign.
You mouth the words "calm down" or like something like that. Do you do that simultaneously?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Occasionally.
Because that helps them because they can read lips too.
Some people can, yes.
Okay. And so did you do that in this case?
I don't remember. If I did, again, as a mom, if she's getting sassy, I might have said, "Shh, calm down."
So just for the record, you made kind of a side head mom scolding look, for lack of a better term. But
I think I made that to you. I honestly, you know.
And so
inappropriate.
But you could have mouthed those words to her?
As a mom, possibly.
Okay.
As a mom, what are you on about? She's full of shit, like full of khaki. Law Kong Express. I will ask the question, bitch. Just so you know, some of your comments might get held. It's nothing against you. It's just when it went a little bit crazy earlier on with a chat, I was trying to change all the settings. So, so that's why some will be held and stuff like that. So I was busy. Unfortunately, it all came together at once. I was like trying to edit some stuff, change the chat. I will change it back probably tomorrow, just in case people come back. So apologies for the chat that happened earlier on. We did try our best. If they come back, we're a lot more prepared now. So just in case people thought that we weren't doing anything, fair play, Josie and Sarah. You know, Josie's traveling, Sarah's busy working in meetings as well. I'm here. Gigi stepped in, thankfully for Gigi. So you know, we're just not prepared for it, but we are now. So it won't happen again. Thanks, Tully Pip.
Yes.
Did you perform any sign language while your daughter was on the stand?
No.
None at all?
Other than possibly underneath the thing, but it was not to her. Like I was not specifically gesturing to her. It was just my mom reaction to just do this. So if I did this, that would have been the only thing I can possibly think of all day today.
And would your daughter understand any sign language to your knowledge?
Objection.
Well,
Speculation.
I don't know. I haven't heard the question.
This is the mom indicating what,
Just, you don't have to argue it.
other than what you've indicated you taught, which I believe are animals and numbers, and did you say letters?
Yes.
Other than that, do you have any reason to believe that your daughter would understand any other sign language?
Maybe a few. She's older now, but it wasn't something that I specifically taught her, like, calm down.
A little bit, Sylvia, a little
Nothing else.
bit.
Redirect.
We're more prepared now. To be fair, I had not briefed the mods either, so they weren't sure whether to block. Now they got green light, block whoever. I don't care. As if they're rude in chat. No, I'm not lying, John. I'm joking. I know you meant her. Chris, but Aussie, mate. How's it going? No, that's not
Oh, we're
Aussie.
done? Okay. Thank you, man.
She's
Now,
such
do you
a
want the
pal.
daughter or not?
I would say no. Yeah. I hope she gets prosecuted for lying under oath or something, perjury or something. And when she said, "Oh, I was emotioning about that, I was emotioning about you," it's like so inappropriate. I told you, John, I'm not lying, Jonathan. I've spoken to everyone. Hopefully, I get your sense of humor, Jonathan. So hopefully, you get mine. I didn't realize they do it. Yeah, it's like calm down. Or yeah, Zach was going crazy because he saw probably what Sadie was doing, and she knows a lot more. I'm well. Very well, thanks, Chris. Thanks for joining us, Chris. I know you've just joined us because of Zachariah case, but I love having you here. Hope you still pop
Talk to some
in
of
now
his
and
family
again.
members.
And talk to the family
When
members,
it's
did you
over.
say?
That's true for everybody. Yeah, well, yeah. Makes it all worse, that, and the constant huffing. I hate her face. Thank you, Mods, and Dylan. I'm still here just because females I want to react, and I know that is the worst thing to do for a troll, but still want to give you. Thank you, Emma, and I apologise again. I know you went off. You told me in Welsh. I never want to put people in that position. Um, and I apologise that anyone. I know some people left because of it. Um, you know, there's not much I can do, unfortunately. We had a really good chat here that just before that happened. Hopefully regain it, but on other days. But for those that took offence, really sorry. Well, I can't say it'll never happen again because it's out of my control. But we're much better prepared now than what we were. That's the first time I've experienced that kind of level of hate. Um, but yeah, and shout out to the mods. You got to remember the mods are also working as well. So, and I think between us we managed it. And I was a bit slow myself
So
reacting.
both the attorneys are gone, Judge. Remember,
Thanks,
they
Em.
left when you. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, true. And thanks to those that reached out to me on Twitter and to the people you reached out. Thank you, and on Discord. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that, my friend. I know other people stream and they watch it, and I watch other streams. I watch Nick and stuff like that. So it's never about coming here exclusively. It's more like, please pop in and say hello. Erin does it a lot. I always give Erin a shout out. Erin Hack. she didn't want to watch this because she's watched it a few times, so she got a little bit triggered by this. But she still pops in most days, say hello, gives a like and stuff like that. So I understand that you can't always be here to watch streams. There's so many great streamers out there, and I think it's nice to have a streamers to have that kind of balance to watch other streams. Like I watch Vices and Nick, for instance, lately. It's nice to have that balance, I think. So don't ever look at just one streamer and go there exclusively. You should always have like, 4 or 5 in your back pocket. Because everyone's got different styles, you know. Yeah, he did look really unhappy there. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, thank you as well, Sarah, as well. I know you were in a meeting and had to come back to that fire. Uh, All lies, yes. Sweet little lies. I was ready to say a few things. I thought Jack was going to make an appearance for a second. Before anyone thinks I ever would think Sean would do that, I think Sean, although he's got Jack me off, I think he's got a line. Same with Jonathan. I think Jonathan trolls, but I think in a good way. Do you know what I mean? I don't think they troll in an aggressive, bad way. So thanks to the pips. No, it's all good. I'd say it's my responsibility to keep the chat safe, and I didn't do that today, but it will be now. Look for themselves rather than being. Yeah, there is that option, but I just want to make sure that everyone's feels safe here, and I know some people have left because of it. Um, and that's unfortunate because there's some really good contributors here that we've now lost. But hopefully we get them back, you know. Reprehensible out of anyone. Yes. Yes, I agree, Jonathan. Apollos for Zach for obvious. Yeah, I mean for anybody, I think it would be, wouldn't it? In that situation. No, I wasn't sure. It wasn't nice, Kim. It's all thank you, Kim. It wasn't nice at all. To be fair, Gigi stepped in. She dealt with them. They were a Nick stream this morning, as well. So she'd already blocked and banned them
We
in
don't have
Nick.
any
So
more
she
questions
knew
for Ms. Beecham, but we would like.
she knew who was the trolls. So fair play. She jumped in, and then Sarah and Josie came in as well and just blocked everyone. So it's all good. Fixed. Yes, for sure. Guess who's back? Emily's back. Hey, welcome back, Emily. Been right into Zach, and we can talk about everything but the trial. He makes jokes about Aussies, and I make happy days. That's good to hear. Jack's here. Never fear, Jack's here. But in the midst of all that was going on, I thought a bit. Cheers, Jack. To fellow trolls not acknowledge them. Yes, well, I did try my best to not acknowledge them in chat. I did at the start because they were coming in about fat jokes, so I took that on the chin because I'd rather take the abuse myself. But then it was like, well, actually, I shouldn't even be taking abuse either. So we blocked them. It does matter, Emily. We love having you here, Emily. Thank you so much. We love it. I love when people say they're here. We got like over 30 people here, and I don't know who's here. So, but thank you, everyone. Anonymous from me there. So I'll just catch up with chat for a second. Innocent to proven guilty. Proven guilty doesn't mean anything anymore. Guilty and take proof. Yeah, Jonathan, I make streams about this. I agree with you. Gigi was great. Yeah, she knew exactly who they were. So I'd say Josie, I think, stopped the car as well and just smashed everyone. And Sarah P was there with a wand in the background as well. So working overtime. Yes, but what it is not knowing who the trolls are sometimes, because like Jack me off. Like some people say he's a troll, but he's not a troll. Do you know what I mean? So, um, we're all got a dream team. Exactly. Yes, they are the best. They are the best. Judy Summers a puss. Anyone unless there's yes, good. And this people react to them if just yeah, it does. It's hard sometimes, but yeah, you're true, Chris. You're true. Right, let's get back to this because you're not here to listen to me. There's about, I would say, 2.5 hours left.
Like to
No,
call.
there's a difference, Jack. Sorry, I'll just address this quickly. There's a just difference. You're not that, and I'd say sorry for Jonathan. I don't know Jonathan as well as I do Jack, but I see Jonathan's comments. I think they're hilarious. But some people perceive him as troll, but I don't think he's a nasty troll whatsoever. I think he's a funny, like he likes to troll like Jack does. But I think it's all in jest, not in poking fun at anybody or calling people's names and stuff. Um, but if I got that wrong, Jonathan, I apologize.
Hold on.
Oh, we're still going with this.
We would like to call two members of Mr. Anderson's family who were in the courtroom and witnessed conduct by both Ms. Beecham and other members of the family regarding signaling the witness.
That's true.
So first would be his brother Solomon Anderson.
I'm just going to
That's true,
indicate
Jonathan.
so that we're aware. I'm going to ask to take a look at cell phones of witnesses because I believe there was texting of counsel before that.
Unless they have a warrant.
But I'm
Absolutely
just
not.
making sure that we're clear. Yeah, so I'm going to ask to take a look at.
I'm not going
Thanks, Kayla.
to accept your prohibition when you're not their attorney.
That's fine, but he's making an assertion on the record. I'm allowed to respond to his assertion.
He's asking me if he can examine these people. He wants to look at their phones. I would probably let him as part of his examination of the witness.
That's not
That
right.
would be, but and it's not, and you're not representing them. And oh, I'm sorry.
Can I
Well,
ask-
here, no.
It appears that there are multiple additional witnesses. I intend to extensively cross-examine these family members, including asking them about materials, because I have, what I thought I saw was counsel receiving texts and reading it. And as I watched individuals leave, I saw them on their phones, and what it appeared to me was texting.
I did get texts from my office
Yeah, no, I'm
who are
not-
watching the live feed.
Sure. So what I'm suggesting, Judge, is that I am in no way going to assume that these people are honest brokers of information. I'm going to, and so because we have a jury waiting and we have a witness waiting.
Yes, and here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
And you could try to talk me out of it if you want.
Sure.
And as you know, sometimes you can't. But my inclination right now is to everybody who has been named will not leave the courtroom with his phone unless I say so. That's number one. Will not make any alterations in the content of the phone's memory.
15 days. 15.
And rather than probe
Roughly.
deeper into this, I'm just going to let you examine these people who, on either side of this, you'll be allowed to present that video if you want, and whatever Court TV comes up with, or you could
True.
if you wanted to. And then with respect to Ms. Beecham, I'll allow evidence on that subject, all of it to be heard by the jury, because I think it's all perfectly relevant to the case and to their judgments on credibility. Anybody have any reason why that is not an appropriate resolution? So we don't spend any more time outside the jury's presence. Instead, let the jury decide.
Respectfully, Judge, before we agreed that we would do this outside of the presence of the jury, I think it's appropriate to
That may
continue
be what
that.
you agreed, but it isn't what I said.
I believe it was what the court had said, that we would have we would have a hearing on this issue
And we
with
did.
witnesses outside of the presence of the jury.
And we did.
So any further witnesses are going to be in front of the jury?
This jury has been here now They were told 2 weeks. We're going on, I've lost track. Three. We're going to get to business. I think this is all perfectly relevant. If there's a suggestion that people have been trying to affect the testimony of a child who would be quite vulnerable, then the jury should have that information available and they can make their own decisions.
So they're going to call Sadie back up then, in front of the jury? I don't remember this bit, if I'm being honest. I do remember it, but I don't remember what happens.
Overall, the only issue regarding Mr. Anderson's, the clip from Court TV, we can make representations, but at what's not shown in that clip, it's out of context in the sense that as soon as he saw that Olivia was mouthing at him, and I didn't see that, but he was alerting us to that. So we can't, we can't become witnesses. We can't call him. So, that's as far as that clip goes, that's a problematic area.
Well, you have no idea how problematic it is. So now we have lawyers on both sides who are alleged to be disqualified.
Yeah.
So my suggestion at this point, Judge, is to allow the minor child back on the stand. Let's finish her testimony. I'm concerned we might, at this point, that this young woman might be in a situation where she might have to come back. And so my priority right now is not to resolve the issue that we have before us right now. The court has a jury waiting. Let's at least finish this witness. Then the state has one remaining witness, and if the court wants us to talk more about this or litigate this, or the parties can have a discussion about this, sometimes we've been able to work things out previously. We maybe will be able to talk about it again, but at this point, let's prioritize the witness and the jury would be my request, and we'll get back to this at a point
He don't
the
give a shit.
parties are ready and that it's appropriate to do so.
Well, I agree with about 2/3 of what you said.
It's an excellent percentage.
We're going to put the child back on the stand. We're going to try to complete her examination. I've indicated my inclination. I said maybe you'll be able to talk me out of it. Right now, I'd say I don't think you will, but I don't know. And you can talk all you want, and if you want to come up with some stipulation, that's fine. But right now, just so you know, my inclination is that anybody involved in this, and that anybody whose name has cropped up in this discussion is eligible for examination. And you can't leave the courtroom, sir. You can't leave the courtroom. You may leave if you leave your phone with the officer.
I wonder who
You
that
may
was.
leave the courtroom. You can't leave the building. She's not one of the people who have been named. Do you still have your phone on you, sir? Okay. Okay. So the
I was
it's
thinking
fair
that
game
maybe
in
was,
front of the
yeah.
jury. If you could come up with some alternative program, I'll hear what you have to say. But that I've told you what my bias is.
Okay. Can
all right.
the parties speak briefly before we bring the jury out, just so that we know what we're looking at in terms of questioning of this witness on the stand?
Briefly.
Oh, you don't want to?
Meanwhile,
oh no,
I'm going to talk. I want to talk to everybody who's in the room right now.
I apologize. I didn't. But I apologize.
There's a court rule in effect, has been since the beginning of the trial, which provides Section 2, subsection B, cell phones brought into the courtroom must be silenced and contained within a pocket, purse, or other handbag. They may not be removed from the pocket, purse, or handbag at any time when the court is in session. Calls may not be answered in the courtroom, and anyone who leaves the courtroom to answer a call may not be permitted to
Bingo.
re-enter before the next recess.
Bingo.
It further provides that section
Marge, you just said it.
8,
You took the words out of my mouth, Marge. I love Dirk. I love the name Dirk Diggler. I love it.
violations of this
I'll be
order,
back.
Kenosha County Bar Rules, excuse me, violations of this order, Kenosha County Court Rules, or
Yes, yes.
Supreme Court rules may be punished as a contempt of the court under Chapter 985 of the statutes, which has
It does
varying
that.
penalties up to and including a fine and imprisonment for up to a year. So no phones out of your pocket unless authorized by the court.
Oh, you.
So you can confirm it.
Okay, and that order that the court has done has traditionally not included the attorneys or the state's victim witness staff, because of course
That's
we're using phones to coordinate
Yeah,
so that the
that's
court
fine.
has
That's
witnesses.
fine.
Okay, or the detective representative.
That's fine. Had
Should we
the,
go into your library briefly?
you may.
I get it, Chris. It's just more of a don't. I mean, he's got his iPad out. He's got his phone out. He can do whatever he wants. It's just more. It's just annoying. Just annoying because his phone's on now. I know his wife is ill, but do not be the standing judge. Then I just. Said probably socialize a lot of the same. Yeah. Oh, and she's gone up there now. What's she handing him? Please pay attention to Gravely. Yeah, where's he gone? He's gone to the library, is he? Oh, he's gone to the library. He's gone to the library to go and get away. Sure. Yes. Yeah, for sure. I know. The target advantage, nobody can see my eyes. I bet that's fantastic. I used to have it. I used to work on a um I used to drive a roller, big roller, and I used to have these glasses for the dust. And I used to put my head back. They couldn't see my eyes. And after a night out, I'd be sleeping and no one could see my eyes. It was brilliant. Let's read hidden messages. This it's just all wrong. When you have people suck up to you for 30 years, yes, yes, lads. Time to talk about the pew pew. Oh, is this today or is this tomorrow? I thought that was tomorrow. Time for this case apparently something to do with we know that yeah there was no there was one other judge available and he had a log of a caseload of 2.5 years 2.5 years wait on top of nearly 3 years he had to wait already, so that would have been at least 5 years then that Zach would have had to wait, but knowing what you know now obviously show the changes throughout the trial. He started off being at least a little bit fair. He's totally for the prosecution talks down. Yes, I agree. And I think Schroeder's made him guilty already. So fit your fit your glasses too. They're good kind of universe. Oh, okay. Well, I had my eye test today, so my eye test I don't have to buy. So if I want to buy new glasses, it's over $200. Thankfully, I only have to pay for the test. They said my eyes are fine with these. So I don't think anyone will have a problem. Schroeder's clerk a bit of came to Schroeder. Yeah, exactly. You would, yeah. Go on a while, isn't he? Yes. Oops. So Willie RX top-notch prescription safety glasses. Yeah, someone stole them. Ah, yeah, I had this. They were safety glasses I had because of the dust and on when you're doing road work, the dust and everything. It was class. I loved it because I could literally sleep and no one knew I was sleeping. It's great. Well, obviously a couple of people knew because I tell them beep your horn whenever I need to wake up, and they would.
Short break, yeah.
Never do something like that. It was my job to look after. Oh, you a clerk, Emma?
All right, well, give us the report then.
I didn't know you were a
Put a
clerk,
stamp
Emma.
on there.
Or
Apologize.
working court.
No, I interrupted you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
No, I was apologizing to the
Absolutely
court
no
reporter.
problem.
But so we have conferred, and the parties have agreed that neither side's going to be pursuing this anymore, but we would like the court to admonish both sides of this issue to cease and desist if there's any communications or with witnesses, either on the stand or otherwise,
Yeah, I know.
so that we can just move on from this. So whatever was done, and we could literally soon.
Yeah, I differ. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
The state agrees, and we as part of that are asking that you set free the cell phones of the individuals as well.
So as I understand.
They were
this
great.
is,
Mate, I was working like from 7 in the morning to 7 in the evening, and I was like 18. So obviously I'm getting drunk not most nights, but Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'm getting drunk, like. So yeah, it was handy for work. But the old guards knew what I was doing, and I was a hard worker, so they knew I'd need a nap now and again in the mornings, because you wouldn't get into about 4 o'clock in the morning. 2 hours sleep, bang, working.
Conclusive,
Jesus.
final and binding.
Oh, I
This is
agree.
the last we'll hear about it. And neither side is going to raise the issue at any point.
Unless there would be
That's
new
good,
behavior.
Emma.
Correct. I think that's accurate.
Correct.
And one other thing, maybe admonish
Are you retired now?
Olivia about
Not be nosy, but
mouthing things or to her father, to our client, because that apparently has been going on, and so that's how this all sort of like started in the first place.
I think the court could do that outside the presence of the jury. The court could.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. When she comes back in, I will mention it to her. For those who are here, if we already have your cell phone, we're going to return them now. If your phone is identified as being out of your purse, handbag, or pocket, it will be collected, and I don't know when you'll get it back. So if
I hate him so
if
much
you
now.
need your phone or want your phone, keep it where it's supposed to be, because it could be literally years before you see your phone again.
Oh, stop
Any question,
threatening
anybody?
people.
Okay, thank you.
You prick.
All right, take a short break.
Binger, I think. Oh, not Binger. Sorry, it wasn't Binger that came in. Short break, right? Okay, let's skip this because it's now getting tedious. I'm going to play a little bit quicker because we know what the testimony is going to be like. 1.25. Oh, yeah. Oh! Well, if you ever want to promote your business, just put it in here.
The hour has arrived.
Okay, we're down.
Thank you.
I don't be too nosy about what business you're in now, but if you're happy to say anything, say it. Promote it. I think it's fine. People should not be sitting on the phone. No, it's more. I agree with you, man. I absolutely agree. With you. It's more for me the threatening of you might not get your phone back for years. Look, say at the end of the trial or something. Don't say years. Also, I tend to take your phone out to check the time sometimes because I've got watches. That's all I meant. Don't threaten years. Just say end of the day, end of the trial. That's fine. Not years. Or someone takes judge phone away. Yeah, I mean, they said that he's allowed it. Look, he's on the phone now. He's on the phone now. After you just given that, you're on the phone straight away. Jesus. I know he's allowed to, but use a bit of common sense, Judge. They can't just get a new one. It would be a pain, yes. Yes, you might have all your passwords, your work, everything. I know it's a threat, but, you know. So yeah, anyway, to my they do. Well, I need to 1.25. Gravely and all them, not Gravely. Schroeder's so slow. That's a typical rule. I don't know any of that allow phones to be out. No, doors up by putting a threat. I think more for me is if he had it there, that's fine. But he's literally scrolling through it. He's on Twitter and stuff. That's what I don't like about it. I understand about the other lawyers because they got to text the office, they got to get witnesses, they got, I get that bit. They're working with it. But I don't think he needs to be on Twitter or, social media on it. If he's got a text, if it's work related, no issues.
Thanks.
But he does it for his
All right.
social life. I don't agree with.
Let's continue.
A good look. No, I mean, you just admonished
Thank you, Judge.
everyone.
I'm
So
going to ask the same question that I asked before. I believe the objection was overruled.
Can't remember that far back.
You can repeat the question.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
your pants,
On May
pull it out.
18th, 2020, the day before your mom had gone to
Yeah,
look for
I agree.
Mr. Gutierrez, your mom had told you that she was concerned that her friend was missing.
Yeah.
I don't recall that personally.
Do you recall your mom talking to you at all about Mr. Gutierrez the day before?
Absolutely not.
So she didn't do that?
My mother and me never had a conversation about Mr. Gutierrez ever. Except for after.
So prior to when your mom went down to Kenosha to look for her friend, she had never told you anything about Mr. Gutierrez?
In fact, that day that you're talking about, I was sitting at home. I was doing homework when I kept
That's
on
it.
calling my mother. I was trying to figure out where she is. She wasn't home on time. And I was just overall just like, where is she? And so when I had called her, she had said, something happened. I'll be home shortly, and then returned about 2 hours later and told me that we needed to go to Kenosha County.
Okay, so again, I just want to be clear. Prior to that moment, she had never discussed Mr. Gutierrez with you at all?
No.
Nothing about him?
No.
Nothing about his family?
No.
Nothing about his friends?
Not like that.
Nothing about his kids?
Yes.
Okay, so she did talk to you about him.
There was a minor conversation when she had found the phone. And when she found the phone, it was that time was when I told her that I had seen a video of Mr. Gutierrez, and she tried to tell me that he was not a bad person and how he had kids and how that he just wasn't overall what my dad was saying to me about him.
So then, just to go back, she had talked to you about him.
Correct. I'm sorry, I did not remember correctly.
Okay. And didn't you also have a conversation with him after you about who he was after you were riding in the car with your mom and you saw a phone call come in that was for Junior?
What do you mean? While we were on our way to Kenosha, did Mr. Gutierrez call my mom? Is that?
No, prior to that date. Was there a time where you were in the car with your mom and Junior called her and you asked your mom who Junior was?
No.
That never
Someone
happened.
just lost their phone.
No, that was a different time.
Okay, that was a different time. So
That conversation did not happen in the car.
did you ever see him call your mom from the
Yes.
car?
No, not from the car.
Do you remember a time too where you?
Counsel, I'm just going to object because you stated a fact that the call that was talked about, testified to, was Leo, not Junior.
I beg your pardon?
The testimony previously that she's accessing, that she's mentioning, was a call from Leo, not Junior. So she said Junior.
I apologize. I'll rephrase to Leo. When you were in the car, did you see a Mike? You were in a car. Was there ever a time where in the car someone named Leo called your mom and you saw that?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember it at all?
I don't remember that at all.
Right, because it didn't happen, or you just have no memory of it?
I just don't have a memory of it.
Okay.
So then
You'd say you have a pretty good memory, though, correct?
Jackson, I guess it's speculative. You know, people ranking their memory. Is it relevant?
I don't remember what the objection. No, no, I think most people have an assessment of their own memory abilities, and it may not be accurate, but they all have. Just like some people think they're really good athletes, and other people look and think not so.
So she should answer. She should answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's been 3 years. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to remember, and there's a lot of stuff that you don't remember, and you remember some of the more important things that happened. So I don't understand what your question is.
I was just asking about that. You asking whether you think you have a pretty good memory in general.
It's fairly decent.
Do you remember giving a? Do you remember meeting with an individual and speaking with them about this matter in June of 2020?
Which one? There were several.
There was one where you had gone and you were in a room with just a lady. It was just you and a lady.
Okay.
It was close to, I believe, your home. It wasn't down here. She had shown you some pictures. Does that help give you a little bit of context?
Maybe. I know a couple of people who did that with me, so maybe. Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about what, asking questions about your dad?
What do you mean?
She asked you a question about your dad, and you had told her that you had a memory about how you were sitting in the living room, and your dad came in and said the TV's not going to raise our daughter. Do you remember telling about that memory of yours?
I have to say that if your purpose is to impeach the witness, this is not the proper form of question.
It's not.
And if you're trying to refresh her recollection, then you can use a refreshment device.
Okay.
But what you're doing now is kind of a.
Sure, I understand. It's just it's a video, so I'd have to play the video.
Well, can you identify the person conducting the interview?
I don't know her name, and I don't believe the witness would remember her name,
Lovely,
but I don't
Emma,
have the
lovely.
name. It was a forensic interview. I don't remember her name.
I saw the look on the court's face when I heard that. Yeah, Judge, I guess I'm going to object to relevancy about something that is not related to this case. An incident about TV not.
The drugs.
Sounds potential
Like
other
the
acts.
drugs.
Sounds like it's confusing to the presentation.
Like the drugs.
Irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's not, and I don't want to say why it's not relevant in front of the witness.
Well, I don't want to hear that it is relevant without any reason for me to conclude that. I can't believe we're in a situation where we don't even know who the people involved are.
Yeah, it was something that was provided late. I didn't think I was even going to have to go into it.
That's not answering my question.
Yeah. I mean, I could pull it up and figure it out if I could pull up the reports. I just don't have it in front of me right now.
Well, find it.
I'll find it. You correct.
Do you know? Just curious.
Well, it is a forensic interview. It's a
Well, what does that mean?
It's one of those CACs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't know who's involved or?
It's an out-of-county individual in a different county who is conducting an interview for entirely different purposes, is my understanding. And she's asking questions regarding other topics. And I fear that
there's no written record of it?
No.
It's a video, but.
And there's no written record of it?
Correct. There were no reports provided to the defense about that. It was just the video.
Again, it's document. It's an item that came from out of county.
Try to dig it out.
I am, Judge. I have it.
So.
I have it here. I'd have to play it to see if I can hear the name. Can I go in the back?
Are you familiar with the particular interview that she's basing her questions upon?
I'm familiar with what she's asking.
No,
You what?
I'm familiar with what she's asking. I understand what she's asking.
All right, try again.
Do you remember telling that individual about a memory you had from when you were 1 year old?
Objection, irrelevant. Irrelevant what she thought, what happened when she was 1. Nothing to do with
He's
this
ready.
case.
He was ready.
It doesn't seem to be relevant.
Again, I'd be able to explain it. I do not want to explain it in front of this witness for very legitimate reasons, Judge. I can approach with counsel.
Just approach. It's not hard, Schroeder.
You lawyers and the defendant and the witness go in the library and have briefly tried to get to the point we need to get to.
And the witness. I want the witness. I'm confused.
I don't want the witness and the defendant in the same room. Is that what the court? I don't know what the court suggested precisely. I thought you were just saying the lawyer should do something. I apologize.
Well, I was trying to avoid sending the jury out of the room again.
Totally understand.
No, we can go back. I was just saying I don't think the witness needs to be back there.
She can remain out here
Yeah,
for a second.
that's fine.
But you lawyers go back there and see if you can bring this to where we need to be. And you can go with them, Mr. Anderson, please. You don't want to? He's waving me off and saying he doesn't want to.
Don't blame him. Let them deal with it. I think he'd just rather be there to see his daughter. Hello, Nancy. I know, Nancy. But hey, yeah, Nancy, lovely to see you, as always. So he doesn't like sidebars because he says it's not on the record, but that doesn't justify it because he just sent him in the library where there's no it's not on record. So it's like, just do sidebar, man. I do like the fact that he puts stuff on record, but when he's going to do that anyway, just do a sidebar. Let's not make it as big a deal as it needs to be. Right. Where we at here then? Let's have a look. Ba-ba-da. Okay. No, that's not. He said he doesn't like sidebars because it's no longer on the record. I think that was different because I'm not sure why, but um, I'm just going by what he said. I've no idea, guys. I'm just going. He said he doesn't like sidebars because he wants it on the record. I don't know what he means, unless he means on TV. Don't shoot the messenger. Just saying what he said. Um, that's what he said anyway. At the start of the trial. Oh my god! I got daddy long legs in my room. Oh, it's huge. Jesus, it's probably the biggest one I've ever seen. Uh, you see now, yeah, that's true as well. The two guys tried to put on the record. That's my sign. I'm just going by what he said. He said he doesn't do sidebars because he won't say all on record for the appeal if there's any appeal. So, okay, yeah, maybe I've no idea. I genuinely don't have any ideas, guys. I do not know. As I say, all I know is he said that. So you might be right, Chris. I have no idea. Eat a daddy long leg. It's honestly, it is fucking huge. No way am I eating a bloody daddy long leg. Hey,
Thank you,
and
Judge.
you, Dara,
Because of potential issues down the line, and what the state then would try to get into, and we've decided to not go down this road and to move on.
Any comment on that?
Council can make her own record about what happened. She's indicated she's not going to go on. So that's fine.
Thank you. So after, so before you talked about how you never talked about your mom about who Leo Jr., Mr. Gutierrez was, but now we've heard there was a time where you were in the car that Leo called and you had a conversation about who he was at that point or soon after.
So the question is argumentative. To indicate she first said something and now she's saying another is an argumentative question.
Well, it's overall.
You can answer.
Repeat your question. I don't understand.
Sure. So you're in the car, you see that this phone call comes in from Leo, right?
She indicated she did not remember that. Objection, that's been asked and answered.
Yeah.
I thought she
Well,
said.
I thought she just nodded her head yes. Did I see wrong?
Yeah.
No. What?
I
don't remember that.
Okay.
Well, and I apologize, I thought previously you said you did remember receiving that call, so that you don't remember happening.
No.
So how about a time that you went through your mom's cell phone and saw a text with Mr. Gutierrez?
What are you asking about that time?
Did that happen?
Correct.
And then you confronted your mom about him then, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't have, and she didn't have a conversation with you about that?
No.
Okay. So after your mom goes down to Kenosha, she comes back and she tells you about what she thinks happened. Did that happen?
He's a prick. He's a prick.
We're on May 19th now?
Correct.
Okay.
I just didn't know if
I
I
know.
say May 19th, would you know what day I'm referring to as to what occurred?
It wasn't about what she thought had happened. She came in the house and told me, I think one of my friends was hurt pretty bad. And that's really all she had to say for me to get it.
That's true.
What do you mean for you to have to get it?
To understand what she meant by that.
And what did you take that to mean?
Maybe.
Can I skip this question, please?
I'm afraid not.
Thus.
I knew
Come
something
on.
bad had happened to a person who I knew about, who in my head I knew about.
So in that moment, you knew that your mom basically was telling you something bad had happened to Mr. Gutierrez.
She didn't really specify names at the time when she just said that, my friend was hurt pretty badly.
I'm saying not about what she said, but trying to clarify more what you took it as. So when you said that you knew someone was hurt really bad, did you think that someone was Mr. Gutierrez?
Skip it, yeah.
Yes.
Why was that?
From what had happened on my birthday morning.
And you knew that your mom had gone down to Kenosha to Mr. Gutierrez's place?
Absolutely.
So she told you that?
No.
So how did you know she went there?
I was tracking her.
You were tracking her?
Correct.
How were you tracking her?
On Dad's laptop, on his desk.
So you had access to your dad's laptop on his desk on that date?
I did not log into it. He set it all up, and I was sitting in front of it, and he was taking care of the boys downstairs.
So this is on May 19th?
No.
I'm talking.
Sorry. No.
We were talking about May 19th when your mom came home and she had told you that something bad had happened to her friend, and you said you took that to mean something bad had happened to someone, and that I had then asked you if it was Mr. Gutierrez that you thought it was. You had
No.
said yes because of what had happened. I then asked you how you knew your mom had gone down to Kenosha to go check on Mr. Gutierrez, and I asked you if she
Sorry,
had
I
told
didn't
you.
understand your question.
Okay. So back to May 19th, 2020, how did you know your mom was going to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
I did not. I had just come home from school. I was doing homework.
Who was there with you when you got home from school?
No one.
And so you didn't know she was going to see Mr. Gutierrez?
I had no idea. And, it wasn't very uncommon for me to come home and my parents weren't there. So I didn't really think anything of it until hours started going by.
I want to go back to your answers, though, that you were giving before about being on your dad's computer, on the desk. We were clearly not seeing eye to eye there, which is fine. What date were you referring to when you were tracking your mom?
In between my birthday and Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance.
So
I don't remember the exact day.
Okay. And was that the only time you went on your dad's computer?
Yes.
And when you went on his computer, did you have to put in a password?
No, like I said, he had already logged into the computer and it was all set up. He just basically told me to watch where she was going.
Okay. Did you take any screenshots when you were doing that?
No, actually, I didn't have a phone like that.
Oh, so
I didn't have the ability to do that.
So were you on a phone or were you on the computer?
I was on my dad's desktop, but I did not have a phone to screenshot anything or screenshot anything on that computer.
Was it a desktop or a laptop, if you remember?
A desktop.
And after going back to May 19th now, sorry to take that little detour. I wanted to clarify what you were saying before. On May 19th, then when your mom came home, then you went to the police department here in Kenosha?
Correct.
And during that car ride, you talked about what was going on and what was going to happen, right? When you arrived at the police station.
I don't quite understand.
When you were in the car ride here, was it explained to you about where you were going and why?
Briefly.
And what did you understand you were going to do?
Well, my mother didn't know this at the time, but I understood what was going on. I understood more about the situation, and when we got there, you don't really have a choice. You kind of just have to go in there and tell.
And you previously had said that your mom didn't really talk about Mr. Gutierrez. And you also said that you had talked to your mom about the events that happened the night of your birthday, the early morning hours of your birthday day.
Eventually, yes, I did. I had very traumatic experiences from that. So yes.
When did you have those conversations with your mom, if you remember?
Just objection, just as to vagueness. Are you referring to discussions about what happened on her birthday night? Is that the April 24th event?
Sure.
I'm confused about what you're
sure.
asking.
Well, I guess it's because you're saying there was no times where your mom discussed Mr. Gutierrez with you, correct?
I disagree.
So were there times where you brought up Mr. Gutierrez with your mom?
Yes.
When do you remember when?
It was not before all of this.
So it was only after?
Correct.
And when I said after all of this, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if you could just tell me
After my dad was arrested, when we were sitting.
Okay, so you only told her all the details about
After.
Everything you knew after.
Yes. I did not tell her everything.
She just keeps changing.
Do you remember, so now on that May 19th date, when you're here in Kenosha, you're having the interview with detectives, do you remember having to stop or asking to stop the interview to be able to go ask your mom a question?
Yes.
And when you went to go speak with your mom to ask her a question, it was about whether you could, and without going into the details of what it was about, whether you could go into something with the detectives.
Correct.
Soon after that May 19th date, and I'm going to give you a date. If you don't remember, that's fine, just let me know. But on May 22nd, 2020, do you remember meeting with or speaking with a detective over the phone?
That possibly could have happened, yeah.
Okay. And in that phone call, you were talking about your dad's flip-flops. And so we have those now, and I just want to show them to you to confirm.
Hey. I lost the daddy long legs. I don't know where it went to.
So counsel, I'm just gonna ask you not to use the name if you can help it. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, it's
it's
hard.
not like I
Yep,
try.
absolutely.
Okay. I'll show you one of them.
Yeah. It's pretty beat up. Yes.
Do these look like your dad's flip-flops? Okay, the ones he'd wear in weird ways.
That's probably why they look like that.
Yeah, okay. And these were the flip-flops he was wearing on the 16th and 17th.
When I saw him
When,
last.
yeah.
Correct.
Does it ask to move into evidence defense exhibit 319?
No objection.
Then, after May 22nd, 2020, you, again, I'm going to give you a date. If you remember, it's fine. If not, it's cool. November 6th of 2020. Do you remember Detective Onschutz coming to your mom's house?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember in that interview telling Detective Onschutz about the phone that your dad had given you, the Motorola G6?
Yeah.
And your testimony is that your dad had given you that phone?
Yes.
Didn't take the phone without his consent?
No.
Were there times where you had taken people, during this time frame, were there times where you had taken people's phones without their consent?
Objection, Judge. It's improper impeachment of this witness, irrelevant.
Like the weed. Like all the drugs.
Rephrase your question.
Gravely.
During this time
Oh.
frame, you had taken a phone from a family member, correct?
Again, Judge, this allegation is irrelevant and is improper impeachment.
Like the drugs.
Go ahead. Yeah, does she know the answer?
Yeah, you can answer it, sorry.
Yes.
That was yes?
Yes.
And do you remember in that interview as well telling detectives that actually, I want to go back to the chainsaw statements that you were talking about earlier. You had said that, what happened, can you walk us through again, what happened with that chainsaw when you got to the tree farm on the 16th?
He took it out of the back trunk and he walked it into the barn and they were looking at it. They meaning my dad, my grandpa, my uncle, and it's all who's there and me.
And you told that to the detectives when Detective Von Schutz came to your house. That's when you gave him that statement, right?
Objection. How would she remember what statement she gave certain information in? Relevant.
Well, overall,
Sorry, you can answer it.
I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
You had told detective, maybe you don't remember when or with what detective specifically, but you had told them at one point that your dad took the chainsaw and out of the vehicle.
Yeah, and took it out of the vehicle and took it into the barn.
And then did he put the chainsaw then back in the vehicle?
Correct, and we took it home, and then he took it out once we got home.
The same one?
Correct.
Do you remember telling detectives that your dad took a different chainsaw home with them when they left and left the original one there?
It could be that I said that, yeah, I don't remember.
Is that what happened?
I'm not sure if that's what I said originally, then that statement probably has the best memory.
So your memory today then is that you're not sure actually what happened with the chainsaw?
I have recollection of it being taken out and put back into the vehicle.
The same one?
I'm not sure.
The same chainsaw?
Possibly.
Okay. But you're saying whatever memory whatever you told detectives closer to that date would have been the most accurate thing?
Correct. This was 3 years ago.
Understandable.
Ooh.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that your dad had a storage unit?
No. I do not remember that.
Does your dad have a storage unit?
I have no idea.
I mean, Nicole's gone round in circles as well, to be fair, but Gravely's just more effective with it.
Do you
I don't think
remember
she should
detectives asking you
be
about the
confusing.
money that was in your dad's house?
I just think she's jumping too far. Like, once she gets an answer, she keeps it. It's like, but explain a little bit more, because I think with Gravely, you can see his lies sound like truth. When she gets an answer, she just moves on. But what does it mean? The jury aren't gonna remember. Oh,
I do.
I love Nicole.
And you told detectives that he would usually have a lot of money in the house and that you would count it, right?
I have counted that money before, correct?
well, the question was whether you had told the detective that,
Oh, sorry, yes.
that your dad had a lot of money in the house.
Yeah.
And that you would count it.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you know anything about psychedelic mushrooms?
And that's a big, big issue. She gets the answers, just
I do.
has no meaning.
Do you remember telling the
Right?
officers about your
Yeah.
dad experimenting with
Possibly.
them?
Maybe.
Actually, I do, correct. The mushrooms in the fridge was actually what I was referring to, and I had found out that he was not selling those and that he was taking them himself.
And you knew, though, that he was selling the marijuana?
I did know that.
So enough about all the detective talk, just some basic things about your dad and his house, a little bit more casual. He was trying to do work on the house, right?
The work was under construction, yeah.
And you would still go over there and play with your brothers and have a good time?
Yeah.
Skateboard, play basketball?
Yes, there were a lot of bad times during our family situation, but there were also good ones too. And the ones that you're mentioning are definitely good ones that I've had with him, yes.
Yeah, and having bonfires in the back?
There's tons of good memories there. Yeah.
Would you have bonfires there?
I mean, it wasn't very frequent, but I mean, yeah.
And maybe it wasn't frequent because you weren't there every day. You'd go over. Let me just ask you, how often would you go to your dad's house?
What period? Just so
During the period we're talking about. So from like March of 2020 through to the last time that you were there.
I couldn't count how many, but there were very many times, fairly many times that I was over there.
And were there times where your dad would come over to your mom's house too and you guys would hang out there as well?
Yeah. It depended on the situation in the day.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you were talking about how your dad would sometimes be over at your mom's house and that there would be certain, different reasons why.
Yeah.
Did your dad still have any belongings at your mom's house? If you know.
Maybe. I mean, my dad also traveled for work. So while he would, in between coming home and leaving, he would stay at his house. But when he would come back in town, he would stay at my mom's house. He would just sleep on the couch. So, I mean, I'm sure there was some of his stuff there, maybe still.
Okay. And by stuff, I mean like some clothes, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. No, nothing further subject to recross. Thank you.
During
So I'm right in saying this went on another day. As in, not another day, but this went into the next day, is what I'm asking. Because I'm sure everyone said that. Oh, geez, there's not much left. I'm sure you all said that it went in. She was day 11 and the start of day 12. So just trying to figure that out. Is that still the case? Because you'd like to think that we'd try and finish this today, that she wouldn't come back.
this time period of, from the date of your birthday until Rosalio Gutierrez went missing and you came and spoke to the cops, was the defendant spending any overnights at your house during that period of time?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. And when you were asked about a storage unit and said you don't remember anything about
Thanks,
that,
Joe.
do you remember telling a detective that the defendant had told you once he had to leave to go to a storage unit one day? Do you remember saying that to a detective?
Could have happened. I don't remember saying that personally, but maybe.
You were shown a pair of flip-flops. Did your dad have, during this period of time, did the defendant have multiple pairs of flip-flops or just one single pair of flip-flops at a time, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were asked about the interview with law enforcement where you asked for a pause and you asked if you could go ask your mom a question. Do you remember that?
I did.
What was the topic that you wanted to ask your mom if you could bring up to law enforcement?
I'm going to object to relevance. I specifically, when I asked the question, asked her not to go into details of what that was about.
Right. So right now it's left as something suspicious. She should be able to give an answer about what it was. You can't more clearly open the door.
We're going into other acts of evidence, Judge.
Well, I don't know.
I know. I know.
Well, actually,
Judge, let me just say, it's the same stuff we've talked about already. It's
no.
Okay.
Let's take a short break, 10 to 12 minutes. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
It doesn't matter anymore because he's got out of it what he wanted to let the jury know it's nothing suspicious. So you don't have to worry about it. He's just give him credit. He's good. Do you know what I mean? He knows what he's doing. He's a piece of shit, but he knows exactly what he's doing. Might have said it. It's, yeah, unbelievable, isn't it? Fans don't pull the moist air in the window. They pull the moist air. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I've just seen. What can I catch this bloody thing on? I'll just down this. I see the daddy long legs. I can catch it. I'll be back. 2 seconds.
Mom
I'm gonna catch a daddy long
transcript,
leg.
so we actually, all parties know what the interaction is. Council provided me a transcript that has the interaction. And then when she came back out, that's when she began to talk about the marijuana grow. So what she's about to say is.
Yeah, no, that's not what she actually went to talk to her. It was partially what she went to go talk to her mom about, but it was about an unregistered gun in California. That was the main point of it. That's what I have an objection about. If you want to talk about the marijuana stuff, be my guest. We've already had a ruling on that. But I think as far as an unregistered gun, that hasn't come in at all, and that it wouldn't be relevant at this point.
Agree. And so if you would just caution her to not bring up the gun and only bring up, I mean, her answer will be a simple answer. I've already talked to her about the marijuana. I'm not going to go into detail again.
But it wasn't.
Redirect. Now I understand, counsel, what your concern was.
I can't see
but
it.
if you simply indicate to her, please don't mention the gun, I think she'll simply answer. I came back in and spoke about the marijuana that was being grown at my dad's house. Then we'll be concluded with that. We'll have an answer to that question. We'll be able to move on. I'm almost done.
But that wasn't, she only asked Sadie about whether she could, and she's here, she can speak for herself, but that whether she could go into the details about the unregistered gun. Sadie then said, what? I have no idea about that, but
You can probably see the shadow of it. Well, you see it dancing. It's dancing. It's dancing. Off. It might be mosquito. I'm not sure. Right, I'm gonna check it outside. I'm gonna check it outside. No, I'm not eating this bloody thing. Check it outside. The old legs. Daddy long legs.
It is getting awfully late. I think we have to bed tonight. Susan, thank you for coming. You can go home. You can sleep in almost 2 weeks. Just call the hospital. I can't. I can't. My daughter told me she was depressed. I was too afraid to listen. Why is she came out here to hey? You know, we've got Lauren still out there. Just soft in the night. Susan, please go home. Go home. What? 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 What?
Right. What are you guys saying? Yeah. Is it a crane fly? I don't even know what a crane fly is. Let me just Google it. Crane fly. Crane fly. It wasn't a crane fly. It was not a crane fly. Well, maybe. Maybe. Hang on. Images. I don't know. They both look the same. They both look the same. To be fair, it could be either one. Why? What's wrong with touching my hand? What's wrong with touching my hand? It's what fuck. I don't get it. Just admitted to lying about storage unit. Lawcom's going for it. I thought here in the UK, crane flies and dialogues are the same. I don't see what the difference is. Um, the same thing in the UK. Yeah, looks like died long legs to me. They bounce like that. Yeah, it's bouncing like hell. It's having a party. No spiders can touch hands. They get creepy. Yeah, I don't mind spiders. I don't mind them. Some species, same species. Okay, so it's fine. It was huge though. Spider. No. So I'm no longer a douchebag. So I'm all right. I'm back to being all right now. Oops. Let's get this back in. I missed the argument, but by
But you
this
should
stage,
tell
we
law
figured out
enforcement.
we figured out that I was not wrong then, so that's fine. You can all apologize. It's fine. It's fine. I spiders, anything like that, I'm fine with. I pick them up, whatever. Do you know what I mean? Well, I didn't know which one it was, so they both look like it. They both look like it. Can I shoot it? Head, Jesus. Yeah, I don't mind those things. It's fine. There's other things I don't like, but that's
Whatever
fine.
you think you should be told. Then she went back and talked about the unregistered gun. She was already talking about the marijuana. That wasn't something that she sought or ran through with her mom. It was my understanding and how I watched the video when she goes into the room with her mom. It's about the gun.
So, Your Honor, I don't understand how counsel asks the question on May 19th. Did you take a moment to ask your mother to ask if you could talk to your mother? And then did you go talk to your mother? And then did you come back after speaking to your mother? The answer, so those were the questions. How is that not opening the door to another discussion? When you ask all those questions preliminarily, you don't get to just live with an answer that is not accurate and is the most suspicious answer, would be my retort, right? So I'm simply telling the court, I'm willing to defer and not go to the gun because what she did then was do almost all of her substantive discussion about the marijuana. But it is true that she came back and also talked about an unregistered gun. I'm not asking to bring that up because from my perspective, the marijuana is answer enough because I don't think she gave virtually any marijuana evidence until after that break. So I'm not even, but you know, you can't more clearly open the door. That's all. Thank you, Judge, for letting me argue that.
What is the objection that's being made? Is this for some prophylactic purpose, or is this?
What I'm soliciting, I'm not even sure they're opposed to it at this point.
I am opposed to it.
Well, go ahead.
Sure, I am opposed to the representation that she went there to go talk about the marijuana because that wasn't why she went to go talk to her mom.
Now I understand that. So now understanding that, I am asking to bring in the unregistered gun because counsel believes that is the answer to the question she asked of the witness. She asked, and so I went through all those questions to the court. The answer is she came back and wanted to discuss an unregistered firearm and a marijuana grow operation. The jury's already heard about the rest of it, but what was solicited by the defense was on May 19th, did you ask to speak to your mom and take a break? Did you have a meeting outside of law enforcement to take that break? And then did you come back in and only after that break? Suggesting that Sadie Beecham has improperly suggested information to her, right? Isn't that what a jury would conclude reasonably from that exchange?
Well, I think there's been times a lot during this trial where we recognize as practitioners that there are certain details that would not be admissible, and we've asked questions in the way of without going into the details of what that was, just like with Marquand Washington, without going into the details about what your conversations were with Mr. Anderson. Did you have conversations with him about certain things that you bonded over? Yes. So there's always going to be things that potentially there's a lingering, oh, what was that about? But when we look at probative value and other acts evidence and whether it's come in, I don't think that here, when I literally, my question was, I did ask that question and I specifically said, without going into detail. But I don't think that it's one relevant. I don't think that its probative value outweighs the prejudicial
Why
effect.
are you asking these questions? What is your purpose? Because Mr. Gravely makes a perfectly good point that it would, when it gets just dropped there, it leaves a very
I do
different
agree.
message for the jury.
Well, when it just gets dropped there.
Why did she even ask the question? Like that's such a stupid question. I have to agree, they did leave the door open, but I could be wrong. I'm sure you'll tell me I'm wrong, but what's the point? She's got nothing from that. What's the point of it? She's now just put herself in shit.
There about things that the state's witnesses did, that leaves a bad image for us too.
Why don't you answer the question I asked?
I asked it to go along with our theory of defense, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Which is say to Beach and put her up to it. That's the theory of the defense here. And so the truth, the honest answer, which we all know. I mean, this is a transcript, right? So counsel knows the answer to that question when she asks it. It's not like this is an unknown answer. We all have a transcript.
I know.
She wants to create this suspicion, but not have the honest answer in front of a jury.
But why ask the question? You know, I don't know.
As to what that's about.
But I'm at this point, I have, I guess, what is an anticipatory objection.
She's objected. The true answer to this question is
I don't think I didn't necessarily, we kind of took this as an offer of proof.
Counsel, you objected to me asking what did you come back and say? That was the question you objected to. So the true answer to that question is what I came back and said was that my dad had an unregistered firearm in California, and I talked about his marijuana growing operation. Right? Those are my words. That's my paraphrase. But that's what she came back and talked about after asking her mother. And we have a transcript of the dialogue with her mother. So we all the parties know what was said in that room when the cops were gone.
I know.
And you know what her mom said, Judge? Her mom said, if I didn't even know about that thing you're talking about, just tell the truth. That's what the mom said. So those are the true answers.
She basically asked question of, do you remember the interview with the forensic detective or something? And is it true that you, without going further and say what, that you left the detective to go and ask your mother if she can go into, if you can answer certain questions or go into a certain matter? And the matter she was discussing was the gun, essentially. There was literally no reason for her to bring that up, in my opinion. Why? And as Lou says, she just left him, like, he's too experienced. You literally cracked the door open. I know you don't mean it, but you just have. So I've actually got to agree for the first time ever, probably, that he's right here. I know.
So at this point, I'm asking the court permission to have her answer truthfully because the door was busted open, and let her say, I'm aware of an unregistered firearm he had in California, and I'm aware of the marijuana grow operation. That's what I asked my mom, whether I should talk about.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
Ask the jurors. Well, I guess this was a regular break, wasn't it?
When do you want us back?
Oh, about
15 minutes ago? 4 days ago?
yeah. In about.
I'm a good joker of
what's
it.
that?
I think they're just sitting.
I think I took a break, so. Yeah, I think most of them did. Yeah, she says only one.
So when are we back?
Let's start at 20 after, and that clock is not accurate.
7 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. I Yeah, look, I love Nicola throughout the trial. I think she tried her best. I generally do. I think she had, I think she dealt with lots of situations well, but I just think maybe this was the wrong first lead case. Maybe she would have been better off. I don't know. Look, hindsight's 2020. Do you know what I mean? It's easy enough for us to say. Um, and we're prejudged. Like we're looking back, this was wrong, that was wrong. It's easy enough for us to say. I like Nicole a lot. Yeah, I think she took too much on for a first case. No worries. Towards California. Yeah. No worries, Sarah. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today, everyone. See you all tomorrow. Yes, thank you, Sarah, for all the work. And Josie's out there somewhere as well on a drive. So thank you, Josie, as well. Yeah, she is trying, but she knows this. You just can't do it that closely with Gravely. He's just too experienced. He just picks up on every nook. He's annoying, but you know, yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. She would be a great second chair in this one. Um, I think that yeah, I think this one. I think she's gonna be a great lawyer. There's no question in my mind that she's gonna be a fantastic lawyer. I just think second chair in this one. This is probably a little bit too big. But that's how much I do absolutely love Nicole. I think she's great. Bye, Sarah P for Marge. I was here listening to. Oh, it's fine. We're not finished yet, Eris. Thank you, Eris. Thanks for being. Oh, Jesus, I got something in my eye. It's probably that daddy long legs in my eye somewhere. Thanks for being here. I don't know, never know who's here, and I wish I had a list of people that's here because I love it when I know who's here. Say hello. So thanks, Eris, for saying you're here. Bye, Sarah. Just working at the same time. It's all good. It's all good. Everyone's got work, so it's good that you're able to listen in. Graves slimy ass. Yeah, he's a slimy ass. Hang on, let me jump on now then.
Ask your mom for some advice.
Right, we'll start from there. Shorter gravy, I hate to say it. Strong bit. Yes, I agree. I agree. No, I agree with you, Lou. No start. See you later, Emma. Good night to you. See you tomorrow bright and early. There's only a little bit left here with it anyway, so about 50 minutes left. So decision for her to cross-examine away might have been because she Chris letting us hang, left us hanging. I'm watching with you. Watched trial what it was happening and still don't believe they convicted. Hi Dawn. Thanks for watching with us. Thank you so much for that. We're still going, guys. We're not finished. Just in case people think we're finished. Yeah, bye Emma. Emma's the UK as well. It's like 20 past 10. But for some of the men to cross away, but the other guy's very gentle. Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, I hate doing how that happens, Chris. It happens to me a lot as well. Right, let's
I
see what
did.
bullshit he's
And
going to
what
say
was
now.
your mom's advice to you?
To absolutely tell
Okay.
what I had asked her.
Okay. And so when you came, so at that point, did law enforcement come back in the room?
They told me to go back into the room, and then they kind of left me there for a little bit, and then came back in and talked to me.
Okay. And when they came back and talked to you, and during this interview that we're talking about, your mom's not present, right? While this particular interview is going on.
No.
Okay. So when you came back, what was the information then that you wanted to then let the police know after you got back in the room?
I did tell
redirect
the detective about the unregistered gun in California.
That who had an unregistered gun in California?
My dad.
Okay.
And then I also had talked.
Whoa, right, I'm going to slow it down. Whoa, 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 whoa. What did I just see there? Hang on. Might be imagining. Maybe it's because of the pace of it, maybe. Maybe it's the pace of it. This is why I did that. This is why I've gone back.
No.
Okay. So when you came back, what was the information then that you wanted to then let the police know after you got back in the room?
I did tell
Crib.
the detective about the unregistered gun in California.
He just mouthed it. Yeah, but he just knows the answer.
That who had an unregistered gun in California?
My dad.
Okay.
And then I also had talked about my dad growing and selling
Growing and selling what?
marijuana.
And that was at the residence?
Correct.
Now, you were asked a question previously on a cross-examination where you said that you had told your mom at first that you weren't there at her
He did,
house
Kim.
on
I think
April 24th.
I think we're speaking in hindsight now. Okay, it's not nothing against Nicole or anything like that. We're just speaking in hindsight. You know, I think it was a case of they went to the law firm and so they just attached it to Nicole. I think it would have probably cost the same, no matter who was the lead on it. So, and Nicole was very competent. I'm not trying to belittle her. It's just you could see the difference looking back on it, the mistakes that were made. Um, because she lacks experience, and that's all it is. She's going to be a great attorney, fantastic attorney, moving forward. And they all have to start somewhere. Unfortunately, it was this case. If it wasn't this case, she has to start some other case. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough. We're just speaking 2020. I don't think anyone's slagging Nicole off because we can't. Do you know what I mean? It's all 2020. But I agree with you, Kim. I agree with you.
The night before your birthday. Do you remember?
I was not.
Okay. I'm sorry, what? Do you remember telling her
No.
that you weren't there?
Yeah,
And,
caught
in
it,
other
Chris.
words, that you didn't do the peeking in the window personally?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And so I just wanted to ask you
Yeah.
why you originally did not tell her
Yes, in
that you were there.
2020 for sure.
Why did you not want to tell her right away that you had been actually present?
I don't think that we can go into character. Is that? I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer this question without his character being involved in it.
Well, actually, if that's what his lawyer's job is, to object. If she feels that the answer would get into that area, sometimes character evidence does come in during a case. And it happened earlier on. I'm not sure if it was while you were here or not, but I made a special instruction to the jury that
Hang on, Jonathan. It might be me because I did restrict chat. I still have got it on restricted, so it might be me. That's why it possibly is me, not YouTube. Just to put my hands up. When we have the trolls earlier on, I did restrict chat, so just in case.
that the evidence is not received for the purpose of showing that the defendant has a character trait or character, and for that reason is likely to have committed the crime charged. This evidence, for example, this reference to a firearm in California, and by the way, some of those laws have been ruled unconstitutional, but that's not really directly on point here. But it doesn't bear on whether he's committed the crime charged in this case. So I will instruct them now that they're not to consider it in deciding that
Okay, didn't know that.
he's a bad character, and for that reason is more likely guilty of the crime charged against him. Any question about that? So that's my job in taking care of the character issue. You can just answer the question.
Okay.
Should I repeat the question or do you remember it?
You can repeat the question.
Okay. So my question was, why did you decide not to tell your mom right away that you had been present on April 24th and peeked in the window?
So growing up, I definitely groomed. So
I guess I'm going to ask that be struck.
She said she was groomed?
Sure, it's almost a legal
You can cover it on
conclusion.
your Redirect
Okay, I will do so, Judge. Thank you.
You can go ahead and answer.
or recross.
I
know
was
this is
basically controlled to do the things he was asking of me or instructed me to do. So I didn't have
he's absolutely gutted.
that
Look at him.
freedom, if that's what you're asking. I still thought I wasn't allowed to talk to detectives or cops or any of that sort. So
Okay, so now I'm asking about so this is a different question now. Okay, so the topic now is that you were asked on cross-examination. Did you discuss with your mom a bit the what had happened when in terms of your dad looking in the windows
Yes.
and people looking in the windows when she and Rosalía were at the house on April 24th? Okay, so you said I did discuss it with my mom a little bit, and then you said I told her I wasn't there. So you at first you told her you weren't there. You didn't look in the window yourself. Okay, and so my question was, why? This is about your mom. Why did you choose not to tell your mom that you were there and peeked in the window at first?
because I was still under my dad's mentality.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
Yeah, thank you. The state asked you on redirect about different times you talked to law enforcement again. There were times in this case, though, where you not only talked to law enforcement, but the district attorney, correct?
Yeah.
And you've had meetings at the office to go over your testimony several times.
Not like that. I think it's the same way that the DA meets with their clients. I think there's not, we didn't discuss, I think we're discussing something.
No, I asked you, I'm sorry. The question was whether you met with the district attorney, you, not other people.
Yes.
Whether you met with the district attorney several times to discuss your testimony.
Not about my testimony, about the general.
Several times.
I cannot give you a number.
When you were at those meetings, you didn't talk about your testimony at all.
What do you mean by that?
You didn't talk about what you were going to say or what questions were going to be asked. None of that was touched.
I mean, to me, I think those are pretty fair questions to ask if you're a teenager.
So they were asked then?
I mean, yeah, if you're a teenager and you're being put on the stand, what are you going to ask?
What the attorney is asking.
Yes. My answer is
You
yes.
don't have to justify what happened. In fact, I'm going to tell the jury actually that it is quite common. In fact, it's expected that attorneys will meet with witnesses as much as possible before the trial for a large variety of reasons. Oftentimes, it reduces the number of breaks that the jury has to take. So that the lawyers are acquainted with what can be expected. It, over the years, sometimes develops a bad name of coaching, which is suggestive that witnesses are told to say things that are not accurate. That is not permitted. But it is normal for the district attorney to meet with the witness or witnesses and the defense attorney as well. Okay, any question about that? Okay, go ahead.
In meeting with, basically what I wanted to get is, you met with a lot of people many times.
Correct.
You talked on redirect about the unregistered gun in California, but you never saw that firearm, correct?
Oh, here we go. I remember this.
In what circumstance?
Oh, this is making me
The
cringe.
unregistered gun was in California, right?
At one point, yes.
So you're saying then the gun wasn't always in California?
No.
What kind of gun was it?
Do you know?
I'm not aware of guns like that. I don't handle guns like that.
You said guns like that. What do you mean?
Meaning, I don't know. Meaning, I'm not familiar with guns like that, but I can tell you there was one.
What color was it?
Black.
Was it long, short? Can you describe with your hands?
It was short. It wasn't. It was probably a pistol of some sort. I'm not sure.
Okay, where did you see it?
It was at the Mech-1 house.
So you say that this unregistered gun is in California to law enforcement. Up until today, did you ever say anything about this gun being in Wisconsin?
When I had talked about this gun, there were other traumatic events going on in my life. So this isn't.
You don't have to defend your answer.
I'm trying not to defend it. It's what happened. It's legitimately what happened. Like, there were other things going on, and this isn't something that's related even to this situation.
But if you
It's
listen,
not.
and I'm not, don't take this as a scolding. I'm saying, listen carefully to the question and just try to answer just the question. And if there's more to be gone into, the lawyers will usually cover it.
I was threatened with that gun, for your information.
Judge, I'm going to ask that be struck. That wasn't my.
No.
Repeat your question.
It will come as no surprise to you that you're going to go into the library for a moment.
It's disgusting. Do you know what I mean? But Nicole does stop now, but you know, but that's what you get when you're cornered. You just want to come out of it. Man, that would have been tough for Zach.
Okay, what's up? I think I need to know more before I go any further with this. Would you talk into the microphone?
It had nothing to do with this situation. It had something to do with I don't know how to answer this question.
Okay.
It's a hard question.
See if there's any lawyers in the hallway. Well, I want to let's see what's going on. Are you familiar with what's being discussed?
Yes, in the most general terms, and certainly we don't expect to go into it.
I was just.
Given how she's feeling right now, I will just leave it. I won't ask any further questions about the firearm.
Will that be the end of the discussion on this, or is there going to be more?
No, I don't.
I don't mean questioning. Is there going to be more? Is it going to play a role in the case at any point?
Well, I don't intend to. I never intended to bring up anything in any of these areas, and I don't intend to now.
I didn't either. That's why I asked her not to go into any specific
Mr. Barth.
detail.
Mr. Barth, would you come up, please? Isn't that Mike Barth back there?
Yeah, that is.
Come on up, would you? Would you come up, please? Would you do me the favor of taking on this lady as a client?
I certainly would.
All right. I'm going to appoint this man to represent you. Not that you need a lawyer, but to give you advice about how the law works if you have questions. Okay? His name is Michael Barth. And is the jury in the library?
The break room across the hall.
Yeah.
Take her to the soda room.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wait, I just don't understand why. I mean,
We're not going anywhere. This poor child should never have been there.
Thank you. Okay.
She shouldn't have been there. This is gravely on her mother. She's seen it before, Julie. She's seen it before. Hello, Julie, by the way. She's seen it before. I think everyone just agrees the same thing. She shouldn't even be on the stand in the first place. It was gravely and the mother who insisted that
She's
she did
talking
this.
about?
I'm honestly not, because this is new information about this firearm being here. This is the first time I've heard about this.
State, are you familiar with what she's referring to?
She has in, well, what?
Yeah, so in the most general terms, when we had met with her one time, she had discussed the firearm piece and then had relayed to us briefly a traumatic event surrounding the defendant, that firearm, and herself. And so that's
And it's not an incident near in time.
correct.
It's not
It's not what?
It's not near in time.
It's not near in time to this time frame we're talking about. It was, removed from that. So
Yeah, I have no idea about whatever the state's purporting. It was never told to me.
This is a
Apparently the
fucking
state
shit
doesn't
show.
think it's relevant, so I don't know if they would need to, but
That's fine. I'm just giving the court context because obviously I was just going into it because the state brought it up and I just wanted more answers. I didn't know asking this line of questioning, it would lead to this because I didn't know of this situation that they're claiming.
well, the question is now to how to handle that with respect to the jury, and I guess if it's irrelevant to this case, then the jury could be so informed. She hasn't accused anyone in the presence of the jury.
Oh,
as
again,
to
speculation.
her with the firearm.
How is this different to what Gravely said
Am I right
earlier
about
on?
that?
That's accurate. So maybe a curative instruction or just something simple.
Is everybody okay with that?
A curative instruction that would say,
Just tell I would just tell the jury.
The testimony about the gun is irrelevant and you should disregard it. And
well, it's not irrelevant in the one aspect, which is it was something she was concerned enough about that she asked for her mom's permission to talk about it. But what she just described in terms of circumstances with the gun is something that the state believes is irrelevant.
That the state believes
is irrelevant.
Okay.
Then I'm going to ask,
Go ahead.
sorry, Judge.
That's right.
I guess let me hear what you were going to propose first. Because I don't want to say something if it's
strategy.
Yeah.
My inclination is to tell the jury that we've gone to further depth in this subject, and that the statement that there was a threat made involving the firearm, it's not relevant to this case. There are no further details about it that would be relevant to this case. so that they should disregard it entirely.
I agree.
But those who agree are going to be bound forever to this agreement. So it's not going to be an issue that's going to pop up at some later time. Talk it over.
We're going back to what Greavy said earlier on. The exact same points. It doesn't matter anymore. Suspicions out there. This, yeah. Well before now. It should have been a mistrial well before now. They should have.
You, second row of, no, come forward, more. Right there, out. You're leaving. The spectator was reacting to the remarks which were being made, and I think it made pretty clear I wasn't going to tolerate that. Okay. It wasn't terribly disruptive, and the jury wasn't here, so if he returns tomorrow, he'll be allowed to come in.
There's a lot of being implied. Yeah, lots been implied here. I mean, not sure if she asked many more questions, actually, if at all. Yeah, there was no one there, though. Yes. Only Gravely got it in.
Friday.
Gravely said, well, you can't leave suspicion out there. So it's fine on one end, but not on the other end. This is why Gravely, oh, Jesus. So annoying. So annoying, this. Prick.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it comes up. As again, it's so easy for us to sit here and say it all now. It's just in the moment. And sometimes people throw mistrial out for everything, but I genuinely think that in this trial, there should have been a mistrial when you consider all aspects of it. Same with Murdoch, that should have been a mistrial as well.
Instruction that simply says this line of questioning has been deemed irrelevant.
No. That was not what I proposed. That what the witness's last remark regarding a threat is agreed as irrelevant in this case, and the jurors should disregard it. That statement. The line of questioning was not contaminated. It was strictly what the witness said, and I'm not saying even that was contaminated. It's that particular comment, I'm told, is irrelevant to this case.
Yeah, my only question is, does it suggest that the witness has made some mistake by answering that way? Because I think the answer was a logical answer to the question. So I don't know if it suggests that to the jury.
And Judge, what I'd like to chime in here now is that Obviously, the defense objected to going into this unregistered gun in the beginning. Got in, the state asked it. I asked some follow-up questions on it. The state knew all these things about what she had told them about this particular incident.
Actually, the question right now is whether you want to agree to this.
I do want to agree. I was just trying to make a record, Judge, from the defense's perspective of the state. It's fine. It won't need it.
I applaud you for making your record
Thank
as an
you.
attorney, but I also put in this stipulation that
Yeah, I don't think they
this
would grant
closes
it.
the matter out, and it's not going to be the subject of any attention from the court hereafter. If everyone agrees it's irrelevant, that this to be disregarded, and it is, that's in no way suggesting the child has not testified truthfully, only that any threatening behavior was not, does not involve the defendant.
That's not true.
Yeah,
The
that's
threatening
not
behavior,
true?
the
Well-
threatening behavior is alleged to be from the defendant.
Not according to the testimony.
That's not what I,
It's not that was not the testimony.
What-
So
What was the testimony?
the testimony was that she was threatened. She didn't say who. She didn't say anything. There's no factual basis for that whatsoever.
That she was threatened with that
Catch.
firearm.
With this
she
firearm?
said she was threatened with that firearm, and then I excused the jury.
Right. Okay,
And
so,
I did not, after that, hear any reference to the defendant having been associated with a threat.
okay,
And I interpreted what you said to me to confirm that. And then I thought, well, he's the DA, he'd know, but of course, you weren't the DA of wherever the threat allegedly took place, which is, quote, Wisconsin. But,
okay. Well, so the current state of the record is she says, I've been threatened with this firearm, but it doesn't say who threatened her.
correct.
I see.
So I intend
Is that
to,
your recollection?
To be honest with you,
I took it as that she had said he threatened, but I may be wrong.
boy, I don't recall
Okay.
hearing that.
You're definitely wrong.
Okay, here's
You-
Council's.
I'm wrong?
No,
Yes.
We are wrong. Okay.
you're never
I'm
wrong.
not used to being
No.
told that.
No, I would never, ever suggest that. But I think the way you phrased it was accurate to sort of summarize it for the jury and then say disregard it and it's irrelevant to this case.
Okay, I'm gonna try it again now, and this is if you agree to it. If you don't agree to it, by the way, the alternative is that we'll have to address it. I can't just leave it out there. So what I propose to do is to tell the jurors that the last response that was made by the witness, we've examined it and the circumstances, that it is irrelevant to this case, and there was no accusation as to whose conduct she was describing when she referred to having been threatened.
So does the court feel we've thoroughly examined this? I mean, we have questions at all. So I don't, if the court, is the court saying that because you think it provides them some ballast for then what we do? Because I, as far as I know, we have not examined the details of what she is saying happened in that regard, right?
Well, first of all,
I mean, I've just,
First of all, if we do examine it and it turns out it does involve the defendant,
right.
Tell me how to avoid a mistrial.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just
Okay.
I'm just trying to get wording that is fair. I got where the court is.
I think an even cleaner way to avoid a mistrial is to just strike that entire question and answer period.
About
Just-
the unregistered
just
gun.
Yes, the reference to the gun, and just strike it completely.
So we don't agree to that, but we are willing to strike the last question or two.
No.
But the unregistered firearm was brought up, and the court has already given a cautionary instruction to the jury verbally about that. So they brought up, they opened the door. The state is not willing to leave a discussion under cross, as we described before, where the accusation is that there's improper discussion when there is an honest answer. But if we wanted to simply go back a couple questions in the inquiry from the defense and strike those and indicate the jury is to ignore those questions and answers, I'm agreeable to that.
This is why their acts evidence coming in when the state talked about how they want to ask about this gun. And the problem with them knowing this information because of a conversation they had, and the defense then left in a situation where the jury hears about an unregistered gun. Maybe I should find out a little bit more about that. And then it leads into this. I think because the witness has testified that Mr. Anderson had an unregistered gun in California and has now said that
I agree.
when
I agree.
this gun was here, allegedly, she was threatened with it, that the inference that's going to
Spot
be
on.
left with the jury is irreparable if we do not strike everything about that unregistered firearm.
Well, I don't agree with that about the irreparable part. I don't agree with Mr. Gravely's suggestion because I did think that, well, I'll leave that at that. I am going to tell the jury that the last remark, which was made by the witness, does not relate to this case. She did not identify any specific person as having threatened her with a gun. And so it should not form any part of their consideration about this case.
What are we doing? Oh my God. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Joe. The murder course. Yeah, we watched it. We had it on the channel, Julie. We covered it. We went through everything and the affidavits as well. Went through them. I agree. Yes. Apparently so.
He thinks
What
it
are
is
we doing
appropriate
here?
to share with you, and there may not be, then you'll know more. Or perhaps he won't share any, we'll find out.
Just on the point of the court's proposal, and I think an addendum to that, excuse me, would be to not only give that instruction as to however many questions it was, but also to, because there's a serious slippery slope taint here, suddenly introducing a firearm into this, and to prohibit them from arguing about the firearm in their closing. Even though it's apparently some of that.
I don't want to get into a negotiating session and try to handcuff the district attorney.
Oh, no, of course
Do
not.
you agree to it or not?
Well, let's
And we talk with Mr. Barth.
We'll confer.
And I will tell you, as I said a moment ago, one of the possible outcomes of this is a mistrial. I'm not telling you it will be. I would sleep on it before I make a decision like that. and I probably wouldn't want to do a cram down on anybody either, but be aware, you may end up there.
This is where they
Understood.
should be like,
We'll confer.
All right.
thank you. We'll take you on that, Mr.
If
Thank you, Judge.
if you don't mind the jury's overhearing what you say. No, they're, yeah.
I mean, it's like, yeah, we want a mistrial. But again, Lou said they're just overconfident. They probably thought they had the well, it's a semi-threat, I think, from him to say that's one of the options on the table is that it could be a mistrial. It seems to go on forever. Hang on, have we missed something here now? Well,
If Barth
29:15.
deems it necessary to give a report, he need not do so. Okay? What's your position?
State's position is that we believe that what the court has proposed is appropriate.
Agreed. And yeah, we'll move forward. And I think we're close to.
I think we're done. We're gonna
We're
just be
done.
With the witness?
Correct.
Okay.
And I don't think you have any correct.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's review one more time. I propose to tell the jury that the last remark made by the witness with respect to having been threatened with a firearm is irrelevant to the case and has nothing to do with this trial at all. And there has been no.
I do think we do forget sometimes that, if it was a mistrial, then he does go back into jail, and do you know what I mean? The cost. Could they even afford? Could Zach's family even afford a mistrial? That's something you got to consider as well.
No accusation as to whom.
Like Lokong, I got that from
the
Lokong, by the way. I didn't.
person doing
I
threatening
read your
was,
comment.
and
I read Julie's comment and I've read your comment. I didn't highlight yours, but that's where I got from. I hadn't thought about it. They're not free. You're right.
so the jury should disregard it entirely. They should not form any basis for their evaluation of the case.
Agreed.
Sounds good.
Okay, and this also closes this up, and I don't expect to hear later, at any point, any later complaint about the resolution of this matter.
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do you want her to take the witness stand again?
Put the witness back up there so we can.
If she's comfortable, but it isn't necessary.
She can stay where she's at, Judge.
Okay. Won't we both have to say no further questions?
That's fine. I don't think she.
But we attempted to address me about some incident involving the defendant and the child. And, well, I couldn't hear her to begin with. The hearing is terrible in here. So I asked her to send me a message, which frequently is what we do. And I provided copies to you. Comments?
So clearly within 3 hours of the court, in my opinion, giving a definitive order to the parties that they were not to communicate with a specific witness. The court now sees a second incident where not only where essentially the same conduct has happened, witnessed by a neutral party, and I asked the court to at this point take remedial action. I think the court should consider all variety of actions that the court feels appropriate, but this is a direct violation of what I believe to have been a court order, and I don't know how the court could have been more clear, and I don't know how the disobeying of your order.
Sorry, Chris. Yes, I agree. I agree. But what if you'd have said, like he just said, that it's on the verge of a mistrial type of thing? So if you ask for one and they actually, on the off chance he actually says, okay, yeah, I agree, then he's fucked. Do you know what I mean? So, you've got to be a little bit careful as well. But I do agree with what you say.
Could be more clear. And, this is a court of law. It's a jury trial. It is a very difficult, impressionable witness who, even in the face of a court order, had this behavior that they faced again. I asked the court to impose a sanction that the court feels is appropriate and to take remedial steps to prevent this sort of blatant violation of court orders. Of course, this has nothing to do with the attorneys. That there's only one responsible party in this room in this situation. And certainly, I intend to impeach with this or think about how this could be utilized in the trial, but that will require a little extra thought. But at this point, I asked the court to, a simple warning has not been enough. So I asked the court to think about what should be next year.
So Mr. Gravely's prosecutorial side is clearly coming out here, and he's seen a lot more in this than I think is there. So first of all, I'm just reading from the document that was given to me that he was, the clerk says that he was facing the daughter's direction. Well, we don't know if the daughter saw anything, number one, and gave her a scowling look, and was mumbling. Well, we don't know if he was mumbling to himself, and we don't know any of that. We don't know if there was an attempt to communicate. So Mr. Gravely's attempt to connect dots is kind of futile because they're not connectable. So I don't think I have no idea what kind of remedial measures could possibly be talking about, but this is an emotionally charged situation for everybody in the family on both sides, and especially for Mr. Anderson. And his daughter is up there testifying and obviously having an emotional time with it. I think that's uncontested. So we don't really know, what she heard or what he meant, or if he was talking to himself or anything.
When he went like that to her, be quiet. The court camera, they just got the information back from court TV to say what Zach actually did. So they're saying that he was mouthing to her, but he was saying, chill out, calm down, type of thing. And so that's what they're talking about now.
So I think that the court's admonition from before is more than sufficient, and we can move on. That's our.
No.
The starting point is I don't know the truth of it. I know that it is a report from the clerk that of what she perceived, and I did not see anything occur. Before I would take any remedial action, I would have to know the true facts. Under our law, I can, if I looked at it as a contempt of the court, I can punish only for contempts committed in my presence. There was a more expansive definition formerly, but the law was changed about 30, 40 years ago. And I think it's fairly clear now that the contempt has to actually have been witnessed by the judge. And just, I can't do that. And I didn't witness it, so it's going to have to be heard. And the three forms of contempt are punitive sanction. And since I didn't see the incident, I cannot impose that. Even if I could have a hearing and be convinced of the accuracy of what is reported. A remedial sanction, which would basically be telling him not to do it again. Even though I don't know if he did it or not. And, or refer it to you for a decision as to whether it's a.
That's on them, not me. Don't worry. That's them, not me. Yeah, because she said she could see him. Well, again, the clerk, everyone knew Rosalio's mother, knew Rosalio. All the staff knew him. So everyone was against Zach. All the staff were against him. So he was buggered. Still going, but And do they come back? I don't. No, it cuts off there. It cuts off there, guys. Yeah, that was into it. Hey, CG, how you do, my friend? Still trucking. We're still trucking, my friend. We are still trucking. Well, hopefully people still sort of enjoyed being here. Um, Thanks to those that stayed here most of the day. Sorry about all the trolling. No, hang on, I could check again. Hang on. 46, 47, 48. No, it does not. It does not. Not on this one. It probably did come back in real time, but not on this one. It didn't. It cuts off. So I just went through it. Right. Didn't Saul say that defensive teams have not answered any? I've no idea. I've not heard anything. I couldn't say. I couldn't answer that. I've not heard Saul say that in my presence. What a pain, exactly. Right, we know what's happening now, don't we? Mate, yeah, do you know what? He probably does. He probably does because he probably stayed on for a lot longer. I think for these guys, they just cut it. Just double check it again. 46. No, law and crime comes up. Black, law and crime, and then that's it. Obviously, yeah. I mean, we know what it is. Nothing happens, so yeah, nothing happens, guys. So it's fine. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't get anything wrong with it, and also, the next one is the DA get into trouble. Oh no, it would have been Ozzy's one, yes. Yeah, it would have been Ozzy's one. I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not gonna go looking for it because I am a little bit cream crackered. It's been a long day for me, but we've got the wheel. We've got the wheel to go through. Thank you everyone for being here though. It's been over 7 hours, but it doesn't feel like 7 hours, you know? Oh, do you know what? I do remember something, Julie, you're right. I do remember something because I was watching a little bit with League of Vices as well. Share screen. I need to select it first, dummy. Oh, jeez. Tell I'm tired. I'm running on about 2.25 hours sleep, so um, I don't even know what I'm doing. Please be end stream because I'll be honest with you guys, I am cream. Oh, I could take these off. Oh no, I can't. Not yet. Yeah, he doesn't. Nothing happens. Uh, and yeah, nothing happens. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, I'm not bothered about going to look for it. Nothing happens. Um, well, yeah, we got the wheel now. I'm trying to find the wheel. I am. I'm not. No, I just had stuff on today. It's a busy day. I'm gonna have a lie-in tomorrow. It's fine. I got my niece. Got to pick my niece up at 11, half 11, and then I got her for a couple of hours, and that's it. So I got an easy day tomorrow. Got an easy day tomorrow, so it's all good. Um, right. No, I know what you meant. I know. Oh shit! I spun it. Bollocks. I know what you meant, Chris. I know what you meant. I spun it without thinking. Be nice to me, just once. Just be nice to me once. Be nice to me. End stream. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, click the wrong one. Remove. A wheel that spins. Yes, well, we spin at the end of every stream, Jonathan. Every stream, we spin it, and it's always see the end stream, or there's I gotta wear something the next day, or I gotta down a pint of milk, um, adopt an orphan and take candy from a baby on it. Yeah, you get ready for work, Chris. Thank you, everybody. You're so lovely, and once again, apologies for a little bit of interruption today. It won't happen again. But yeah, I must just say, I'm stumbling on my words now. I'm saying blah 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 blah. Appreciate you all being here as always. Please, if you're able to, please come back tomorrow. And yeah, same time, same place. And we're going to finish on Friday. I'm going to combine day 14 and 15 together, and probably the sentences. So Friday will be a big day, because we'll have day 14, then the closing, and then obviously the verdict. So yeah, no worries, guys. Thank you very much. No, it's only a great stream for you guys. Thank you guys. Marge, thank you very much. I was gonna rip my top off for you, Marge, but I don't have the energy. Um, no worries, and thank you. No worries, thank you, Lou. Right, I'm gonna end this, guys. Love you. Take care of yourselves. Peace out, and please go to the Zachariah website. All the links are in my description box. Love you all. Marge, if only. Hey, take care, guys.